Chapter 12:17. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change, as if he was troubled and thinking about the pros and cons. But in his mind, he was communicating with Xiaohe in the War Imperial Palace. After a while, Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with joy. He raised his head and pretended to have an answer. He used his divine power and said loudly, "Zhu Shui, I have an agreement with Zhu Yi. I won't kill her. Plus she's stronger than me, so I can't kill her. Change the conditions. For example, we can both make a divine emperor blood oath to protect you and send you to the divine realm. How about that?" "No." Zhu Shui shook his head and looked at Zhu Yi with hatred. "I don't trust her. This woman is full of tricks. I won't feel at ease if I don't kill her. There's no room for discussion. I'd rather die together with her." Zhu Yi shouted angrily. "Zhu Shui, do you believe that we don't want the fire god's heart? If you don't come to your senses, you'll be dead. Without the fire god armor, what's the use of the fire god's heart?" "Haha." Zhu Shui laughed and said, "Beastman, if you don't have the fire god armor, why would you enter the fire god's secret realm? You can't kill Zhu Yi? Who are you kidding? You're not stronger than Zhu Yi. Why would this bitch listen to you? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't do it, I'll throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool." Zhu Shui's mouth was cold. The fire god's heart in his hand shone brightly. He raised his hand high as if he was going to throw the fire god's heart into the spatial whirlpool. He wasn't stupid. He could see that Zhu Yi was completely obedient to Yi Qinghan's orders. He thought that Yi Qinghan was hiding his true strength and was a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Zhu Yi collaborated with outsiders to kill the Grand Doyen. Now she wanted to kill him. Zhu Shui, who had the purest bloodline of the fire god tribe, was furious. Yi Qinghan glanced at the space around Zhu Shui and revealed a cruel smile. He turned to Zhu Yi and said shamefully, "Zhu Yi, I'm sorry." 10 God Slayer spears appeared and locked onto Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's expression changed greatly. She didn't understand. If Yi Qinghan wanted to deal with her, all he had to do was crush her soul fire, and she would die immediately. Why would he do this? You do it. Who would have thought? The 10 God Slayer's spears did not shoot towards Zhu Yi. Instead, they turned and shot towards Zhu Shui. Zhu Yi came to her senses and immediately activated her soul skill. At the same time, her spatial power condensed into 1,000-layered waves that surged toward Zhu Shui. "Humph. You want to kill me? The heart of the fire god. No one can even think about getting it." Zhu Shui suddenly felt billions of golden soul threads crazily rushing into his sea of consciousness. How could he not know that Yi Qinghan had made his move? Zhu Shui immediately made up his mind. He no longer cared about his soul sea. His hand shook with divine power, and the fire god's heart emitted a magnificent fiery red light. He threw it towards the space whirlpool next to him. "Hee, even if you don't want it, I, Lord Xiaohe, want it. La la la." Just as the fire god's heart was about to be thrown into the space whirlpool, a figure suddenly condensed outside the space whirlpool. It was a small beast. It grabbed the fire god's heart and shot far away. It immediately escaped. What kind of monster is this? Zhu Shui was shocked. However, countless golden soul threads had already entered his soul sea, and his soul was already in a mess. Then, under his terrified gaze, the 10 God Slayer's spears struck his body like 10 bolts of lightning. The 9 God Slayer's spears revolved at the same time and pierced through his origin energy. 9 holes appeared in his body. The God Slayer's spear that did not revolve struck his head and shattered his chaotic soul sea. "Zhu Yi, stop your attack!" Yi Qinghan shouted. When his God Slayer's spear approached the origin energy outside Zhu Shui's body, he knew that Zhu Shui would definitely die. He deliberately controlled the God Slayer's spear to not shatter his divine crystal. This was a pseudo-chaotic divine crystal, which could be used to create fake level 9 experts. Of course, he could not let Zhu Yi shatter it at this moment. Zhu Yi hurriedly withdrew her space power. However, she looked at the small beast that was flying towards her from afar in astonishment. What kind of monster was this? It could actually move stealthily in the hollow. She and Zhu Shui had not noticed it. Moreover, she felt that the strength of this small beast was very strong. Yi Qinghan grabbed Zhu Shui's divine crystal and flew toward Xiaohei while laughing. He took the fire god's heart from Xiaohei and looked at Xiaohei excitedly. His eyes were filled with love and gratitude. Xiaohei had evolved again. Zhu Yi's exact strength was not clear, but she had just transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. After his evolution, he had obtained a very abnormal ability. He could hide his body in the qi of heaven and earth. A devil monarch could hide his body in the demonic aura. As long as his body was not exposed, he could never be killed by a level 9 supreme martial artist. Xiaohei was even more abnormal now. As long as there was qi of heaven and earth, he could hide. As long as he did not expose himself, even a level 9 supreme martial artist might not be able to find him. Swish. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew over immediately when it saw that the battle had ended. Yi Qinghan was full of smiles. He said to Zhu Yi, whose eyes were flickering with worry, "Don't worry. I will definitely keep my promise. Enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I will send you back to the Fire Mystic Realm." Zhu Yi looked at Yi Qinghan's sincere eyes and felt slightly relieved. However, the expression in her eyes became even more complicated. This man had too many secrets. Not to mention that strange small beast. Just this strange Soul Emperor Pavilion was enough to surprise her. She did not lose unjustly. Flashing into the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan was surrounded by everyone in the Great Hall. Zhu Yi was still arranged to be on the first floor. Zhu Yi was very powerful, and even though Yi Qinghan was holding on to her fire of the soul, he still had to guard against her. If Zhu Yi were to attack Fireworks and the others, he would be in deep trouble. After obtaining the fire god's heart, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he took out the fire god's heart and the fire god battle armor. He placed the fire god's heart into the diamond-shaped gap on the fire god helmet. Buzz! A soft red light lit up. Following that, the entire fire god battle armor automatically floated in the Great Hall. A suffocating aura was released from the fire god battle armor. Yi Qingguo and the others did not dare to breathe. The fire god battle armor had finally been activated. Yi Qinghan looked at the beautiful battle armor floating in the air. He watched as the fire god battle armor released a magnificent light. The countless fire dragons on it slowly swam. The entire battle armor was brimming with a domineering, mysterious, and ancient aura. His heart was burning. This was a supreme spiritual treasure, and it was ranked number 1 in the divine realm. At this moment, it finally belonged to him. Come! Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the fire god battle armor. The fire god battle armor seemed to hear his summons. It flew towards him and finally disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan's mind moved. The fire god battle armor immediately appeared outside his body. It tightly wrapped around his body as if it had become a part of him. The domineering aura and the faint light made Yi Qinghan look even more domineering and mighty. It was as if an ancient god of war had descended, insufferably arrogant. Oh, I wonder if the defense of this battle armor is as strong as the rumors say. Yi Qinghan reached out his hand to caress the fire god battle armor, as if he was caressing his most beloved woman. All of a sudden, his brows arched as if he recalled something. He said suspiciously, "Right. Why didn't Lord Devour come with us? If she were here, we could attack to test its defense." Lord. Everybody's faces darkened. Yi Qingguo and Yi Qingyu's eyes reddened, tears rolling down their cheeks. Half a month ago, because they didn't want to disturb Yi Qinghan, they chose to keep quiet. But now, they had to tell Yi Qinghan about the destruction of Tsang City. Motherf *****. Shin to Xiong, this young master will destroy your entire family. Ah. A moment later, an earth-shattering roar came from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The voice was full of grief and indignation. Even Zhu Yi, who was on the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, was frightened. Chapter 12:18. Just as Yi Qinghan exited the Fire God realm and killed the Fire God races Zhu Shui, in the endless space outside the God realm, over 100 martial artists suddenly appeared. The martial artists that could stand in the endless space were at least at the Venerable realm. There were indeed 100 Venerables, and of course, there were a few 9th-grade war gods. Wuxia Wuya. When I am not here, you definitely cannot leave the Eternal Hall. Qingshan, protect Wuxia and Wuya. If Yi Qinghan appears, you can only send one person to chase after him. There must be one person guarding the Eternal Hall. As long as you are guarding Yi Tianlong, Yi Qinghan won't be able to do anything. Do you understand? A suppressive voice rang out. This person had a head full of golden hair, an aquiline nose, a square head, and big ears. Shen Tuxiong didn't release any aura, and his voice was extremely calm. However, there was an aura that suppressed everyone present so much that they didn't dare to breathe. Yes, father. We will follow your orders. The evil-looking Shintu Wuxia and the wooden Shintu Wuya replied respectfully. Yes, sir. Qing Shan and Ice Queen nodded. Only then did Shintu Xiong retract his gaze in satisfaction. He turned around and looked at South Mountain Sovereign Ing Kuei and Wind Moon Sovereign. Let's go. Wind Moon Sovereign didn't waste any time. He waved his hand and a giant metal ball appeared in the air. 100 venerables entered it. Finally, Shintu Xiong, Wind Moon Sovereign, and Ing Kuei entered too. Flying Phoenix's body shook, and a green light lit up on its surface. Then it was covered by a pure white source energy. With a xiao, Flying Phoenix flew through the air and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go back. The moment Shintu Xiong left, Shintu Wuxia became excited. She waved her hands towards everyone, and led the way towards the weakest space in the God realm. Shintu Wuya followed closely behind. Qing Shan and Ice Queen looked at one another, and followed the two of them helplessly. Shintu Xiong's strength was too strong, so strong that the two of them could not resist. So strong that the two of them, who were at the peak of level 9, could only obediently become the bodyguards of the two Shintu young master. After returning to the divine world, the four of them directly flew towards the Eternal Palace. Shintu Xiong did not bring the Eternal Palace with him, but left it behind to protect Shintu Wuya and Shintu Wuxia. Of course, the most important reason was to lure Yi Qinghan to rescue Yi Tianlong and the others. Before leaving, Shintu Xiong taught Shintu Wuxia and Shintu Wuya how to control the Eternal Palace. If Yi Qinghan rashly came to save them, unless his strength had reached the 9th grade supreme martial artist level, he would definitely die. With the suppression of the Eternal Palace, Yi Qinghan couldn't run even if he wanted to. He could only become a live target and be beaten to death. Queen, hee, where's the present you said you were going to give us, brothers? The moment she entered the Eternal Hall, Shintu Wuxia was pumped up. She stared at Ice Queen like she wanted to melt her. Young Master Wuxia, the people of the Ice Snow race are arrogant. Please don't humiliate them. Ice Queen was originally ice cold. When she saw the lustful glow in Shintu Wuxia's eyes, her body turned even colder. Seeing that Ice Queen finally agreed, Shintu Wuxia was delighted. Queen, don't worry, Wuxia loves them. Shintu Wuya, who was a little slow, was filled with excitement when he heard that Ice Queen was willing to give them Ice Snow girls. He rubbed his hands and his neck turned red. Qing Shan saw all of this and sighed. No wonder Shintu Xiong liked Shintu Wuhan, who was killed by Yi Qinghan. One of them was lustful and the other was slow. They were far from comparable to Shintu Wuhan. Half a day later, 4 Ice Snow girls teleported over after receiving Ice Queen's message. They were all honorables and all of them were top beauties. Seeing how Shintu Wuxia and Shintu Wuya's blood was boiling, Qing Shan and Ice Queen exchanged glances with one another. The two of them flashed to the side hall and closed their eyes to cultivate. Queen, be careful. I think Shintu Wuxia has that kind of feelings for you, hee. Qing Shan glanced at the ashen-faced Ice Queen and reminded her. If he dares, I will rip him apart, scoff. Ice Queen scoffed coldly. She didn't open her eyes, but her expression became more and more impatient. Of course, she knew that Shintu Wuxia's brain was filled with lust. When he looked at her, his gaze was filled with possessiveness. She was also clear that if her strength wasn't peak grade 9, Shintu Wuxia would think of a way to get her. Qing Shan smiled. He doesn't dare. However, that brat Yanran, I think she scoff. Shintu Xiong is a hero, so how did he give birth to 2 idiots? Shintu Wuhan is not bad, unfortunately. He was killed by Yi Qinghan. Qing Shan said a few words. Seeing that Ice Queen didn't reply to him, he shut his mouth in embarrassment. His eyes swept towards Ice Queen and he sighed. Such a top beauty, so strong, along with her cold aura, no wonder Shintu Wuxia was tempted. Men were just despicable. The harder it was to get, the more they wanted it. Qing Shan, follow me out. Half a month later, Qing Shan, who was in secluded meditation, was woken up by a voice transmission. Hearing that it was Shinta Wuxia's voice, Qing Shan sighed helplessly and walked out. Young master, sir told you not to go out. He walked out and saw Shinta Wuxia sitting impatiently in the hall. His eyes were filled with passion as he said, Young master, Ice Queen isn't fun? Why are you going out? What fun? She's cold like a dead person, and doesn't know how to suck up to people. Only that blockhead Wuya likes her. Shinta Wuxia said unhappily. Then she thought of something, and her eyes instantly lit up. Let's go. Accompany me to the Grace mainland. When I think of Miss Yanran's peerless charm, I can't sit still for a moment. Young master, let's wait for sir to come back. If something happens to you, I won't be able to bear the responsibility. Qing Shan acted like he was in a tough spot, but in his heart he was laughing coldly. Aren't you here? What can happen? Shinta Wuxia said unhappily. Wait for Shinta Xiong to come back? What would he do when he came back? Although King Yanran was only lower grade 9, how many grade 9 experts did the God world have? If it was like ancient times, not to mention a lower grade 9, even if it was Ice Queen level, he would still be able to play with her. But there were just too few grade 9 experts in the God world. If Shinta Xiong was here and King Yanran messed around, Shinta Xiong would definitely slap him away. The God world had reached its weakest period in history. There were very few grade 9 experts. If they lost the planar war and other planes attacked the God world would definitely be conquered and enslaved. Otherwise, with Shinta Xiong's temper, why would he let Mo Shanghuang and other lower grade 9 experts who were close to Yi Qinghan live? Therefore, Shinta Wuxia was very clear that if he wanted to get his hands on Yanran, it was the best chance for Shinta Xiong to go to the endless void. Yi Qinghan's methods are strange. Although I am not afraid of him, if he hurts young master and sir comes back, I will not be able to escape the blame. Qing Shan said faintly after losing his appetite. A cold light flashed in Shinta Wuxia's eyes. He waved his hand and said, now that father has gone to attack his nest, Yi Qinghan still has the mood to come to the God world? Besides, he hasn't appeared for more than 2,000 years, he might be cultivating in seclusion or something. Even if he appears with your peak grade 9 strength, you can't kill him, but protecting me shouldn't be a problem, right? Qing Shan, as long as you help me get King Yanran this time, I will owe you a huge favor. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for father. Qing Shan's eyes flashed with the light of his plan succeeding, but he pretended to be reluctant and said, Okay. Shinta Wuxia's spirit was lifted. He quickly sent a message to Ice Queen, then flew out of the Eternal Palace with Qing Shan, and teleported towards Grace Mainland. Chapter 12:19. Zhuyi, attack me with 3 layers of space power. In the endless void, 2 figures stood proudly in the void. The one on the left was a woman wearing a beige dress. She had an enchanting figure and beautiful facial features. Her expression involuntarily exuded the temperament of a noble queen. She was tempting to commit crimes, but at the same time, she made people feel that they should not be profaned. It was extremely contradictory. In front of her was a black-haired man. He wasn't tall or mighty, and was rather frail. However, he was wearing a fiery red armor, and his entire body was enveloped in a faint glow. There was a magnificent gem on his forehead, and it gave off a heart-palpitating aura. It made people feel as if he was an ancient god of war who had descended, insufferably arrogant. Zhu Yi's hands danced, and the surrounding spatial energy swept towards her. She then pushed her hands forward, and as the ripples in front of her chest surged, formless waves rapidly surged towards Yi Qinghan. One after another, they instantly formed 1,000 layers of waves. Like a tsunami, they enveloped Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's power of origin surrounded the armor. He stood proudly, his eyes cold. He used his body to resist the huge energy attack that was enough to flatten a mountain. Boom! A deafening sound and a light as bright as the sun rang out at the same time. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's eyes also lit up. An energy that was equal to a full blow from a lower level 9 martial artist hit him. And he actually did not retreat even half a step? It is indeed the first supreme spiritual treasure in the divinity realm. Zhu Yi, Attack with 6 layers of space power. Yi Qinghan shouted. His chi power became stronger, and his eyes shone with a cold light, looking majestic. Be careful. A trace of sadness flashed in Zhu Yi's eyes. Of course, she knew the abnormal defensive power of this fire god armor. She once had a chance to obtain this fire god armor, but one wrong step led to many wrong steps. At this moment, she had fallen to the point of becoming someone's sole slave. The 6 layers of space power turned into stormy waves and covered Yi Qinghan. Except for a loud sound and a dazzling flame, when the waves dissipated, Yi Qinghan's body was still standing in the same place, not retreating even half a step. Attack with all your might. The light in Yi Qinghan's eyes grew brighter. Zhu Yi did not hold back anymore. Peak rank 9 was about strength. How powerful would a full force attack be? At this moment it was clearly manifested. Along with the formless and silent 1,000-layer wave, the space shook layer by layer and was torn apart layer by layer. White scar-like cracks appeared in the void. It was a ghastly sight. The 1,000-layer waves carried a destructive aura as it surged towards Yi Qinghan. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart palpitated, and he almost teleported away. This thing was much more powerful than the spatial shattering blade stream, and its might would definitely be countless times greater. He did not expect to be attacked head-on by a peak rank 9 martial artist with such a shocking momentum. It felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, as if doomsday had arrived. In the end, Yi Qinghan chose to believe in the fire god armor. It was just that the origin energy on the surface of his body, the origin energy that protected his divine crystal and head, had increased slightly. Boom! Yi Qinghan's figure finally flew backward, accompanied by the turbulent 1,000-layer waves, shooting into the distance. But in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. In the next second, he teleported back to his original position. He was not injured at all, just a slight stuffiness. As expected of the Divine Realm's #1 supreme spirit treasure. Good stuff. Yi Qinghan stroked the fiery red armor on his body. Looking at the fire dragons swimming around the armor, his face suddenly lit up with pride. Although he was not sure if this thing could withstand dozens of attacks from a rank 9 supreme martial artist without dying, he knew that as long as this armor was here, a peak rank 9 would not be able to hurt him at all. Swoosh! The Soul Emperor Pavilion floated over from afar. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi disappeared from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Full speed ahead. Go to the Fire God's arcane realm first and send Zhu Yi back. Yi Qinghan immediately ordered after teleporting from the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to the 9th floor. Yi Qingyu was very familiar with the surroundings. She immediately controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion and flew quickly. Little Han, this armor is so strong. The Night Emperor looked at Yi Qinghan, the dim light in his eyes brightening. The stronger Yi Qinghan was, the greater the chance of revenge. Everyone's eyes also brightened. At least, Yi Qinghan's chance of survival was higher. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Yi Qinghan secretly smiled bitterly. As long as he was alive, there was indeed hope. But he was very clear that there was a bomb in his mind, a bomb that could blow him up at any time. And this bomb would definitely explode in 500 years. He had to kill Shintu Xiong in 500 years. He had to obtain the secret possession technique, help Xiaohe transform, and let everyone return to the divine realm. Yi Qinghan's gaze fell on Xiaohe, who was looking at him worriedly. Xiaohe had evolved. His strength had increased greatly, and his mystical abilities had become more and more strange. But he was very clear about Yi Qinghan's current mood. He was not as playful as he was in the past. He transformed into his human form and stood silently with Li Shui. Because of Yi Qinghan's silence, the atmosphere in the hall became awkward and oppressive. No one spoke. They sat silently and looked at the endless void outside. The massacre of Tsang City was a huge blow to Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan heard the news, he only roared angrily. After that, he did not mention this matter again. He also became even less talkative. Fireworks wanted to say a few words of comfort, but in the end, she did not speak. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew silently, like a ghost in the void. This time they flew in a straight line. In just half a month, they arrived outside the Fire God's arcane realm. Zhu Yi, you are free. A soul fire emerged from between Yi Qinghan's eyebrows and entered between Zhu Yi's eyebrows. Then he forced a smile and said, I had no choice but to violate you. I'm sorry. If your strength improves in the future, and you want to find me for revenge, I welcome you at any time. But I may not live to that day. Goodbye, let's meet again if fate wills it. Yi Qinghan looked deeply at Zhu Yi. The hatred he had for her in the past had disappeared without a trace after she violated him. Now he felt a little guilty. Originally, they were enemies. You wanted to kill me. I wanted to kill you. It was understandable that they used all kinds of methods. But no matter what, Zhu Yi was a woman. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, women were weak. And not only was she defeated by him, but she was also violated. Zhu Yi watched as Yi Qinghan's figure rapidly flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Her ears were still echoing with Yi Qinghan's sincere words. For a moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with all kinds of complex emotions. Resentment, unwillingness, relief, or something else. But she watched as the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor and floated away. After disappearing from her sight, Zhu Yi's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable sense of emptiness. It was as if Yi Qinghan had finished venting and pulled the artifact out of her body that day. After a long time, Zhu Yi faintly sighed and turned to enter the fire god's mystic realm. She knew that it would be difficult for her to forget this man for the rest of her life. Brother, where are we going now? Back to the Flame Dragon continent? After Yi Qinghan returned to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he kept looking at Zhu Yi. Everyone knew that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary. But Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, and no one asked. In the end, Yi Qingyu cautiously asked. Yi Qinghan shook his head, turned around, and pointed at the huge bright moon-like plain in the distance. His entire body was bursting with killing intent, causing everyone to feel a chill in the depths of their souls. Then, an even colder sentence came out of Yi Qinghan's mouth. Flame Dragon Continent. I have no face to return now. To the God Realm. Shintu Xiong killed my Yi family's disciples and massacred my Tsang city. I will kill his 2 sons, carry his son's head, and offer it to our Yi family's disciples. Chapter 12:20. Grace City. Yanran's little building was still as beautiful as before. The sky above the building was still shrouded by a faint sorrowful aura, which made the beautiful scenery seem to be covered by a layer of gray fog. My lady, go to the endless void and find Child Yi. It will be too late if you don't leave now. In front of the building, Lord Yanran was still playing the zither calmly. However, the sound of the zither was not as melodious as before. Instead, it sounded messy and unpleasant. Yanran wore a bright yellow dress and sat cross-legged on the carpet in front of the building. In front of her, 2 women knelt down and looked at the calm Lord Yanran anxiously. Clang. After a while, the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end as a string broke. Monarch Yanran stared at the broken string in a daze. After a long time, she sighed faintly and said, What will you do now that I'm gone? What about the revenge of my parents? What about the millions of people in Grace City? Besides, I don't know where Yi Qinghan is. Where can I find him? One of the 2 kneeling women was wearing a white dress. Seeing the desolate and confused look on Lady Yanran's face, she became more anxious and said hurriedly, My lady, you should go to a secret territory and hide for a while. The other woman also said anxiously, Yes, my lady, I think Qingshan has already found out that you are from the Black Phoenix clan. He must have encouraged Shintu Wuxia to take your body. You should leave now. Tomorrow is the last day of the 3 months. No need to guess. That's for sure. I used to fantasize about giving myself to Shintu Wuxia so that he could ask Shintu Xiong to kill Qingshan. How childish. How laughable. Yanran shook her head helplessly. Her face was full of self-mockery. The desolate look on her face was heart-wrenching. She stretched out her white hand and plucked the strings of the zither. She sighed and said, You should leave now. I can't. Shintu Wuxia has locked onto me. They are coming. What? The 2 women's expressions changed dramatically. Both of them were from the Black Phoenix clan. But their bloodline was not as pure as Lord Yanran's. They didn't have her talent either. They could clearly see the determination on Yanran's face. If Yanran died, The Black Phoenix clan would never be able to take revenge. Go. Monarch Yinran's voice became extremely cold and firm. The two women didn't move at all. The woman in white smiled sadly and said, "Since that's the case, let Yan Hong and Yanlu go with Miss Buzz." At this moment, space trembled, and an incomparably evil youth and a tall, burly man who looked like a demon god appeared outside the pavilion. The evil-looking man bowed elegantly, and the smile on his face was enough to move a girl's heart. "Miss Yanran, have you thought it through? Wuxia is willing to protect Miss forever." Monarch Yanran stood up gracefully and waved her hand for the two women to stand behind her. She then looked at Shinto Wuxia and said lightly, "Mr. Wuxia, Yanran would like to speak with you in private." Shinto Wuxia was overjoyed, and she was just about to agree when Qing Shan spoke first. "I'm sorry, the Lord has ordered that I'm not allowed to take half a step away from young master." Shinto Wuxia was startled. He immediately recalled that Yanran was much stronger than him, and did not speak. Shinto Xiong was not here, and if he was killed, it would be in vain. Monarch Yanran laughed mockingly, and looked at Shinto Wuxia indifferently. "Mr. Wuxia, is this all you've got? When you sleep with Yanran, do you want Qing Shan to be by your side to protect you?" This, Shinto Wuxia was embarrassed. It was not a good feeling to be despised, and to be despised by a goddess that he dreamed of. It almost drove him crazy. "Young master, you can invite her to the Eternal Palace. Your safety is guaranteed there." Just as Shinto Wuxia ordered Qing Shan to leave, Qing Shan's voice came. Shinto Wuxia was overjoyed, and he quickly said, "Miss, please follow me back to the Eternal Palace. As long as we reach the Eternal Palace, no matter what you want, I can promise you anything." Shinto Wuxia swears that if I betray Miss Yanran in this life, I will be punished by the Supreme God Emperor, and I will be killed, and I will fall into the 9 hells forever. Yanran looked at the cold sneer on Qing Shan's face, and she knew that her plan had been seen through. She sighed helplessly and leisurely walked towards the pavilion and said coldly, "Mister, please go back. You can't even satisfy a small request of mine. How can I believe your words?" Shinto Wuxia was provoked, and his face darkened. He turned to Qing Shan and said coldly, "Qing Shan, you leave first." Qing Shan cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to teleport away. He did not teleport too far, but hid in a mountain range in the Grace mainland, and used his divine sense to explore. If Shinto Wuxia was killed, although Shinto Xiong would not kill him, the trust he had built with Shinto Xiong would immediately collapse. "Miss Yanran, do you believe Wuxia's sincerity now?" Shinto Wuxia's face recovered instantly. His handsome face, evil smile, and the fact that he was the strongest person in the god realm. He indeed had the ability to make women fall in love. "You go first, I will have a chat with Mr. Wuxia." Monarch Yanran smiled faintly, and turned to Yan Hong and the other two girls. The two women took a deep look at Yanran and left in dejection. "Miss Yanran." Shinto Wuxia took a few steps forward, and held Yanran's small hand. He stared at Yanran with a face full of love, and said softly, "Wuxia has missed you so much. Take off your clothes. After you are done, do one thing for me, and if you can't do it, Yanran will not let you go even if I go to the underworld." However, Miss Yanran gently withdrew her hand, and then said something that made Shinto Wuxia's blood boil. Then his eyes suddenly widened. He saw Monarch Yanran slowly unbuttoning her shirt, revealing a snow-white skin that could make any man in the world suffocate. Xiao. Just as Shinto Wuxia was like a bull in heat, tearing apart the clothes on her body, Miss Yanran suddenly stopped taking off her clothes. Her pair of limpid eyes suddenly lit up, and then Shinto Wuxia's eyes suddenly became blank. Monarch Yanran activated her soul skill, and directly stunned the defenseless Shinto Wuxia. "How dare you? Yanran, if you dare to touch Lord Wuxia, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse." An angry roar sounded, and a demonic figure appeared out of thin air above Yanran's little building. Qing Shan's face was cold, and his killing intent soared into the sky, enveloping the entire building. He held a black spear in his hand, and it released a suffocating aura. "Haha, Qing Shan, you dog. Shinto Wuxia was killed under your protection. Now that Shinto Wuxia is back, let's see how you explain yourself. Even if I can't kill you, I will make your life miserable." Monarch Yanran sneered. She grabbed Shinto Wushia's head with one hand, and his waist with the other. Her target was Shinto Wushia's divine crystal. How dare you? Qing Shan's face changed, but he did not dare to move, because no matter how fast he was not as fast as Yan Ran. If Yan Ran did not want to live, Shinto Wuxia would have to die with her. Qing Shan, you dog. One day you will get what you deserve. Yi Qinghan. Yan Ran will go first. Yan Ran smiled miserably, and then her hand suddenly burst forth with divine power. She grabbed at Shinto Wuxia's head, and at the same time, her hand below suddenly grabbed at his back. You're courting death. Qing Shan was enraged, and the entire pavilion was torn apart by his aura. Flowers, grass, and trees were sent flying. At the same time, he brandished the spear in his hand, and a strange beast shadow condensed from the power of space roared and rushed towards Yan Ran. The domineering power made even the tens of millions of warriors in Grace City, 100 miles away, instantly change their expressions. Monarch Yan Ran was not afraid of the strange beast condensed by Qing Shan's space power. She was very clear that she was absolutely no match for Qing Shan. But at this moment, what made her incomparably terrified was that Shinto Wuxia's body actually moved. He quickly crushed a jade talisman in his hand, and his body actually lit up. Then, a powerful suction force pulled Shinto Wuxia away. Monarch Yan Ran was pushed back a few steps by an inexplicable force. Qing Shan, don't kill her. Wait for me. I want to torture this bitch to death. Before Shinto Wuxia's body disappeared, a voice transmission sounded in Qing Shan's ear. Qing Shan was overjoyed, and instantly understood that this must be the jade talisman that Shinto Xiong gave to Shinto Wuxia to save his life, and it was probably related to the Eternal Palace. In the past, Lord Devour also created such a jade talisman, and it instantly sucked people into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Immediately, he grinned and slightly retracted part of his space power. With a loud bang, Monarch Yan Ran was hit, and blood spurted out from her mouth. Bitch, you want to harm me? I want to see with my own eyes how you will be humiliated to death by Shinto Wuxia. Haha. Qing Shan strode downwards, and flew towards Monarch Yan Ran, who had half of her body smashed into the ground. His hand formed a claw, and he wanted to grab Yan Ran. Get lost. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded, and then under Qing Shan's astonished gaze, a fiery red figure quietly teleported over. On the surface of his body, there were 10 silver spears revolving around his body, and his eyes were cold, as if an ancient god of war had descended. It's you, Yi Qinghan? You are finally here. All of Monarch Yan Ran's bones and internal organs were shattered, and her face was drained of blood. Her body was in excruciating pain, but at this moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. Looking at the familiar back, she smiled sweetly. At this moment, she felt that even if she died now, it would be worth it. Yi Qinghan, haha. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Instead, you barged into the doorless hell? Die for me. Qing Shan laughed out loud. His hair and robes fluttered even though there was no wind. His long spear turned into a series of afterimages as it danced in the air. Then an even bigger beast shadow smashed towards Yi Qinghan and Yan Ran. Don't talk. Don't resist, and take care of your wounds. Yi Qinghan looked at the phantom in the sky mockingly, and said gently to Yan Ran. The moment the phantom beast smashed down, he took Yan Ran into the War Imperial Palace, and then stood proudly, preparing to resist Qing Shan's attack head-on. Boom! The ground within 100 miles shook, and even Grace City, which was 100 miles away, shook violently. Dust covered the sky, and a huge, deep pit appeared in Yan Ran's little hut. The explosion resounded in the sky, and even the cities thousands of miles away could hear it. Before the dust had completely settled, Qing Shan's originally ecstatic expression instantly turned ashen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A fiery red figure flew out from the deep pit, carrying Monarch Yan Ran on his back. He looked at Qing Shan arrogantly and sneered. Humph! Shinto Xiong is not in the divine world. Who else in the divine world can fight with me? Qing Shan, prepare to die. Chapter 12:21. His strongest attack. Yi Qinghan was completely unscathed. Qing Shan was at a loss. Even an ordinary 9th-grade supreme martial artist would vomit a few mouthfuls of blood after being hit by him. Could it be that Yi Qinghan's strength had reached Shen Tuxiong's level? This was simply impossible. No matter how talented Yi Qinghan was, it was still impossible. Moreover, if Yi Qinghan had such strength, he would have been dead the moment they met. Qing Shan was slightly relieved at this thought, but he was still retreating rapidly until he was above Divine Grace City. Only then did he look at Yi Qinghan with a hideous smile. At the same time, he quickly sent a message to Shinta Wuxia, asking him to send the Ice Queen over as soon as possible. Since he had completely surrendered to Yi Qinghan was his mortal enemy. If Yi Qinghan wanted to deal with Shen Tuxiong, he would kill them first. Yi Qinghan did not move. He just stood in the air above Yanran's little hut. He turned his head and stared at Yanran, who was behind him, and sent a message. Just now, Yanran sent a message saying that Shen Tuxiong had gone to the endless void and would not be back for a while. This news shocked him greatly. At this moment, he could not care less about killing Qing Shan. He needed to understand the situation first. After a while, Yi Qinghan had completely grasped the situation that Yanran had grasped. His eyes turned and he had a plan. He immediately sent a message to Yanran. Do you have any other important people? Let me bring you to a safe place first. Only Yanhong and the other two are also members of the Black Phoenix tribe. Yanran had a faint smile on her face. Her pale oval face was flushed, and the blood at the corner of her mouth made her look even more alluring. Although her injuries were almost healed by Yi Qinghan's soul ring, she was still entangled with Yi Qinghan like an octopus. She felt that ever since the moment her parents and clansmen were killed, she had never felt as safe and warm as she did now. Yi Qinghan's timely appearance had revived her originally dead heart. His tyrannical strength had also given her hope, and her heart was also intoxicated. Which woman in the immortal world didn't like the strong? Moreover, it was an expert who was loyal and affectionate to him. Yi Qinghan teleported downwards and shouted at the two women who were still stunned. Don't resist, I'll take you away. After throwing Yanran and her two tribesmen into the War Monarch Palace, Yi Qinghan turned into a dragon and flew up into the sky without even looking at Qing Shan, who had been targeting him. Leave! Qing Shan shouted angrily. The black spear in his hand danced, and another strange beast image condensed in the air. A strong pressure suppressed all the cultivators in Divine Grace City, who wanted to fly over to watch the show. It's Qing Shan's sovereign. Who is he fighting with? Why does that man in fiery red armor look so familiar? Why is Sovereign Yanran being carried by him? Yi Qinghan, it's Yi Qinghan. How dare he appear in the immortal world so openly? Is Sovereign Yanran being controlled by him? Although it happened abruptly, a few venerables in the city immediately used their divine senses to investigate. As soon as Qing Shan made his move, all the cultivators in the city were alarmed. Countless cultivators flew out from the nearby cities and flew towards Qing Shan. Obviously, no one knew what had happened. However, the name Yi Qinghan alone was enough to cause a sensation in the immortal world. In an instant, countless cultivators from the immortal world teleported to Qing Shan's location. Facing Qing Shan's attack, Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a mocking smile. He did not counterattack. Instead, under the shocked gazes of Qing Shan and the countless cultivators, a fiery red rhombus-shaped gem on his forehead flashed with a red light. Then he disappeared. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's figure appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. When he continued to fly high up in the sky, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. At that time, the phantom of the exotic beast that Qing Shan had condensed with the power of space was only 10,000 meters away from Yi Qinghan. The surrounding space was vibrating because of Qing Shan's attack. How could Yi Qinghan teleport? That was the biggest joke in the world. But the truth was the same as the mistress. Whether you believed it or not, she was there, ignoring all the losers. All she cared about was money, infertility. When Yi Qinghan's figure turned into a small dot and disappeared in the sky, everyone came to their senses. They all knew that the perverted Yi Qinghan had just returned and now he had left again. But this time he seemed even more perverted. Qing Shan's mouth opened slightly. His eyes were filled with confusion, fear, and of course disbelief. The fire god battle armor was an ancient treasure. Very few people in the god world knew about it, much less this fire god battle armor. One couldn't teleport when space was shaking. This was a widely recognized rule in the god world. If space was unstable, how could one use space to teleport? But Yi Qinghan did it. Qingshan blinked his eyes. He thought about how he was perfectly fine when he attacked him with all his strength. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his soul. Well, a moment later, when Qingshan still didn't understand how Yi Qinghan did it, the space above God Grace City started to shake. Then a few people appeared. Where is Yi Qinghan? Where is that B***tch Yanran? Qingshan, I am asking you where he is? Where is he? Shintu Wuxia and Ice Queen appeared together. Shintu Wuya was in charge of the Eternal Hall. After he was sucked into the Eternal Hall, Ice Queen teleported him over at the fastest speed possible. Halfway there, he heard that Yi Qinghan had appeared. He was even more anxious. At this moment, he didn't see a single person. He couldn't help but holler in frustration. He ran. Qingshan said embarrassedly, Yi Qinghan saved that B***tch Yanran. Hua. Blood Knight Monarch Mo Shanghuang, and the others who had just rushed over were in an uproar when they heard this. Yi Qinghan actually escaped from under Qingshan's nose, and even saved Monarch Yanran? Did Qingshan turn into a piece of trash? Or did he purposely let her go? Or, Yi Qinghan's strength had reached grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist? The last point was obviously impossible. Shintu Wuxia shouted angrily, trash. The moment she said that, Qingshan and everyone else's expression changed. Qingshan was at the peak of grade 9. Even Shintu Xiong didn't dare to say that. Qingshan's face turned green. Just as he was about to explode, a slight movement in the sky attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was shocked. They looked up in disbelief at the red shadow that was getting closer and closer to them. Yi Qinghan actually came back. He actually came back in broad daylight. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Yi Qinghan had gone mad. But Qingshan's expression changed. He remembered what Yi Qinghan said. Shintu Xiong isn't in the god world. Who in the god world can fight me? When Qingshan thought about the strange things that had happened to Yi Qinghan earlier, a strong sense of danger welled up in his heart, and an indescribable thought surged up in his heart. Leave this place immediately, otherwise he would die, and everyone here would die. Chapter 1222. Yi Qinghan. Kill him. Shintu Wuxia hadn't seen Yi Qinghan before, but he had seen his portrait. No matter where he was, he would hear about this person. Not only was this person the top genius of the god world, but he also had an irreconcilable blood feud with the Shintu family. Although Shintu Wuhan was killed by Yi Qinghan, Shintu Wuxia was actually grateful to Yi Qinghan. However, if he could kill Yi Qinghan now, Shintu Xiong's impression of him would totally change. He shouted out in joy. Only Qingshan didn't move. Ice Queen didn't move. Tianqi Monarch Mo Shanghuang and Hidden Ruler didn't move. Only the Blood Knight Monarch shot up into the sky furiously. Last time, he was heavily injured by Yi Qinghan in one move, causing his face to hit rock bottom, and he couldn't even lift his head up. Now that he had such a chance, why not take it back? Qingshan saw Blood Knight Monarch charge up and gritted his teeth. In the end, Ice Queen and Mo Shanghuang exchanged glances with one another and flew into the sky helplessly. However, it was obvious that their speed was a little slow. Only then did Shintu Wuxia fly up. However, his body was behind Qingshan and Ice Queen. He didn't want to be insta-killed by Yi Qinghan like Shintu Wuji. Yi Qinghan die. After Blood Knight Monarch charged out and saw that no one moved, he was terrified. He nearly turned around and fled. At this moment, everyone had their source energy protecting their bodies. Space power was condensed, so they were much more confident and hollered. The axe in his hand turned into a series of afterimages as it danced in the air. Then a huge fireball suddenly appeared in the sky, burning the air. It was like a comet crashing towards Yi Qinghan with a whistling sound. Qingshan wasn't willing to give up. He condensed a beast image that roared and charged towards Yi Qinghan. Ice Queen and Mo Shanghuang also condensed all sorts of attacks, especially the bird-like beast that Ice Queen condensed. The moment it appeared, the nearby space froze up. The temperature dropped by hundreds of degrees, and even the air started to freeze. However, the three of them did not attack. They were just sitting there. Trash like you. Yi Qinghan stood proudly in the sky, coldly looking down at the Blood Knight monarch. His biting cold killing intent enveloped everyone. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he activated the soul illusion. Then, the fire god's heart lit up again as his body disappeared from where he was standing. What? Qing Shan didn't tell everyone about his attack on Yi Qinghan, and how Yi Qinghan could teleport under the effect of spatial oscillation. When they saw Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly disappear, they were all shocked. What frightened them more was that the scene in front of them started to change. Everything around them became a vast expanse of whiteness. Grace City and Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Their soul consciousnesses could only reach several hundred miles away, and they couldn't even see Grace City. The Blood Knight monarch was scared half to death. He hurriedly came to a stop and stood guard. His divine sense spread out in all directions, and his origin energy surged out and surrounded his body. Emo Shanghuang and Emo Shanghuang didn't even attack. They were delighted and retracted their space energy. However, they didn't know whether or not Yi Qinghan would attack them because of their past relationship. They started to feel really uneasy. What is that thing? Shinta Wuxia was so terrified that half of her soul dropped. She quickly leaned towards Qing Shan, and only relaxed when she was behind him. Ice Queen and Qing Shan were astonished. However, their souls shook and they noticed that the white mist in front of them was slowly fading. They knew that this thing was only useful against grade 9, and didn't affect them at all. They relaxed slightly. Young Master Wuxia, teleport back to Eternal Hall. Yi Qinghan's methods are too weird. I am afraid that I won't be able to protect you. Qing Shan transmitted his voice to Shinta Wuxia as he fled into the distance. On the contrary, Ice Queen didn't move and continued to defend on the spot. Emo Shanghuang, Hidden Ruler, and Ice Queen understood Yi Qinghan's personality. Although they weren't friends with Yi Qinghan, they weren't enemies either. Yi Qinghan wouldn't attack them. Of course, at this moment, the three of them wouldn't be so dumb as to attack Yi Qinghan. From the start, the three of them didn't plan to attack him. Qing Shan, I can't teleport anymore. I only have one talisman and I used it just now. Qing Shan, bring me along. Qing Shan's speed was very fast, and in just a second, he had already traversed thousands of miles. However, when he heard Shinta Wuxia's voice transmission, his body suddenly stopped in midair, and he turned his head to look behind him with a sullen expression. At this moment, Shinta Wuxia was running in the direction that she was at a loss. She was panicking and didn't care about where she was going. F***CKU. Why didn't you find Ice Queen? I can't even protect myself now, and you want me to protect you? Qing Shan cursed. Just as he was hesitating whether he should escape or bring Shinta Wuji along, his eyes suddenly constricted. This was because he saw Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly appear in front of him. Then, the 10 silver spears on his body danced wildly in the air. In the end, they turned into 10 silver dragons and shot towards him from all directions. Stay where you are and don't move. Qing Shan transmitted his voice. He didn't care about Shinta Wuxia's life anymore. A strange beast with the body of a lion deer roared and appeared. Although Yi Qinghan's methods today were strange and made his hair stand on end. However, Qing Shan didn't believe that Yi Qinghan had already reached the strength of a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Especially when Yi Qinghan used the God Slayer spear. He could easily feel that Yi Qinghan's attack strength was only at the lower 9th grade. He was shocked. As expected, the huge strange beast with the body of a lion deer collided with the 2 God Slayer spears. It was like a metal beast colliding with a wooden stick. The 2 God Slayer spears instantly disintegrated. Then, the strange beast surrounded Qing Shan's body and destroyed the God Slayer spears one by one. However, the light on his body dimmed a little. Looks like this kid's strength didn't increase by much. Every time he teleported, the red diamond on his helmet would light up. Could it be that his terrifying defense and teleportation ability is due to this battle armor? Could it be that this is the legendary supreme spiritual treasure? Qing Shan's mind worked crazily. Yi Qinghan had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. No matter how talented others were, it was already amazing that they could break through to the God Emperor stage. Even if Yi Qinghan was lucky enough to comprehend the eternity of space and reach the 9th grade, it was impossible for his strength to improve so quickly. He thought of the legendary supreme spiritual treasure from the ancient times. His eyes suddenly lit up. Other than the supreme spiritual treasure, he didn't believe that any battle armor would have such a heaven-defying ability. His heart was burning with passion. So what if it was a supreme spiritual treasure? The quality of a treasure depended on the person using it, didn't it? Yi Qinghan's strength below the 9th grade was like a child wielding a peerless sword. Now he was facing off against an adult. Yi Qinghan couldn't kill him, and he couldn't kill him for the time being. But even if he had the supreme spiritual treasure, could his body withstand a few more attacks? Could his soul withstand it? The supreme spiritual treasure is mine. Qing Shan figured out the crux of the matter in an instant. He immediately destroyed all 10 of Yi Qinghan's spears, and controlled the strange beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer to charge at Yi Qinghan while roaring. Even if a child had a sword that could cut through iron like mud, how long could he wield it? Qing Shan's plan was very good. However, Yi Qinghan saw the changes in his expression. With a cold laugh, Yi Qinghan and the other strange beasts attacked him. He immediately teleported, then waved the 10 God Slayer's spears and continued to shoot at Qing Shan. As for the Ice Queen, Shintu Wuxie and the others, he didn't even look at them. Shintu Xiong wasn't in the immortal realm. There was really no one in the immortal realm who could kill him. As long as Qing Shan died, could Shintu Wuxie fly to the sky? Chapter 1223. Let's see how many times you can teleport. With your strength, the supreme spiritual treasure won't last long, right? Yi Qinghan attacked again. Qing Shan was not angry, but happy. At this moment, he was sure that Yi Qinghan could not hurt him. He only hoped that Yi Qinghan would not run away. He could wait for Yi Qinghan to exhaust his spiritual force after using the supreme spiritual treasure for too long. Then he could shatter his divine crystal soul ocean and take the supreme spiritual treasure. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not afraid of exhausting his spiritual force after using the fire god armor for too long. In fact, the fire god armor did not consume spiritual force. Once the fire god armor was activated, there was only a time limit. As for the time, it could be used for 3 months at a time. After that, the fire god armor would automatically absorb the essence of the world to replenish its energy. After that, it could be used again. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was not worried at all. He only condensed 2/3 of the space power in each attack, forcing Qing Shan to attack him with all his strength. Boom! The exotic beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer collided with Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear again and again, making earth-shattering noises. The shock waves turned into ripples and radiated in all directions. This caused the people below to exclaim in surprise and exclaim. More and more warriors gathered in Grace City, and the teleportation formation was still flashing, sending more and more experts from the divine world. Everyone was admiring this rare and incomparable battle. Not only were they here to watch the show, but they were also hoping to see if they could comprehend something from the battle between the peak experts. What they did not understand was, why were so many level 9 experts just standing there and watching? Only Emperor Qing Shan and the legendary Yi Qinghan were fighting there? And wasn't it said that Emperor Qing Shan's strength was second only to Shintu Xiong, the Star King? Why did they seem to be evenly matched? Yi Qinghan had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he was already at the peak of level 9? It's almost time. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly. He teleported again, and pretended to change his expression. His body shook and immediately condensed 10 God Slayer spears. 2 of them shot towards Shintu Wuxie in the distance, 7 shot towards Qing Shan, and 1 shot towards the Blood Knight Sovereign. Humph! You still want to hurt people in front of me? After defeating 3 of Yi Qinghan's attacks, Qing Shan's confidence was greatly boosted. At this moment, when he saw Yi Qinghan's expression change and his body sway slightly, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly condensed another strange beast. It first destroyed the 7 spears that were shot at him, and then it whizzed towards Shintu Wuxie's 2 spears. As for the Blood Knight Monarch, he didn't bother about him. No matter how weak the Blood Knight Monarch was, he should be able to resist the God Slayer's spear, right? But suddenly, the spear turned around and didn't stab at the Blood Knight Monarch. Instead, it made a circle in the air as if it knew it couldn't kill the Blood Knight Monarch with one strike. Instead, it shot toward Qing Shan. Qing Shan had destroyed countless of Yi Qinghan's Godslayer spears. Naturally, he was clear that the might of these Godslayer spears was not great. Even if one of the spears hit him, he would at most suffer some minor injuries. At this moment, the strange beast that he condensed with the power of space had already intercepted the two Godslayer spears that were attacking Shinto Wuxia. At this moment, he could only take it head-on. Boom! The strange beast with the head of a lion and the body of a deer easily destroyed the two spears that were attacking Shinto Wuxia. The surface of Qing Shan's body was surrounded by the power of Source, and he was prepared to take the last spear head-on without any fear. Swish! But at this moment, Qing Shan's soul suddenly trembled. The billions of golden soul threads in his mind crazily penetrated into his soul sea. Although Qing Shan's soul trembled, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he sneered in his heart. He thought that Yi Qinghan had probably revealed his true intentions at this moment. Tisk! In the next second, Qing Shan's entire body trembled. That seemingly weak Godslayer spear had finally collided with the power of Source outside his body. There wasn't a violent collision as he had imagined. Instead, that Godslayer spear actually spun crazily. Then, it actually caused the power of Source on the surface of Qing Shan's body to spin along with it. It easily penetrated the power of Source on the surface of Qing Shan's body, and finally struck his divine crystal, causing it to explode. Then there was no then. Qing Shan's pair of bell-like eyes opened wide. The corner of his mouth still had a mocking smile as his body fell down powerlessly. Boom! Under the frightened gazes of tens of millions of warriors, Qing Shan's body fell heavily on the square of Grace City. There wasn't even a speck of dust raised. His eyes were still wide open as he looked up at the sky, as if he still couldn't believe that he had died just like that. There were already 30 to 40 million warriors in Grace City. However, at this moment, all of them widened their eyes and looked at the square, at Qing Shan, who had half of his body sunk into the ground, in silence. Only the faint sound of the teleportation formation was heard, which made the situation in the square extremely strange. He actually killed Qing Shan. He has cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he can actually kill an upper level 9 expert head-on. He really is the #1 peerless genius in the god world. Ice Queen's cold and pretty face suddenly blushed. Her small mouth slightly opened. Her startled expression, along with her peerless beauty, was breathtaking. The others were still in the soul illusion, but they could still vaguely sense Grace City below them. Most importantly, the battle had stopped, but Qing Shan's aura had disappeared. However, Yi Qinghan's aura was still faintly present. Everyone's expression changed, especially the Blood Knight Monarch and Shinto Wuxia. Their bodies trembled, and a feeling of despair surged in their hearts. Yanran, I have avenged your clansmen. A cold voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it rang in the ears of the experts in the sky and the tens of millions of warriors below. Shinto Wuxia and the Blood Knight Monarch trembled even more violently. The two of them actually shot in two different directions, escaping crazily. Blood Knight, if you dare to run even half a step, I will slaughter your entire city. A voice that was even colder than before rang out. The Blood Knight Monarch's fleeing body suddenly stopped, as if he hadn't moved at all. This voice suddenly made him understand one thing. Without Shinto Xiong, he would die no matter where he ran, and he would drag his clansmen down. Chi. The Blood Knight Monarch only took half a second to figure it out. He knelt down in midair, and the sound of the wind could be heard as he knelt. With a bitter expression, he continuously kowtowed and howled. Yi Qinghan, Lord Yi, spare my life. Yi Qinghan, you dare to kill me? I will make your grandfather and all your relatives die, without a complete corpse. Shinto Wuxia simply stopped running. He stood on the spot and roared angrily. His appearance was ferocious and terrifying, like an injured beast. Chi. What answered him was 10 ghost-like God-Slayer spears. The terrifying aura and murderous aura from the spears made Shinto Wuxia lose his courage. He hugged his head and shouted in the air. Yi Qinghan, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, everything is negotiable. Boom. 9 God-Slayer spears returned, and the last one violently slammed into Shinto Wuxia's body. In an instant, his body flew out like a ball. Blood spurted out, and his limbs hung limply. His internal organs and bones were shattered. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's figure teleported and appeared in the middle of Shinta Wuxia's flight. He raised his long legs high and turned into a series of afterimages, smashing down heavily on Shinta Wuxia's waist. Shinta Wuxia turned into a ball again and smashed towards Divine Grace City below. Boom! Beside Qing Shan's corpse, another deep pit appeared. Shinta Wuxia's body was badly mutilated, and more than half of his body was smashed into the deep pit. He was only breathing in, but not out. He was already in a half-dead state. Xiao! Yi Qinghan's figure teleported again, scaring the nearby martial artists into hurriedly retreating. After that, Yi Qinghan half-knelt beside Shinta Wuxia. The soul ring in his hand flashed, helping Shinta Wuxia heal his injuries. After that, when Shinta Wuxia woke up and looked over in surprise, a huge fist was smashing fiercely towards his chest, directly smashing a bloody hole in his chest. The soul ring continued to light up, followed by another punch. Continue to heal, continue to smash. Gada gada. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground, staining Shinta Wuxia and Yi Qinghan's delicate and pretty faces red. Divine Grace City was dead silent. Only the sound of teeth chattering could be heard. The rumors were not wrong. This Yi Qinghan is indeed a demon in human form. So savage. So violent. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, half kneeling on the square, lifting Shinta Wuxia up again and again, healing him, and then smashing him into the ground again and again. They felt a chill run down their spine from head to toe. After a long while, Yi Qinghan's movements finally stopped. He lifted up the badly mutilated Shinta Wuxia and wiped the blood off his face. He grinned at Shinta Wuxia and said faintly, "My kin, my clansmen, one less. I will make your life more painful than death. Bastard, when I use my methods, even I am afraid of myself. Do you understand?" Chapter 12:24. Shinta Wuxia's body convulsed, and his handsome face was completely deformed. The muscles on his face trembled, and a tearing pain came from all over his body. However, this pain was already numb, and he could not feel it. He struggled to open his eyelids, which were sticky with blood, and looked at Yi Qinghan's slightly hideous face. His soul trembled. How could there be such a cruel person in this world? Shinta Wuxia, who had grown up in the Eternal Palace and had never been humiliated in the slightest, had a strong psychological endurance. At this moment, he almost collapsed. Yong used all his strength and nodded. He opened his mouth and weakly said, "Don't hit me. I'll help you save him. Please don't hit me. I will die." Yi Qinghan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, under Shinta Wuxia's horrified gaze, he threw another punch, smashing Shinta Wuxia into the ground. This time, Shinta Wuxia's entire body was smashed to the point that only her legs were left on the ground. Trembling slightly, hiss gasps sounded. When Yi Qinghan stood up, his gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone hurriedly retreated. There were even some who could not bear the cold murderous intent in Yi Qinghan's eyes and fell to the ground in fright. Finally, Yi Qinghan looked at the Blood Knight Sovereign in the sky. His cold and emotionless voice rang out again. "Blood Knight, get down here." Whoosh. The Blood Knight Sovereign felt a chill, but he did not think for long. He immediately flew down and knelt on one knee. His face was flushed, and he pleaded in a low voice, "My lord, I knight, was blinded by the demon blood. Please be magnanimous and spare me this once. I promise." The crowd in the city sighed again. They had seen people kneel and beg for mercy before. But a ninth-grade war god, a supreme existence of the continent's sovereign, kneeling and begging for mercy, was a first. But thinking about it, if the Blood Knight Sovereign did not beg for mercy, with the hatred between him and Yi Qinghan, and with Yi Qinghan's current level of brutality, it would be normal for Yi Qinghan to crush him to death. Was face or life more important? When a person was faced with a choice, that person's character could be best reflected. It was obvious that Blood Knight Monarch's character wasn't very unyielding. Yi Qinghan, stop killing. Leave a spark for the divine world. Otherwise, the divine world will suffer a crushing defeat in the next planar war. Before Yi Qinghan could say anything, a cold voice sounded in his ears. Yi Qinghan looked at the Ice Queen in the air and didn't say anything. He turned around and picked up Shinta Wuxia, teleporting away. Yi Qinghan had left, and the murderous aura that had shrouded the entire Grace City had also disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt excited and scared at the same time. Then they thought of the battle between Yi Qinghan and Shen Tuxiong, which would bring chaos to the entire divine world and blood into rivers. The soul illusion in the sky was removed. Mo Shanghuang and Blood Knight Monarch looked down at Qingshan's corpse and were filled with emotions. Yi Qinghan didn't touch them, which meant that Yi Qinghan was still the same Yi Qinghan. However, his strength made the two of them feel ashamed and regretful. If they had followed him, then they wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation and awkwardness. The Ice Queen didn't have any expression on her face. She stood coldly in the sky and watched as Yi Qinghan teleported towards the Star Ocean. In the end, she sighed. Shinta Wuxia, have you heard of a demon beast called the bone-devouring bug? It's said that these bone-devouring bugs can devour human bones slowly, bit by bit. I've never experienced that kind of pain, but I've seen it before in a material plane. If you can't save my family, I'll put 10,000 bone-devouring bugs on you and let you have a taste. How does that taste? You know that I have the soul ring, and I definitely won't let you die. Do you understand what I mean? On the starry sea, Yi Qinghan carried Shinta Wuxia and stood proudly in midair. The barrier of the Supreme Island in the distance had already been activated, and the Eternal Palace in the sky had already disappeared. Evidently, they had received the news. I know. I will get Wuya to let them go, but, sir, can you promise not to kill me? Shinta Wuxia nodded her head, obediently, and then asked carefully. It was like she was afraid that if she angered Yi Qinghan, he would punch her a few hundred more times. Yi Qinghan said expressionlessly, "You should know how I am. If your father knows how to be a person, I will let you live." Shinta Wuxia felt that Yi Qinghan's words were a little ambiguous and said hesitantly, "Scoff. I can kill Qingshan, but you don't believe that I can break Supreme Island's barrier. Eternal Palace was crafted by Battle Emperor. Don't you know about my relationship with him? I'll give you one last chance, or else." Yi Qinghan exerted some force in his hand, and suddenly grabbed Shinta Wuxia's neck. With just a little bit of force, Shinta Wuxia felt as though her neck was about to be broken. Immediately after, she saw the source energy on Yi Qinghan's fist start to emerge again. Immediately, she was so frightened that she nodded her head vigorously like a little chick pecking rice. Shinta Xiong's useless son is so different from the son I killed. Yi Qinghan sneered and quickly flew towards Supreme Island. Since Shinta Xiong wasn't in the realm of gods, there was really no one in the realm of gods that could stop him. His divine sense was extremely powerful, and he could even vaguely sense the Eternal Palace in the sky above Supreme Island. Therefore, he was certain that Shinta Xiong wouldn't be hiding in the realm of gods. Otherwise, he would have appeared long ago. Yanran wouldn't lie to him either. "Sir, wait, I will send a message to Wuya." After flying above the Supreme Island, Shinta Wuxia immediately sent a message. But after a while, her face turned bitter. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said, Wuya, there's no reply." Yi Qinghan snorted and slowly raised his hand. The surrounding power of space surged towards him, and a huge palm suddenly appeared in front of him. Then it slammed towards the void in front of him. Buzz. The huge palm floated towards the distance. However, wherever the palm passed, the space would tremble and turn into ripples. Then a magnificent golden palace slowly appeared. The Eternal Palace that was hidden in the parallel space was shaken out. "Send a message to Shinta Wuya. If he doesn't hand over the person, I can only destroy the Eternal Palace by force. Although the Eternal Palace's restriction is powerful, I can tell you clearly that I am the successor of the Battle Emperor. I believe you have heard of the Battle Emperor's palace before. It is in my hands right now." Shinta Wuxia believed Yi Qinghan's words a little because they knew a little about the Battle Emperor. Shinta Xiong was the disciple of the Battle Emperor. He was very clear about this. Sealed God Valley was the tomb of the Battle Emperor. He also knew that Yi Qinghan was able to walk out of Sealed God Valley back then. If he said that he had nothing to do with the Battle Emperor, no one would believe it. To give up the Eternal Palace and his and Wuya's lives for a few ordinary people? Shinta Wuxia didn't need to consider this option. Therefore, he sent more messages. After a moment, Shinta Wuya finally sent a message. He stated a condition: release Shinta Wuxia and he will release the person. Release the person first and we can discuss anything. If you don't, you will bear the consequences. Yi Qinghan didn't give in. In the end, Shinta Wuya's message was cut off again. Shinta Wuxia was so angry that he almost cursed. However, Shinta Wuya had a dull and inflexible personality. He couldn't do anything about it. You won't repent until you see the coffin. Yi Qinghan snorted. 10 spears whizzed out and stabbed towards the Eternal Palace. Chapter 1225. Boom. When the God-Slayer's spear touched the Eternal Palace, it started spinning crazily. Its speed and power reached the limit, and it collided with the Eternal Palace. The Eternal Palace suddenly lit up with a golden light that radiated tens of thousands of feet. Then, the entire palace shook violently, and was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. The light on it also dimmed. I'll send you a message. Do you believe that I can shatter the restriction of the Eternal Palace after 30 attacks? After attacking, Yi Qinghan did not continue to attack, nor did he chase after them. He only said to Shinta Wuxia coldly. He started to feel nervous. In fact, he was not confident that he could break the restriction of the Eternal Palace. If Battle Emperor's remnant soul helped him, it might be possible. He could only try to trick Shinta Wuxia and Yi Qinghan. When Shinta Wuxia saw that a casual strike from Yi Qinghan had actually sent the Eternal Palace flying so far away, coupled with the fact that Qing Shan had died at his hands, she naturally believed it completely. She immediately began to transmit messages. Clearly, Shinta Wuya was also frightened. Moments later, the Eternal Palace's light shook, and dozens of warriors were teleported out. Lil Han? It's Lil Han. Haha. Clan leader, Lil Han is here to save us. Yi Tianlong, Yi Qinyo, and the others were in the Eternal Palace and did not know what was happening outside. Suddenly, the scene in front of them changed and they were teleported out. Yi Qinyo looked around and saw Yi Qinghan on Supreme Island. He immediately widened his eyes and roared. Yi Qinghan was shocked. This was the first time he smiled since coming to the immortal world. His body flashed and he teleported over, immediately bringing everyone into the War Imperial Palace. Then, under Shinta Wuji's shocked expression, he did not stop and sealed Shinta Wuxia's divine crystal. He threw it into the War Imperial Palace and immediately flew towards the Blood Knight continent. After Yi Qinghan left, the tens of millions of martial artists on Supreme Island all heaved a sigh of relief. They had received news that Yi Qinghan had killed Qing Shan and was teleporting towards Supreme Island. Everyone was terrified. They all knew that Shen Tuxiong had sent people to the Fire Dragon continent to massacre cities. They thought that Yi Qinghan would also massacre the entire Supreme Island. On the Blood Knight continent, there was a place called the Poison Dragon Swamp. It was the third most dangerous place in the divine world. Yi Qinghan quickly moved through the swamp, following the route that Yao Ji had taken last time, and easily entered the cave. In a fork in the cave, a beautiful woman was sitting inside, quietly reading a book. Suddenly, her eyebrows twitched and her body tensed up. A moment later, it flew out in ecstasy, directly into a frail body, and hugged it tightly. Little Han, you've finally come out. I was so worried. The enchantress raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately. There was a faint sparkle in her eyes, and her face was a mixture of anger and joy. She was extremely beautiful. Enchantress, let's talk about this later. Let's leave the immortal world first. Go into the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan caressed Yao Ji's hair and kissed her forehead gently. He kept this woman, who had been guarding this place for thousands of years, into the War Emperor Palace, then flew out of the Poison Dragon Swamp, directly into the sky, and into the boundless void. Outside the boundless void, a 9-story pagoda was flying slowly nearby. When it saw Yi Qinghan coming out, it immediately shot over like a rocket, pulling Yi Qinghan in, and turned into a shooting star, drifting towards the Fire Dragon Plain. Grandpas, third uncle, old ancestors, elders, Yi Qinghan has caused you to suffer, and caused the deaths of millions of people in Song City. Yi Qinghan has let you down. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan threw Shinta Wuxia, who was sealed in the Divine Crystal, into the first floor. Then he transported Yi Tianlong, Yao Ji, and the others from the War Emperor Palace to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Suddenly he knelt to Yi Tianlong, the Night Emperor, and the others, his face full of grief and shame. Fireworks, Yao Ji and the others, as well as the Yi family elders beside Yi Tianlong, also knelt down. Yi Tianlong's tears flowed freely, and Yi Qinggu hugged Yi Qingniu and cried bitterly. Everyone thought of the tens of millions of people in Song City who had been killed. For a moment, they were heartbroken, and the atmosphere in the Seoul Emperor Pavilion was extremely stifling. Yao Ji did not understand what had happened, and quietly sent a message to Fireworks to ask about it. Little Han, get up. This is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Shen Tuxiong. You just have to remember to cultivate hard and avenge them. After a moment, the Night Emperor and Yi Tianlong picked up Yi Qinghan, their eyes shining with hatred. The enmity between the Yi family and Shen Tuxiong could not be resolved no matter what, and the only way left was for them to fight to the death. Yi Qiu Yi Chun kneel. Abruptly, Yi Tianlong shouted at the two senior members of the Yi clan with a stern face. The two senior members trembled and immediately fell to the ground, kneeling down with a terrified look on their faces. Qingniu, kill them. Yi Tianlong's eyes were full of pain. He turned his head away from the two of them and shouted at Yi Qingniu coldly. Yi Qinghan and the others were confused. They saw Yi Chang's killing intent burst forth and was about to attack, while the two of them paled, not daring to say anything. They only looked pitifully at Yi Chang, as if hoping that Yi Chang would plead for them. The two of them were Yi Chang's grandchildren, and they had refined divine crystals to become gods. Wait! Yi Qinghan spoke, looking at Yi Tianlong in confusion. Unexpectedly, Yi Chang did not wait for Yi Tianlong to explain. Divine power burst forth from his hands and directly hit the two of them on the head. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief and fell to the ground. Little Han, third uncle has let you down. These two bastards revealed information about the mystery realm of reincarnation. Yi Chang looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of shame. His fair and unshaven face was flushed red, and he looked like he was too ashamed to show his face. Not good. Shen Tuxiong went to the endless void. Does he know the location of the mystery realm of reincarnation? Yi Qinghan's face paled. She did not know much. She only knew that Shen Tuxiong, Monarch Wind and Moon, and Ing Kuei had brought 100 venerables to the endless void. She did not know where they went. Combining this information, she realized that Shen Tuxiong might know the exact location of the reincarnation plane. She immediately asked Yao Ji to transport herself to the first floor of the Seoul Emperor Pavilion. She hurriedly went to find Shen Wuxia, who was looking around. As a result, the news was immediately confirmed after he asked. Shen Tuxiong had gone to Mount Pan. He was a lord of the divine world, and had the qualifications to obtain the map of the divine world. Monarch Wind and Moon had created a divine tool similar to the Seoul Emperor Pavilion, and was currently rushing to the mystery realm of reincarnation. Once the information was confirmed, everyone's expression changed. The mystery realm of reincarnation was a medium-level plane. Shen Tuxiong could easily enter. Once he entered, Lord Devour's clone would not be able to defeat him. There was only one outcome. Everyone in the mystery realm of reincarnation would die. Yi Qinghan's women, children, Venerable Li Quan, Lei Zhen, Flying Rain, soul-devouring city's senior elders, countless people were in the mystery realm of reincarnation. If these people died or were captured, it would be an unprecedented blow to Yi Qinghan. Li Shui'er, Fireworks, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, and the others were all trembling uncontrollably. Their faces were filled with fear. Li Shui'er subconsciously let out a mournful cry. She went to hug Xiaohei, but ended up falling to the ground. In her panic, she had forgotten that Xiaohei was a spirit body. Yi Qinghan saw this scene and his face darkened. He forced himself to calm down. However, when he thought of Yu Qingcheng, Yi Sahan, and the others facing an incomparably dangerous situation, he could not calm down. Don't be hasty. Mo Xiaoxiao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. After attracting people's attention, she said faintly, Our Lady has guessed that Shen Tuxiong will find the mystery realm. She has set up some barriers by the space vortex. Let's go back to the Fire Dragon continent to see her first. Yi Qinghan and the others were a little relieved. Lord Devour was the symbol of an expert in their hearts. Moreover, She was more intelligent than others. If she had prepared, there should be hope. Lady, do you know that Shintu Xiong's current strength has reached the peak of grade 9 Supreme Elder? However, Monarch Yanran, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly said something that made people's hearts beat faster. Of course, Lord Devour didn't know that Shintu Xiong's strength had increased again. Yi Qinghan's face became cold. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He shouted, Yao Ji, go to the Fire Dragon continent as fast as possible. Chapter 1226. The Flame Dragon continent was still shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. The Holy Land, Song City, was massacred. This was a big blow to the Flame Dragon continent. At the same time, it made countless people grieve. Everyone was thinking, if their Frostharch came back and saw the new graves outside Song City, how sad would he be? Without Frostharch, the Flame Dragon continent would have been destroyed. Of course, this was news that Lord Devour deliberately spread. Therefore, the people of the Flame Dragon continent worshipped Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan's deeds in the God world came back, the people of the Flame Dragon continent were even more proud. Therefore, everyone hoped that their Frostharch would come back. With Yi Qinghan here, they had a backbone. But they also hoped that he would not come back. They were afraid that Yi Qinghan would be sad. Afraid that he would bleed. The Soul Emperor Pavilion finally arrived, slowly descending in the sky above Song City. Countless warriors waiting outside Song City all flew up, looking at the Soul Emperor Pavilion with complicated emotions. Buzz. When a familiar blue figure appeared in the sky, everyone shivered. Their noses felt sour, and they wanted to cry. They all gazed at that expressionless face, wanting to say something, but they couldn't. Yi Qinghan's eyes did not linger on them. He looked at the ruins of Song City and the countless graves in front of it. He did not speak, and there was no murderous aura around him. His face was expressionless, but deep in his eyes was sorrow. He slowly flew downwards and everyone hurriedly followed him. Fireworks and the others looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. They wanted to send a voice transmission to comfort him, but in the end, they didn't. They slowly followed Yi Qinghan and flew towards the graveyard. Plop. Yi Qinghan knelt in front of the graves, scaring the people behind him. They all knelt. Yi Tianlong, Night Emperor, and the others also knelt. Although they were senior, the dead were more important. Many of them were not members of the Yi family. They died because of Yi Qinghan and the others. Yi Qinghan respectfully bowed 3 times, then raised his head and let out a sorrowful howl. His voice was incomparably lonely and desolate, incomparably sorrowful, incomparably furious, and filled with killing intent. This voice was not amplified by divine power, but it seemed to resound through half of the House of Ares. Countless Fire Dragon citizens in the city all trembled, feeling an inexplicable sorrow. Needless to say, Yi Qinghan's temperament was more emotional. He valued affection the most and was extremely impulsive. Back when the Flame Dragon City was massacred, even though Yi Qinghan's strength was still very low, he dared to lead the Wind Emperor and the others to conquer the entire Star Sea, declaring war against the #1 force in the immortal realm. His temperament could be seen from this. The descendants of the Yi family, who had been reproducing for thousands of years, numbered in the millions. Now there were less than 100 of them left. It wasn't hard to imagine the sorrow and guilt in Yi Qinghan's heart. The murderous intent and hatred in his heart were so strong. Everybody looked at Yi Qinghan's back, which wasn't considered broad. His shivering shoulders felt an inexplicable pain. Yi Qinghan had shouldered the death of millions of people on his shoulders. When they were about to send some people to comfort Yi Qinghan suddenly stood up. Then he teleported, disappearing from his spot. There was a beautiful dark castle in the dark forest. On the rooftop of the castle, fresh flowers were still blooming. Clusters of green grapes hung on the grape trellis, which looked so alluring. This time, Lord Devour didn't sit on her chair. Instead, he stood on the edge of the rooftop with his back facing the grape trellis, looking into the distance quietly. Swoosh. As soon as Yi Qinghan appeared on the rooftop, Lord Devour shivered. He struggled to turn around, his emotionless face showing a gleam of shame. Looking at Yi Qinghan, his mouth twitched. Eventually he sighed. Little Han. I'm sorry. Yi Qinghan forced a smile, shaking his head. It's not your fault, my lord. Lord Devour sighed, his face a little gloomy. I have to take some responsibility. If I had been more cautious that year, I would have asked Little You to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion to pick you up. This tragedy wouldn't have happened. It's my fault. Let's not talk about this. It's meaningless. The dead are gone. We should consider the living more. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said hurriedly, My lord, Shen Tuxiong knows the location of the secret reincarnation domain. Wind Moon Sovereign has helped him refine a flying divine weapon. Moreover, he has become the lord of the divine world. At this moment, his competence has reached the peak of 9th grade. What? Lord Devour's face changed, asking, When did he leave? Yi Qinghan was also anxious. At least 3 months ago. Oh no. It's too late for the Soul Emperor Pavilion to pick him up. Shen Tuxiong has reached the peak of 9th grade? I'm afraid the previous barrier is useless. No. I'm going to arrange it first. Lord Devour's face changed completely. His body transformed into a snow-white rabbit, closing his eyes. Apparently, the clone of the secret reincarnation domain had taken action. Yi Qinghan's face darkened. Pondering for a while, he gritted his teeth and disappeared from the rooftop. Yao Ji, bring Shinta Wuxia out. Back in Song City, Yi Qinghan said in a low voice to Yao Ji. Yao Ji's eyes turned cold, and she immediately teleported away. She then carried Shinta Wuxia, who was looking around in confusion, and flew over. Shen Tuxiong, you killed my people. Now, I will use your son's blood to pay tribute to them. One day, I will bring your head back to pay tribute to them. God Emperor, if I can't do it, Yi Qinghan would rather die. Yi Qinghan grabbed Shinta Wuxia with one hand, and the Slaughter God saber appeared in his hand. He raised his hand, and the saber fell. A head rolled down. The eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. Yaoji, go. Fireworks, stay in the Fire Dragon continent. Tell Lord Devour that I'm going to the secret reincarnation domain first. Throwing the headless corpse in his hand, Yi Qinghan teleported to the Soul Emperor Pavilion with the Yao Ji. Before anyone could react, seeing the Soul Emperor Pavilion light up, the three of them and Xiao Hei's faces changed. Qinghan, take us with you. Boss, I'll go with you. Fireworks, and the two of them flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Xiao Hei turned into a gust of wind and enveloped the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I'm not going to die. I'm just going to save someone. I'm confident that even if I can't kill Shen Tuxiong, I can still protect myself. What are you all going for? Yi Qinghan's voice sounded out helplessly. However, the women's expressions were unusually resolute. Xiao Hei condensed into a human form and stuck tightly to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan sighed and said, Forget it. Yao Ji, bring them in. Let's go together. The women were instantly overjoyed. The Yao Ji pulled Lear in as well. Then the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a shooting star and flew towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. Night Emperor Yi Tianlong and Mo Xiaoxiao and the others did not make a fuss about following. They just looked at the sky sadly. Every time something happened, it was Yi Qinghan's shoulders that were not broad enough to shoulder it. This made them feel extremely ashamed. Especially Night Emperor, he felt even more ashamed. Everyone looked at the sky with heavy expressions. They were all worried. Although Yi Qinghan's strength had improved a lot, and he could even kill Qing Shan, who was at the peak of 9th grade in the immortal realm, Shen Tuxiong's strength had reached 9th grade supreme martial artist. However, Shen Tuxiong's strength had reached 9th grade sovereign, and had even obtained the overlord's position. His strength had even reached the pinnacle of 9th grade sovereign. Could Yi Qinghan be his opponent? The Soul Emperor Pavilion spun madly and broke through the void of the Fire Dragon plane. Then it pulled Monarch Yanran, who was waiting outside, into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Monarch Yanran was a 9th grade martial artist. She could not enter the material plane. Shinta Wuxia, on the other hand, was a false 9th grade martial artist. He did not have any godly aura, but he could enter. The Soul Emperor Pavilion paused for a moment and flew again. It turned into a shooting star and flew into the endless void. Chapter 1227. The map of the divine world clearly shows that the reincarnation plane is nearby. Why can't we find it? Strange. Could it be that the map is wrong? Impossible. In the endless void, a large black bird with white light on its surface was slowly flying in the void. In the middle of the large bird's hall, Shinta-xiong was holding a jade slip in his hand. His sword-like eyebrows were tightly furrowed. From time to time he would scan the jade slip with his divine sense, and from time to time he would look at the nearby planes in the void, comparing them. My lord, is there something wrong with the map? The South Mountain sovereign, Ing Kuei, stood at the side with a fawning smile and asked carefully. Impossible. The God Emperor wouldn't make a mistake. As the manager of Pan Realm, who knows it better than him? Shinta-xiong shook his head and said firmly. Thinking back to the last time he went to the planar battlefield to ask for a map of the divine world, the divine emperor revealed a trace of his aura. Shinta-xiong still had a lingering fear in his heart. The God Emperor? Lord, is the God Emperor really as omnipotent and invincible as the legends say? Ing Kuei's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Wind Moon Monarch's eyes also lit up as he listened. I don't know if he's omnipotent, but he's definitely invincible, Shinta-xiong said with certainty and then waved his hand. Let's not talk about the God Emperor too much. AI, where is this reincarnation plane? Ing Kuei's eyes flashed as he pointed at the super-large whirlpools outside. Lord, do you think it's inside these spatial whirlpools? Wind Moon Monarch was dazed, then shook his head resolutely. How is that possible? Even if Lord is sucked in by the spatial whirlpools, it'll be hard to get out. How could Devoured Diawu and Yi Qinghan go in? No, it's possible. Shinta-xiong's eyes lit up. Did you forget about the Soul Emperor Pavilion? The Soul Emperor Pavilion is many times stronger than the Flying Phoenix. It must be. Wind Moon Monarch, control the Flying Phoenix to fly around. Let me check. Shinta-xiong was shocked. He hadn't thought about this before. The Flying Phoenix flew around the spatial whirlpools for a few days. Shinta-xiong checked and compared. He easily found the passage that the Soul Emperor Pavilion used to enter the reincarnation plane. It's here. The distance between the two spatial vortexes is quite far, so the suction force isn't that strong. If I'm careful, I can easily pass through the two vortexes and enter the back of these vortexes. Huh. Devour Diawu Yi Qinghan, let's see how you survive this time. Shinta-xiong laughed heartily. The suffocation of the past few months completely swept away. He waved his hand and pointed to the front as he ordered. Wind Moon Monarch, fly in that direction. I will kill everyone in the plane of reincarnation, and leave no one alive. However, after Shinta-xiong finished speaking, the Wind Moon sovereigns did not move, and even Ing Kuei became somewhat hesitant. The two of them looked at Shinta-xiong with awkward expressions, wanting to say something but hesitating. Although the distance between these two spatial vortexes wasn't as close as the other spatial vortexes, their suction was still extremely powerful. These spatial vortexes were no joke. Once they were sucked in, they didn't know if Shinta-xiong could come out, but they would definitely die. It was true that they had sided with Shinta-xiong. If Shinta-xiong wanted them to kill or fight with others, they wouldn't hesitate, but to send them to their deaths. What are you afraid of? These spatial vortexes aren't as powerful as you think. It should be fine if we fly slowly. Shinta-xiong's face darkened, clearly noticing the hesitation of the two. The Wind Moon Monarch's mind turned and his face lit up with joy. He had an idea and sincerely said, Sir, the Flying Phoenix is large and its suction force is even greater. If the Flying Phoenix is sucked into the spatial vortexes, how will we return? How about I wait outside? And that's right. Ing Kuei, come with me to take a look. Shinta-xiong thought about it and felt that it made sense. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he locked onto Ing Kuei. Ing Kuei couldn't find a reason, and could only nod with a crying face. The two of them jumped off the Flying Phoenix and carefully flew inside. Ing Kuei's speed was extremely slow, like a snail. Only after Shinta-xiong coldly snorted did he slowly increase his speed. Chi-chi. As they got closer and closer to the spatial vortexes, a strange suction force started to affect the two of them. Ing Kuei and Shinta-xiong sensed it and felt slightly relieved. They continued to fly slowly, and after an hour, they reached the center of the two vortexes. Shinta-xiong sensed it and let out a sigh of relief as he laughed. Haha, Inkue, I was right, the suction force here is a bit weak. The two vortexes' suction force is restricting each other. That's right, Yi Qinghan and the others definitely entered from here. Inkue wiped the cold sweat off his face and nodded, not daring to refute, but he became even more nervous. It felt like he was walking on a steel wire with knives all around him. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. Shen Tixiong looked relaxed on the surface, but his divine sense was constantly scouting. If it wasn't for the fact that his hatred for Yi Qinghan and Shi Diawu surpassed his fear of this place, Shen Tixiong would have retreated long ago. Especially Yi Qinghan's strange supernatural power. If he didn't get rid of it, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease in the divine world. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and fly forward. They're here. Shen Tixiong, there's a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There's no gate to hell, but you barged in. Soul Emperor, Diawu will take revenge for you today. Inside the reincarnation secret realm, Lord Shi, who was sitting cross-legged in an elegant pavilion on the reincarnation island, suddenly opened her eyes. There was no fear in her eyes but excitement. As soon as Yi Qinghan sent her the news, she immediately made many arrangements. There was only one path to enter the reincarnation secret realm. At this moment, Shen Tixiong and Inkue had bumped into the small restriction she had set up, which alerted her. Yi Qinghan and the Yao Ji were controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion, flying from the Fire Dragon continent to this place. However, it would take them a few months to arrive. Without the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the people inside the reincarnation secret realm couldn't escape even if they wanted to. However, because of the special terrain outside the reincarnation secret realm, as well as her foresight, not only was Lord Shi not afraid, she was also full of fighting spirit. She quietly flew up to the sky, her divine sense sweeping through the demon devourer, Yu Qingqing and the others. She revealed a sweet smile, turned into an afterimage, and flew into the endless void. Left. Shen Tixiong's origin power revolved around him, and the power of space also condensed quietly. His divine might was released, and his spirit was highly tense, sensing the suction force between the two whirlpools. Behind him, Inkue was drenched in cold sweat. The deeper they flew, the stronger the suction force. He even had the urge to turn back. However, it was hard to get off the tiger, so he could only grit his teeth and follow Shen Tixiong. Haha, Inkue, look ahead. Suddenly, Shen Tixiong stopped, and said with a loud laugh, but his eyes were shining brightly in front of him. Inkue was startled, and immediately looked ahead. He saw a blurry white light in front of him, and was instantly overjoyed. He shouted, "There really is a plane, it's the reincarnation plane, that's right, it's definitely the reincarnation plane." "Humph, this is indeed the reincarnation plane, but the two of you have no hope of entering. Shen Tixiong, Inkue, prepare to die." At this moment, the blurry light in front of them was blocked by a fiery red figure. A bone-chilling voice rang in Shen Tixiong and Inkue's ears, and their expressions changed. Inkue used his divine sense to check, and immediately shouted, "Devour Butterfly Dance." Chapter 12:28. Ah, what's Sir doing there? Inside the reincarnation secret domain, Kid was sitting with Li Shirshir in a private room. His hands had reached into Li Shirshir's robe, enjoying the soft fragrance brought by his sexual desire. At this moment he paused, mumbling suspiciously, "Sir? Kid, what's wrong?" Li Shirshir, the king of the reincarnation secret domain, blushed. She was kissing Kid's body, her clothes disheveled. She was bewildered, asking suspiciously, "I don't know. Sir's out of this place." "Yeah. I'm going to check. Take off your clothes. If you come back with half of them, I'll use the venomous dragon spear to kill you." Kid pondered for a while, and then laughed evilly. His body flashed, chasing after Lord Devour, heading into the endless void. *TCH. Let's see where you can run to today. As soon as Kid got out, he heard a shout. Shen Tixiong released a tremendous murderous aura. His bright eyes gazed at Lord Devour in front of him. Although he had shouted, he didn't move. Quite the contrary, he was more anxious, scanning the surroundings. All of a sudden, Shen Tixiong felt something different in the space around him. His face changed dramatically, and a shiver came from deep in his soul. It was the signal of fatal danger. Thinking that he was in the middle of two vortexes, he suddenly understood why Lord Devour dared to say such arrogant words. Run? Why do I need to run? Shinta Xiong, the Soul Emperor died because of you. Today, I'll take revenge for him. In Kuei, you don't want to be a good monarch but a dog. Today you'll die with him. Lord Devour sneered, sending a message to Kid to stay put. Then, a pair of beautiful hands danced. A massive palm appeared in front of her, whistling as it flew toward her. With your low competence, you want to deal with His Excellency? His Excellency can crush you with just one finger. In Kuei sneered continually. He had finally found the reincarnation secret domain. Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and Kid, how could they not die? However, he felt something wrong in the next second. A huge force rushed at him from behind, and his body actually flew forward violently. In Kuei was so scared that smoke rose from his soul. He hurried to release space power to stabilize his body, while turning into a strange beast to resist Lord Devour's palm. There was only one person by his side. Needless to say, the palm strike on his back was from Shinta Xiong. Furthermore, at this moment, his divine sense detected that Shinta Xiong was actually retreating explosively. In Kuei was anxious and angry, but he was even more perplexed. Why did Shinta Xiong attack him? Why should he retreat? With the strength of a grade 9 sovereign, how could he be afraid of Devour Diawu? The next second, his doubts were solved. As Lord Devour's giant palm moved, the space around them glowed with 7-colored divine light. Then, a terrifying aura covered In Kuei. All the barriers that Lord Devour had set up had been activated. God damn it, Shinta Xiong, I will *CK your entire family for 100 generations. If In Kuei still didn't understand at this moment, he would really be a fool. It was obvious that Shinta Xiong had discovered Lord Devour's restriction in advance. At this moment, he wanted Shi Yen to attract and trigger these restrictions so that he could escape. Bang! A burst of electric arcs flashed, and a violent explosion rang out, causing the entire space nearby to shake. In Kuei's eyes were as big as a cow's, and the muscles on his face were completely twisted. Lord Devour's attack wasn't powerful, and the restrictions explosion wasn't powerful either. It wasn't enough to kill him. However, under Lord Devour's attack and the restrictions explosion, his body flew 1,000 meters toward the space whirlpool on the left. A huge suction force acted on In Kuei's body, pulling him toward the center of the whirlpool. In Kuei was like a beast that had fallen into a trap, struggling to survive. He kept shouting and struggling. However, his body was still slowly drifting toward the center of the whirlpool. His speed was getting faster and faster, and eventually he disappeared into the whirlpool. Hiss! Jida's heart was pounding as he watched from behind. At first, when he saw someone flying toward the reincarnation secret realm, his face changed in fright. After realizing that it was Shinta Xiong, his soul almost left his body. Then, when he saw that Lord Devour had already set up the trap, he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, when he saw that Shinta Xiong had sent In Kuei to his death, easily breaking the restriction, and dodging the attack, his face changed again. However, when he saw that Lord Devour's face didn't change, his heart was in his throat again. His soul consciousness locked on Shinta Xiong, his eyes flickering. Shinta Xiong saw that In Kuei was mercilessly sucked into the space whirlpool, without any sound or movement. Shinta Xiong's face turned pale, his heart still fluttering with fear. If he hadn't sensed that something wasn't right and immediately pushed In Kuei away, he would have been the one falling into the space whirlpool. Lord Devour had a good trick, using the space power and the restriction at the same time. He didn't want to kill the enemy, but just moved the two of them, using the space whirlpool to trap them. What's wrong? Shinta Xiong, you don't dare to come anymore? I can tell you clearly that Yi Qinghan has gone to the God world and killed your 2 sons. Also, Qingshan Yi Tianlong and the others have been rescued. Haha, you're all alone now, without any descendants. When Yi Qinghan comes back, you will die for sure. Lord Devour stood at his spot, looking at Shinta Xiong coldly as he spoke leisurely. Kid was shaken. He didn't know if what Lord Devour had said was true or not. He didn't understand why Lord Devour would provoke Shinta Xiong in such a situation. Shinta Xiong was also shaken. Then he sneered mockingly, Bitch, if you want to make up a lie, you should make it a better one. How could that bastard Yi Qinghan kill Qing Shan with his meager strength? You don't believe me? Lord Devour wasn't moved. He said leisurely, haha, Yi Qinghan didn't have the ability to kill Qing Shan before, but it's different now. No matter how different he is, how many years has he cultivated? Less than 10,000 years? Reaching the 9th grade supreme martial artist in less than 10,000 years? Are you trying to fool a kid? Shin Tuxiong couldn't deny it. Lord Devour said coldly, haha, Shin Tuxiong, have you ever heard of a supreme spirit treasure? If Yi Qinghan has a supreme spirit treasure, do you think he can kill Qing Shan? Supreme spirit treasure? Shin Tuxiong's pupils shrank. Of course he knew about supreme spirit treasures, but he still didn't believe it. He said, even if he has a supreme spirit treasure, he can't kill Qing Shan. A supreme spirit treasure is powerful, but can it make a lower 9th grade cultivator reach the 9th grade supreme martial artist level? What a joke. That's the biggest joke in the world. What if this supreme spirit treasure is the fire god's armor? What if Yi Qinghan has already refined the chaotic divine crystal and reached the upper 9th grade? Do you think it's possible? The Eternal Palace is powerful, but you seem to have forgotten who made it. Yi Qinghan is the disciple of the Battle Emperor. Haha. Shin Tuxiong, you massacred Song City. Do you think Yi Qinghan will be satisfied if he doesn't kill your 2 sons and the Supreme Island? Haha. Lord Devour laughed wantonly. He laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. He completely ignored Shin Tuxiong, who was only 10,000 miles away from him. He seemed to have forgotten that Shin Tuxiong was a peak 9th grade supreme martial artist. Behind him, Jida was confused. His palms and back were covered in sweat. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lord Devour and Shin Tuxiong's actions were too strange. They were so close, but Shin Tuxiong didn't come to kill them. Lord Devour seemed to be provoking Shin Tuxiong on purpose. The two of them talked nonsense, which made Jida very confused. Swish. Suddenly, Shin Tuxiong moved. He dashed forward. Jida's body tensed. He gathered the power of space. A few invisible giant dragons hovered around him, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Lord Devour moved too. His eyes were filled with the light of success. He laughed and waved his beautiful hand, sending out a huge palm. Chapter 1229. B***TCH, do you think I'll be fooled? Shin Tuxiong roared, then retreated rapidly. In just a few blinks, he had disappeared from their sight, dashing into the endless void outside. What? Jida was even more bewildered. Why did Shin Tuxiong suddenly retreat? He exhaled in relief, but then he saw Lord Devour's body soften, almost falling. In just a blink, he had figured out the key. Lord Devour had scared Shin Tuxiong away. Shin Tuxiong didn't know if Lord Devour had set up any restrictions or not, so he had tried to probe. Lord Devour had also tricked him to provoke him. It had created a false impression that Lord Devour had tricked him to attack, so that he could trigger the restrictions and fall into the space vortex. And the truth was, it was possible that this passage didn't have any restrictions anymore. Now, seeing Lord Devour's appearance, it wasn't just a possibility, but a confirmation. Jida, help me keep an eye on it. I need to set up a restriction now. Lord Devour's body shook a little, then he forced himself to calm down. He didn't even bother to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead as he turned into a dragon, flying forward. Swoosh. Countless array heartstones shot out from his hand. At the same time, Lord Devour released his god power, dancing in the air. Light flashed around him. Countless array heartstones and formation tools were shot to the designated spots, and then she used her god power to guide them, preventing the space vortex from sucking them in. Half an hour later, Lord Devour had created a barrier that looked like a spider web. Light flashed, and the colorful spider web was pulled away. The surroundings resumed their tranquility. At first glance, there was nothing. Even the soul consciousness couldn't sense anything. At this moment, Lord Devour flew back, his face tired and frightened. Her understanding of restrictions wasn't high. If the enchantress were here, it would be much easier. Setting up such a restriction had already consumed a lot of her brain power. Thinking about the situation, Lord Devour sighed. If Shin Tuxiong had come, she and Jida would have been finished, and so would everyone in the reincarnation's secret domain. Jida looked at Lord Devour with admiration. This woman was so smart. If it were him, he would have been exposed. Sir, are you all right now? Kid swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then asked, Is what you said about little Han true? Half real, half fake. One of Qing Shan and Shin Taxiong's sons was indeed killed by little Han. And at this moment, he and Yao Ji are rushing over. After resting for a while, Lord Devour's eyes were still solemn as he sighed. Originally, I thought that I could smash Shin Taxiong into the space vortex this time. I didn't expect to fail on the verge of success. Shin Taxiong's strength has indeed reached the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist. His vigilance is incomparably strong. Sigh, this is troublesome. What's the trouble? How dare he barge in? You can still trap him with a restriction. If we attack together, won't he fall into the spatial whirlpool? Jida said disapprovingly. Humph. You're too naive. Lord Devour shook his head. My formation skills are limited. If Shin Taxiong wakes up and sends people to die in the front, he will follow us from the back. Do you think we are his opponents? Ah. Jida's face changed drastically. Lord Devour was right. If Shin Taxiong sent people to open the way while he was at the back, once the restriction was broken and he came in, it would be the death of all of them. Jida was slightly panicked and said, What should we do? There's no other way. Lord Devour sighed and said, Now I hope that Shin Taxiong will find out later. When Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji arrive, with Yao Ji's restriction and little Han's strength, we will have the capital to contend with Shin Taxiong. If Shin Taxiong comes in earlier, we will be dead. Jida blinked his eyes and suddenly thought of a problem. He quickly asked, Then sir, can't you set up a few more restrictions? The place where I set up the restriction is the best and has the strongest suction force. The other places don't have much effect. I will set up a few more small restrictions. Hopefully, we can wait for little Han's arrival. Lord Devour quickly set up some small restrictions in the air. Then he and Jida sat cross-legged in the void, waiting for Shin Taxiong's next attack. Of course, they were also waiting for Yi Qinghan and the others' arrival. What? There's a restriction on the passage, and Ing Kuei was accidentally sucked in? Shin Taxiong's face was dark as he came in from the Flying Phoenix and explained. The Wind Moon Monarch's face changed. He thought that he was lucky that he didn't follow them in. Otherwise he would have been dead. It seemed that the reincarnation's secret domain was in there. Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan had chosen a good place. They could advance and retreat at the same time. If this continued, when Yi Qinghan's strength continued to increase, he wouldn't even know what the divine world was. It seemed that after returning to the divine world, he shouldn't be too close to Shin Taxiong. If Yi Qinghan came back, he would end up like Ing Kuei. Shin Taxiong's face darkened. He didn't care about what the Wind Moon Monarch was thinking. He was thinking about Lord Devour's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He knew about the Fire God battle armor. It was the #1 supreme spirit treasure in the divine world. As the favorite disciple of the Battle Emperor, how could he not know about it? If Yi Qinghan got the Fire God battle armor and refined the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal, it was possible that he could kill Qing Shan and kill his 2 sons. Ah. Yi Qinghan, Devour Diawu, you 2B****. Don't fall into your father's hands. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. Abruptly, Shin Taxiong roared, his murderous aura surging. The Wind Moon Monarch and the 100 venerables in the back hall were shivering in fear. They were afraid that Shin Taxiong would vent his anger on them. The more Shin Taxiong thought about it, the angrier he got. Thinking about the restriction in the passage and Lord Devour's mocking expression, he was angry, helpless, and bewildered. He didn't dare to gamble. Although his strength had reached the peak of the God realm, it was like the sealed God Valley in the past. Even though venerables could come out, Grade 9 experts didn't dare to take the risk. Although he didn't believe that the spatial whirlpool could trap him, he didn't dare to try. Wind Moon Monarch, do you understand restrictions? Do you have the confidence to break Devour Diawu's restriction? After a moment, Shin Taxiong seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up as he locked onto the Wind Moon Monarch and shouted, I don't really understand. Lord, it's not that I'm afraid of death, It's just that Devour Diawu's restriction skill is comparable to the Soul Emperor's, and the Soul Emperor's restriction was learned from the Battle Emperor's restriction manual. The Battle Emperor's restriction skill is number 1 in the divine world. The Wind Moon Monarch's pupil shrank. Not to mention that he didn't have the confidence. Even if he did, he wouldn't help Shin Taxiong. Moreover, even if he broke the restriction and killed Devour Diawu, what benefits would he get? Would Shin Taxiong give him the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal? Trash. Let's return to the divine world first and think about it later. Shin Taxiong felt a headache. Adding on the fact that he was anxious to confirm Lord Devour's words, he was filled with worry. If he couldn't go in now, then he could only retreat and think of a way. The Wind Moon Monarch let out a sigh of relief and quickly sent a message to the 100 venerables in the back hall. They controlled the Flying Phoenix and flew towards the divine world. Chapter 1230. In the Boundless Void. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flew rapidly. Yao Ji had the best understanding of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and was also the most proficient in controlling it. She controlled the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly faster than Lord Devour and Yi Qingyu. The atmosphere in the Great Hall of the 9th floor was still gloomy. Ever since Yi Qinghan entered, he went into a small hall alone and opened the barrier. Yanran Fireworks, Li Shuayer, and the others were left to sit in the hall. Over the past few months, Monarch Yanran and Fireworks had gotten used to it. Although Yi Qinghan and Yanran didn't say anything about their relationship, Monarch Yanran and Fireworks had gotten used to it. However, Fireworks and the others knew how romantic Yi Qinghan was. When Queen Yanran looked at Yi Qinghan, even a blind man could see the love in her eyes. How could they not understand? Although he felt a little sour in his heart, he had already brought the person back. What else could he do? Fortunately, Monarch Yanran had a good temperament, and she had joined the sect later. Yi Qinghan had even helped her kill Qingshan, so she was extremely grateful. Under her intentional flattery, the other women accepted her. Besides, Yanran was a level 9 expert and a soul cultivator. She was powerful and could be a great help to Yi Qinghan. Xiaoyu, go and persuade Qinghan. He will definitely listen to you. Fireworks frowned, and her long eyelashes trembled. Her face was full of worry. Yi Qinggu was also very anxious. Yi Qingyu also became worried when she heard this. She shook her head and said, "Brother, when he is upset, he doesn't like to be disturbed. He likes to be alone." Fireworks froze. He thought back to when they were at the stream of Yin spirits. Yi Qinghan had left alone with a low roar. Her heart ached. Yi Qinghan was always looking for a secluded corner to lick his wounds when he was hurt, annoyed, and in pain. This was also one of the shining points that attracted all the girls. "I'll go take a look." Yanran suddenly stood up, smiled, and walked towards the side hall. Fireworks and the others didn't want to disturb Yi Qinghan, but when they saw Yanran volunteering, although he felt a little sour in his heart, he still felt slightly relieved. Yanran had just married into his family. Yi Qinghan would be too embarrassed to reject her, right? In fact, Yi Qinghan wasn't injured. He was healing himself. He was refining the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal. In the new soul space, the Soul Sea could explode at any time. Yi Qinghan originally did not intend to refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. It was just that there was a high chance that he would face Shin Taxiong in the reincarnation mystic realm this time. He really had no confidence, so he could only grit his teeth and refine the Chaos Divine Crystal. At this time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had already been flying for a month, and Yi Qinghan had already refined it for a month. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with incomparable rage. "I'm such an idiot, stupid pig." Yi Qinghan scolded himself and raised his hand, wishing he could give himself a slap. Because he was worried about the safety of his loved ones in the secret realm of reincarnation, he hurriedly refined the Chaos Divine Crystal. But now he discovered a very serious problem. It wasn't that he couldn't refine the Chaos Divine Crystal, but in fact, the Chaos Divine Crystal had already completely fused with his divine world, and could no longer be separated. He had forgotten one thing. Refining the Chaos Divine Crystal required time. The Chaos Divine Crystal easily fused with Yi Qinghan's Chaos Divine Crystal. He felt a very pure power begin to cover his Chaos Divine Crystal. The divine power within the chaos divine crystal immediately turned from the original purple color to a dark gold color. After a month, it had already turned golden. This meant that the divine power had begun to grow crazily, and after the quantitative change, it had reached a qualitative change. His divine power had already reached the level of a 9th grade supreme martial artist, and it was still growing. It was just that divine power was easy to grow, but the power of space did not. He felt that there was a golden energy within the chaos divine crystal that was slowly seeping into his chaos divine crystal. The speed was comparable to a snail's crawl. Although he didn't know what the golden energy was, he could guess that it was probably the essence of the chaos divine crystal. When the golden energy completely seeped into his chaos divine crystal, he would be able to control more space power. He thought of Lord Devour, who had spent 1 to 200 years to advance from the peak of 7th grade war god to 9th grade. Considering the current situation, he understood that to completely refine the chaos divine crystal, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. But after 1 to 200 years, he wouldn't even know if he was dead or alive. If he refined the chaos divine crystal, it would be a waste. Moreover, it would only take a few months to go to the secret realm of reincarnation. After refining the chaos divine crystal, his strength would be no different from not refining it. That was why he was so angry. God damn it. I should have asked Lord Devour earlier. This chaos divine crystal is refined like this. Yi Qinghan touched his nose embarrassedly. He had completely wasted the chaos divine crystal. If he gave it to Jida or Yanran, they could have created a peak of 9th grade martial artist. Walking around the room, Yi Qinghan cursed himself. Finally, he sat down helplessly. Since he had refined it, there was no use regretting it. He checked the chaos divine crystal again, and realized that refining it had nothing to do with him. The energy in the chaos divine crystal seeped into the chaos divine crystal automatically. He didn't need to go into seclusion to control it. It would take about 3 to 4 months to go from the fire dragon dimension to the reincarnation dimension. There were still more than 2 months left. What should he cultivate? How could he improve his strength in these 2 months? Yi Qinghan's mind was spinning, but he laughed at himself. It was wishful thinking to want to break through in 2 months. He stood up and wanted to walk around to see fireworks and the others. However, seeing them reminded him of the dead martial artists on the Fire Dragon continent. He didn't dare to see them. Buzz. At this time, the restriction in the room was touched by someone, and it lit up slightly. Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. Usually, when he was in seclusion, fireworks and the others would not dare to disturb him. He used his divine sense to check and found that it was Yanran. He remembered that after saving her, he hadn't talked to her properly. He quickly opened the restriction and let her in. Today, Yanran was wearing a light yellow robe. She had an oval-shaped face and a graceful bearing. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and a sweet smile. Her peerless charm caused Yi Qinghan to tremble. After Yanran walked in, she sat on the jade bed next to Yi Qinghan and said with concern, Yi Qinghan, are you okay? Everyone is worried about you. You are their pillar of support. You can't fall. I'm fine. I've been through more dangerous situations. I won't fall. Yi Qinghan's heart ached and he forced a smile. He asked with concern, Yanran, are you used to leaving the divine realm? Yanran nodded heavily. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes blinked. She smiled and said, I am used to it. You killed Qingshan for me, and I feel relieved. As long as I can go back to the Qingshan tribe to pay my respects to my parents and tribesmen, I will have no regrets. Thank you, Qinghan. Thank you for fulfilling my wish. Yanran is willing to do anything for you. Oh, when Yi Qinghan heard the last sentence, his heart skipped a beat. He recalled that in Yanran's little house, Yanran had taken off her clothes, revealing her snow-white back and the black phoenix that was about to take flight. He couldn't help but feel his throat dry up. But now was not the time to think about such things. He remembered the tragedy in Song City, and the danger in the secret realm of reincarnation. His face darkened. Yanran was a soul cultivator and a woman. She could easily see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. She wanted to use her body to help Yi Qinghan resolve his sadness. At the same time, they confirmed their relationship. But they didn't know what to say, and the two became awkward. Amidst the awkwardness, there was a hint of ambiguity. It was very strange. After a moment of silence, Yanran glanced at Yi Qinghan and said shyly, "Qinghan, what are you thinking about?" Yi Qinghan was also embarrassed. He said casually, "I am thinking about how to improve my strength. To be honest, I am not confident that I can defeat Shen Tixiong. But there are only 2 months left before we reach the secret realm of reincarnation. How can I improve my strength in 2 months?" "I have an idea." Yanran's eyes brightened as she opened her mouth and blurted out. After that, she became shy as a blush appeared on her face. The blush slowly spread to her ears, making her look extremely alluring. What is it?" Yi Qinghan was very surprised and asked curiously. However, he found that Yanran's appearance was not right. Her face was as red as an apple and her whole body was hot. When she occasionally glanced at him, her eyes seemed to be dripping water. Yanran lowered her head and clenched her white fingers. After a long time, she said shyly, "Have you forgotten my identity? I am from the Black Wind clan. My virginity might help you improve your strength. Do you want to try?" Chapter 1231. The Black Phoenix Race. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. He thought of the Black Phoenix on Yanran's back, and then looked at Yanran's expression. He couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. He subconsciously wanted to move, but he felt that the timing wasn't right, so he hesitated. Should I do it or not? I can't do it. The bodies of the Yi family members haven't even turned cold, and I'm already indulging in romance. Isn't that too much of a beast? No, I'm doing this to increase my strength. If I can really increase it a little, won't I have more confidence in dealing with Shen Tixiong? I have no choice but to kill Shen Tixiong and save people. Isn't that so? If I think this way, it seems a little shameless. Should I do it or not? That's a problem. Yi Qinghan became bashful, and his mind started to struggle. He couldn't help but glance at Yanran, but he also forced himself to turn his head away. He was in a difficult position. Haha. Yanran covered her mouth and giggled. She saw Yi Qinghan's embarrassment, and felt that it was funny and a little bashful. However, if Yi Qinghan didn't take the initiative, how could she be embarrassed? Saying such bold words today had already made her feel extremely ashamed. However, with this smile, the teasing in her eyes became even more intense. Her eyes were full of love, and it was extremely moving. Logically speaking, I should do it. This is beneficial to everyone, but I shouldn't do it. The bodies of the Yi family members haven't even turned cold, and Qingqing and the others are in danger. No, I should do it too. Yanran has been with me for so long, it's time to give her a proper status. That's not right either. I can only live for a few hundred years. If I take Yanran, there will be one more sad person after I die. I can't harm her anymore. Yi Qinghan scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on. Finally, he thought of the ticking time bomb in his mind. He might not live for more than 500 years, so he resolutely decided not to harm Yanran. However, when he finally made up his mind and turned around to reject her, a fiery body pounced over and hugged his neck. A fiery and delicate body pounced over and hugged his neck. Then, 2 soft and tender lips pressed against his and clumsily began to suck on his lips. A pink tongue stuck out from her mouth, like a snake's tongue, and clumsily tried to enter Yi Qinghan's mouth. At first, Yanran was amused by Yi Qinghan's hesitation, but she found that he had already been hesitating for an hour. His expression was uncertain. He didn't look like he was acting, and he looked like he was really considering, so she couldn't help. In the beginning, he only had a favorable impression of Yi Qinghan, or it could be said that it was a kind of transaction. However, just as she was about to be killed by Qingshan, Yi Qinghan suddenly appeared. His back was not considered broad, but at that moment, it was so imposing that it moved her heart. In addition, Yi Qinghan had helped her take revenge, so her heart was completely tied to Yi Qinghan. For hundreds of thousands of years, she hadn't fallen in love. Now that she was aroused, she was like a young girl falling in love for the first time. She wholeheartedly wanted to follow Yi Qinghan. Seeing him hesitate, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She steeled her heart and took the initiative, preparing to use the stupidest method: cooking rice. Yi Qinghan's mind was very strong. Towards his enemies, he could be as cold as winter snow. In the past, outside Soul Emperor Island, he had killed 1.3 billion people. In the face of power, he had never yielded. Outside Flame Dragon City, under the pressure of supremacy Evil Moon, he had said no even in the face of certain death. However, his resistance towards beauties was completely negligible. He was a sentimental person, and especially in this kind of situation, his heart had completely softened. Of course, there were some things that immediately hardened and became as hard as godly metal. Monarch Yanran was undoubtedly a beautiful woman. She had the special spiritual body of the Black Phoenix tribe, the unique temperament of a soul cultivator, and the status of a high and lofty monarch. This made her fatally attractive to men. At this moment, she was like a young girl clumsily asking for a kiss. This made Yi Qinghan feel even more stimulated, and his mind surged. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decisively responded. His 2 hands skillfully embraced her fiery body. One hand began to gently caress her perfectly round buttocks, and the other hand subconsciously reached forward and grasped a plump place. His hand was warm and smooth and full of elasticity. His mouth didn't stop. He stuck out his tongue and began to guide Yanran's little pink tongue. The 2 tongues were like 2 dragons playing with a pearl, entangling, drilling in and out, incomparably ecstatic. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan had forgotten about his conflict and rejection just now. Unknowingly, the 2's robes began to fall to the ground. Unknowingly, the atmosphere in the room began to become enchanting. Unknowingly, the sound of pa 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 could be heard in the room. Of course, there were also the sounds of a woman moaning and a man panting. The scene made people's blood boil, and they couldn't control themselves. Both of them were incomparably immersed in their feelings, and they desperately catered to each other. What they didn't know was that the Black Phoenix tattoo on Yanran's back had quietly disappeared. Then it slowly appeared on Yi Qinghan's back, and finally disappeared. It was extremely strange. After a long time, the clouds rolled, and the flowers bloomed and wilted. The storm finally stopped, and the scene was a mess. It could be seen how intense the battle was. Yi Qinghan fell on the jade bed beside him with incomparable satisfaction. Monarch Yanran's body was like a pile of mud. Her eyes were half closed, and there was a blurry look in them. Her beautiful body moved up and down slightly, and the scene was extremely beautiful. Yi Qinghan rested for a while, and in his heart he felt ashamed. He wasn't going to die again. But since he had already done it, he could only accept it. At this time, he suddenly thought of the Black Phoenix race's spiritual body. With a trace of extravagant hope, he began to quickly stabilize his body. There was nothing wrong with his body, and the divine crystal was also normal. The energy in the chaotic divine crystal continued to slowly seep into his divine crystal. Soul? His soul space didn't change either. No, it seemed to be a little different. The soul space was still growing, and it was even bigger than the space in the Fire Dragon plane. His soul sea was still shrinking, and it was now only the size of half a fist. It emitted a 7-colored light, and the aura it released was extremely terrifying. This was all normal. The only thing that was different was that there seemed to be some kind of strange energy in the soul space. It floated around in the soul space like a gust of wind. Yi Qinghan immediately locked onto this energy and carefully examined it. However, after examining for a long time, he didn't find anything. He couldn't control this energy, and he couldn't find any use for it. After a while, he couldn't help but withdraw his divine sense from the soul space. Yanran, what's so special about the Black Phoenix race's primordial Yin? Yi Qinghan found that Yanran had already put on her clothes, and she even helped him clean up. At this moment, she was hugging him, and her face was filled with a sweet smile as she pretended to sleep. Chapter 1232. Yanran raised her head. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was asking about serious matters, she hastily said, "According to the ancient records of our ancestors, the primordial Yin of the women of the Black Phoenix clan should be very beneficial to the souls of men. In history, the husbands of the women of the Black Phoenix clan were basically all soul cultivators. Yanran cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and because she didn't break her primordial Yin, she easily became a soul cultivator. As for the specific benefits to the soul, this is not certain. You are already a soul cultivator, so I don't know if it will be very beneficial to your soul. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose, feeling a little relieved. No wonder Yanran was the only person in the divine world who could enter the 5th level of soul quietude by herself. So it was because of the Black Phoenix race. He closed his eyes to check again, but he still couldn't control the inexplicable energy in his soul sea. He also found that this energy wasn't harmful to his soul. Plus, his soul space was already very strange, so Yi Qinghan simply ignored it. He didn't have much hope that the primordial yin of a Black Phoenix woman could increase his strength. After all, he was already very strong, so how could he improve just because of a heaven and earth spiritual body? So he wasn't too disappointed. Instead, because of Yanran's beautiful body, the sorrow in his heart lessened a little. Because Yi Qinghan's mood had eased, the atmosphere in the Soul Emperor Pavilion also became relaxed. But because they were worried about the reincarnation plane, they didn't show it on their faces, but there was still some worry. No. I was tricked by this bitch. In the endless void, inside a large bird that was covered in source energy, Shin Tuxiong angrily shouted, startling Monarch Wind Moon. The 100 venerables were also startled. The flying phoenix stopped flying and stopped in midair. Lord, what's wrong? Monarch Wind Moon carefully asked. The flying phoenix had been flying towards the divine world for a month. In this month, Shin Tuxiong's temper was very bad, scaring him to the point that he couldn't relax. He was afraid that Shin Tuxiong would tear him apart to vent his anger. Yi Qinghan couldn't have killed Qingshan, let alone my son. Devouring butterfly dance tricked me. Shin Tuxiong's body was emitting a biting cold killing intent. His eyes were burning with anger as he paced back and forth in the hall, muttering to himself. He cared a lot about the Eternal Palace, and he cared more about Shin Tu Wuxia and Shi Yan. When he heard that they were killed and the Eternal Palace was broken, his mind was thrown into chaos. However, at this moment, he seemed to remember something, and he was sure that Lord Devour had tricked him. The Battle Emperor is definitely dead. Even the divine crystals were gone. Even if a shred of his soul escaped, could he preserve it for millions of years? There was also the Fire God battle armor. The corpse of the Fire God clan patriarch had been taken away by his clansmen. The heart of the Fire God should be in the Fire God's secret realm right now. Even if Devour Diawu and Yi Qinghan gathered all the other parts, they would never be able to get the Fire God's heart. There were definitely some old things inside the Fire God's secret realm. How could they get it? She's trying to trick me. I was fooled by her. Screw her, period. Shin Tuxiong muttered to himself, causing the Wind Moon Monarch to be unable to understand. He did not dare to interrupt, and could only stare at Shin Tuxiong anxiously. In his heart, he felt that Shin Tuxiong was even more unreliable. After returning to the immortal realm, he must stay away from him. Suddenly, Shin Tuxiong roared, his expression incomparably firm. He waved his hand and said, "Go back, go back. I'm going to tear her apart. Immediately turn around and go to the reincarnation plane. I want the reincarnation plane to be barren." This, the Wind Moon Monarch gawked. This Motherf asterisk Kerr was crazy. Wasn't he afraid that Lord Devour's restriction would smash him into the space vortex? What are you waiting for? Turn around. Shin Tuxiong saw that the Wind Moon Monarch was not moving and roared. "Sir, do you have a way to deal with Shi Diawu's restrictions and attacks?" The Wind Moon Monarch bitterly laughed as he asked. Shin Tuxiong's eyes turned a few times, and immediately lit up. Obviously he had a plan. He coldly snorted and said, "Restriction? I have my ways. As for attacking, I'm not interested in her at all." Wind Moon Monarch sighed helplessly. He controlled the Flying Phoenix to turn around. The Flying Phoenix circled once before flying back to the reincarnation plane. "Sir, it's been almost 2 months. Shin Tuxiong should have left by now, right?" In the void outside the reincarnation plane, Jida and Lord Devour were sitting cross-legged. The two had waited for almost 2 months, but Shin Tuxiong did not attack again. Jida heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking that Li Shirshir might be waiting for him naked under his command, he really wanted to return to the reincarnation secret realm to report. "I don't know." Lord Devour opened his eyes and said indifferently before closing his eyes again. "Oh, then Lil Han should be here soon, right?" Jida smiled embarrassedly. Then he thought of a problem and said in shock, "Oh no, do you think Shintu Xiong is waiting outside and encountered Lil Han?" Lord Devour's face slightly changed as he thought of this possibility. However, after a while, he shook his head and said, "The things that the Wind Moon Monarch made cannot be compared to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. They are definitely much slower. Even if they encountered them, with the Yao Ji controlling them and Lil Han, they can easily get rid of them. If there are no accidents, Lil Han and the others will arrive in 10 days. Jida was a little relieved. He pondered for a while and said, "We can't stay in the reincarnation secret realm anymore. Lord, if we can avoid this, where should we go?" Lord Devour knitted his brows and sighed after a long time. There aren't many medium-sized planes in the divine world. Besides the Fire God, Beast God, and Water God secret realms, the other medium-sized secret realms are connected to the divine world. There must be Shintu Xiong spies. The reincarnation secret realm is the most hidden place. Unfortunately, it was discovered. Zai, you and Yenran can't enter the Fire Dragon continent. Otherwise, you can hide there for a while. It's useless to talk about this now. Wait for Lil Han to come. Then we can discuss it in detail." Jida agreed. Anyway, there were still around 10 days before Yi Qinghan would arrive. At that time, they could have a good discussion. At the same time, Jida secretly prayed that Lord Devour would scare Shintu Xiong away, allowing them to leave smoothly. Facing Shintu Xiong, who was at the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist, Jida didn't even have the courage to fight. The gap between them was too big. Swish. At this moment, there was a gust of wind behind him. Jida was startled. He used his divine consciousness to check and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that it was Li Shirshir. Li Shirshir was still wearing a yellow dress. When she saw Jida, she was happy at first. Then, she revealed a resentful expression. Finally, she saw Lord Devour beside her and asked curiously, "Lord Jida, what happened?" Jida didn't know how to explain, so he looked at Lord Devour. However, Lord Devour's eyes were cold as he looked at the passage to the reincarnation plane. Someone came in. "I don't know if it's Lil Han and the others or Shintu Xiong." Lord Devour was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His body tensed up as the origin energy and space power revolved around him. His divine consciousness probed ahead without any limit. So what happened? Li Shirshir poked Jida's waist and asked nervously. Jida glared at her and said in a low voice, "Don't talk." Li Shirshir immediately kept quiet out of fear. Seeing their solemn faces, she knew that something big must have happened. Then, she recalled that they had been here for a few months. Something must have happened. Immediately, she followed them to investigate the passage with a solemn face. "Not good. It's Shintu Xiong." After a while, Lord Devour's face changed as he screamed. "Shintu Xiong brought a group of people here. He must have sent them to their deaths. This time we're in trouble." "Oh." Jida's face was also ashen. However, he asked suspiciously, "My lord, why are you so sure that it's Shintu Xiong?" Lord Devour's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, "The people who came in have triggered several small restrictions that I have set up. Either there are a lot of people, or it's the flying phoenix that the Wind Moon Monarch created, or it's the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If it's the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yao Ji would have already come in with such a fast speed. The people who came in are so slow. It can only be Shintu Xiong's group." Chapter 1233. What should we do? My lord. Kid's entire body tensed up, and his face turned pale. He clenched his fists tightly. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Li Shirshir was also affected by the two of them. She bit her lip and looked at them with a serious expression. She didn't dare to say anything. "Return to the secret realm of reincarnation immediately. Put all our people into the spatial divine artifact. Exit the reincarnation secret realm from the other side, and find a place to hide. If Shintu Xiong doesn't discover you and directly enters the reincarnation plane, immediately exit the endless void from the passage, and try your luck." Lord Shir pondered for a while, and then ordered. Jida and Li Shirshir exchanged looks as they understood what Lord Devour meant. Lord Devour decided to stall them one more time. If he couldn't, he would have to sacrifice his clone. Kid brought everyone out of the reincarnation plane from the other side and hid quietly. If Shin Xiong had immediately entered the reincarnation secret realm, he might not have discovered Kid. At this time, Jida could take the opportunity to rush out and wander the void, trying his luck to find Yi Qinghan and the others. If he could find the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he would be saved. Outside the secret land of reincarnation was a material plane. Jida could not enter it. Yi Qinghan and the Enchantress were about to arrive. They should be nearby now. This was his only chance of survival. "Milord!" Jida and Li Shirshir screamed at the same time. They were worried about Lord Devour. Lord Devour snorted and said indignantly, "Why are you so hesitant? My real body is in the Fire Dragon continent. Even if this doppelganger is destroyed, I will only lose some strength, but my real body will still be alive. What are you waiting for? Do you want everyone to die with you?" Lord Devour scolded Jida, waking him up. He brought Li Shirshir to the reincarnation secret domain. Once they entered the mystic realm of reincarnation, Kid immediately activated his god power and yelled, "All venerable realm martial artists and special class elite seeds, gather at Reincarnation Island immediately." Although Jida's strength was only at the lower rank, 9, with the help of his divine power amplification, his shout was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire Samsara Island. Xiao. Countless figures from the 3 continents in the secret realm of reincarnation shot out and flew toward the Reincarnation Island. Countless figures flew out of Reincarnation Island. They all looked terrified, not knowing what had happened. "Brother Kid? What happened? Sir, what's wrong?" Yu Qingcheng, Venerable Li Quan, Lei Zhen and the others were the first to be alarmed. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu had already refined the pseudo-chaos divine crystal, and their strength had reached pseudo-9th grade. Their speed was extremely fast. "Shin Xiong has killed his way to our doorstep. All of you, enter my spatial god artifact. I'll bring you guys away. Milord is stalling outside." Jida quickly explained, but his body did not stop for a moment. He shot downward and shouted at Yi Sahan, the demon devourer demon, and the others, "Don't resist. I'll pull you into the spatial divine tool." Emperor Lei Zhenyu and Venerable Li Quan's expressions changed. Even Yu Qingcheng, who had always been calm, changed her expression. Although Emperor Yu and Li Quan were fake grade 9, they were no different from ants in front of Shin Xiong. If Shin Xiong wanted to exterminate everyone, he only needed to move his fingers. Jida waved his hand and stored Yi Qinghan's children inside. Then he quickly stored the Soul Devourer City's senior elders, countless Soul Devourer City's senior elders, and the elite disciples of the Flame Dragon continent. Finally, he turned to look at Yu Qingcheng and the others. He quickly shouted, "Don't think too much. This time everyone might not die. Don't resist. I'll bring you guys to find little Han." Everyone had a gloomy expression on their faces as they were sucked into the spatial divine tool. In the end, Jida used his divine sense to make sure that all the important people had been sucked into the spatial divine tool. Then he turned into a dragon and flew in another direction. In a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared into the sky and entered the endless void. Jida's spatial divine tool was given by Lord Devour. It was relatively big, but it could not take away everyone from the divine world. There were also countless elite seeds of the Soul Devourer City, left in the secret realm of reincarnation. These people's strength varied, but the strongest was a 7th grade war god. They all heard Jida's angry roar, and saw all the venerables and important figures being taken away. They vaguely guessed that something big was going to happen, and their faces changed. As for the low-level warriors, they were even more terrified. They looked at the sky in fear, as if doomsday was coming. "It's Shin Xiong." Lord Devour stared at the only entrance and sighed helplessly. His eyes were burning as he looked ahead, and a cold smile slowly appeared on his face. "Bitch. I was almost fooled by you. Haha, luckily I'm smart. This time, I'm going to leave no one alive in the secret realm of reincarnation." Shin Xiong's arrogant voice resounded. Shin Xiong's divine sense had already locked onto Lord Devour. Lord Devour also sensed that there were 30 venerables in front of Shin Xiong. He knew that his plan had been completely seen through by Shin Xiong. "Hee hee, you can try to barge in. If I let you go back with these 30 idiots, I Devour Diawu, will write my name backwards. Lord Devour's face had already recovered its calmness. He wore a relaxed expression as he stood proudly at the entrance of the passage. It was as if he could hold back 10,000 people. Humph. This again? Do you think I'm scared of you? Shin Tuxiong mocked. Then his eyes turned cold as he shouted. The top 10 venerables charge. As long as you can get in, I'll grant you the position of overlord. Pseudo-chaotic divine crystal. Those who retreat will be killed without mercy. This time, Shin Tuxiong had mobilized 30 venerables. They were divided into 3 batches. They were here to commit suicide and destroy the restriction. These venerables didn't understand the situation. Under Shin Tuxiong's double attack, the top 10 venerables could only grit their teeth and charge forward with the origin energy surrounding their bodies. You idiots, Shin Tuxiong is sending you to your deaths. The South Mountain Sovereign has become his scapegoat. Why are you still so stubborn? Lord Devour's emotionless voice resounded. His body didn't move as he stared coldly at the 10 venerables charging at him. Sizzle. The 10 venerables triggered the restriction that Lord Devour had set up. Instantly, blinding lights flashed and electric arcs danced. Terrifying energy burst out from the restriction and shrouded the 10 venerables. Ah! Lord save us! The 10 venerables were so scared that their souls left their bodies. They screamed in fear and turned to look at Shin Tuxiong, only to see that he didn't move at all, and had a cold expression on his face. Instead, it was a violent explosion. Although the 10 venerables were protected by the origin energy, they were pushed into the vortexes on both sides by the shockwave. A powerful suction force acted on their bodies. At the same time, an indescribable energy actually messed up their god power. They couldn't move or teleport at all. After a few screams, the 10 venerables were swallowed by the 2 vortexes. The surroundings regained its tranquility. Hee, you can continue to charge forward and see how many restrictions I have set up. I want to see how many lives you have to pay for it. Lord Devour's voice resounded again. It was emotionless, but it made the remaining 20 venerables shudder. It also made Shin Tuxiong's expression change. Shin Tuxiong looked at the 20 venerables. His eyes flickered and his body shivered. It seemed like he was about to escape. Immediately, he condensed his spatial power, and a 100-meter-long and several-meter-wide golden sword appeared above his head. His face was filled with killing intent as he roared. The 20 of you, split up and charge forward. I will be with you. I will kill anyone who dares to escape. Charge forward. As long as we get inside, I will crush this woman like an ant. Chapter 1234. Feeling Shin Tuxiong's sharp murderous aura behind them, the 20 venerables looked desperate as they thought about Shin Tuxiong's tricks. Most importantly, they had nowhere to run in the endless void. The 20 venerables could only grit their teeth and follow Shin Tuxiong's instructions, rushing forward. They could only hope that they wouldn't encounter any restrictions, and that Lord Devour wouldn't kill them. When Shin Tuxiong arrived, they would be able to survive. Would Lord Devour kill them? The answer was definite. That year, the dancing butterfly martial god was famous in the divine world for her decisiveness in slaughtering. There were countless god bandits on the sea, including more than 10 7th-grade war god bandit chiefs, and millions of ordinary god bandits. However, Lord Devour and his spirit devourer army had slaughtered them all. No one was left alive. Lord Devour's cruelty was obvious. The 10 venerables saw Lord Devour's eyes flash. Countless golden flying swords appeared in the void in front of her, covering the entire place and shooting towards them. Everybody felt desperate, as if they were drowning in despair. Haha. B*TCH, you've revealed your true intentions? Shin Tuxiong's face glowed. He had made the right bet. Lord Devour didn't set too many restrictions. It was the right decision to let them open the way. However, he didn't move forward, and the golden sword above his head didn't shoot out, either. This place was near the space vortex, so he didn't dare to use space power to attack. If the space vortex shook and changed, he would be sucked in. Damn it. Bang. Bang. Countless small golden swords shot at the 20 venerables. The spatial energy of the upper 9th grade venerables was like a huge mountain crashing into the venerables. The 20 venerables were shot into a mess and were all sent flying. More than 10 venerables were instantly sucked into the spatial vortex, leaving behind countless screams and howls. Sizzle. Sizzle. Many small restrictions that Lord Devour had hidden were triggered by the attacks of the venerables or Lord Devour. Dazzling lights flashed, and electric snakes danced around. The situation was chaotic. Of course, there were two people who didn't panic. Lord Devour stood at the entrance of the passage with an indifferent face, while Shin Taxiong accelerated with a ferocious face. Shin Taxiong acted as if he did not see the small golden swords shooting at him from all directions. With a wave of his hand, the small swords bounced off, and even the huge golden sword above his head did not move. His golden hair danced in the wind. Under the reflection of the golden sword above his head, he looked like a demon god, majestic and imposing. The 20 supremacies were all sent into the spatial vortex. The countless golden swords also disappeared or exploded. Shin Taxiong's speed suddenly increased, and the golden light around his body exploded. The corners of his mouth were twisted, and he laughed sinisterly. Slut, what other moves do you have? Do you want to use it? Lord Devour grinned fiendishly. He didn't retreat but moved forward. At the same time, white light emitted from his body. Billions of flying swords were condensed in front of him, dashing forward. Lord Devour sneered faintly. Shin Taxiong, you'll see my move soon. Shin Taxiong slowed down a little, but he continued to dash forward. Without the barrier, with Devour's upper level 9 power, how could he be Shi Yan's match? Shi Yan could subdue him with just a flip of his hand. At this moment, before he could get out of the passage, the giant sword above his head had already slashed down, tearing Lord Devour's body into pieces. The two of them were like a golden meteor and a white meteor, colliding against each other in the void. However, there were two massive space vortexes next to them, where the gray air currents were spinning crazily. Such a scene was thrilling to the core, shaking people's minds. Sir, you want to give up your clone? Sigh, if you leave your clone, you'll lose half of your life. Not only will your power be damaged, but your mind and soul will also be damaged. On the other side of the reincarnation plane, Jida was lying on the origin energy. The origin energy was also emitting from his body, but he didn't release any aura. From a distance, if one didn't check carefully, they wouldn't notice that someone was hiding here. His soul consciousness had found Lord Devour, dashing toward Shin Taxiong. Jida sighed, retrieving his soul consciousness. His aura vanished as if he had become a dead object. He didn't dare to check anymore, as he was afraid that Shin Taxiong would find him. Then, all of them would be killed. Die. Shin Taxiong saw that Lord Devour had blocked the passage in front of him, so he couldn't avoid it. He could only attack forcefully. However, he didn't dare to attack with all of his power, as he was afraid that the space would shake too much, which would increase the suction force of the space vortex. At the same time, he decided that as soon as he killed Lord Devour, he would increase his speed to the top, dashing into the reincarnation plane. He didn't want to die with Lord Devour. Haha, Shin Taxiong, you fool. You've fallen into my trap again. Let's die together. Lord Devour wore a complacent face. Vaguely, he felt relieved and overjoyed. His entire face emitted a dazzling radiance. His body was covered in a blazing flame. Billions of giant gold swords in front of him gathered into a long dragon in the sky, roaring and roaring as it dashed toward Shin Taxiong. At the same time, his body was like a cannonball shooting toward Shin Taxiong. What? F***CK. Self-destruct. That crazy woman. Shin Taxiong's face changed dramatically. His radiant face turned ashen. His giant gold sword could easily break Lord Devour's attack, and it could also kill him easily. However, at this moment, Lord Devour had come here to die. How could he kill him? Lord Devour's attack couldn't make Shin Taxiong retreat. But what about the self-destruction of an upper-level 9 expert? A venerable self-destruction could flatten the soul-devouring city, so one could imagine how powerful the energy would be. At this moment, after Lord Devour had refined the primal chaos divine crystal, the purest and most domineering energy in the world started to burn crazily. How powerful would it be? It could be seen from Shin Taxiong's frightened eyes. It could also be seen from Jida's frightened eyes. It could also be seen from the faintly trembling void nearby. Mother****. Supreme God Emperor, save me. Shinta roared as he retreated rapidly. Jida held his head, not daring to hide anymore. He dashed toward the reincarnation secret realm. Once the destructive energy exploded, it would definitely cause the reincarnation mystic realm to tremble. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, he would definitely be blasted into the spatial whirlpool. Only by entering the reincarnation plane would he be able to escape. Boom! A loud explosion that could shatter the void reverberated in the nearby void. In fact, the nearby void was indeed shattered. White cracks appeared in the space. It should be known that this was the endless void, the most stable place in the entire plate boundary. The crazy energy produced shockwaves that shook the two space vortexes nearby. Then the two space vortexes spun crazily, and the suction force suddenly increased by 10 times. As expected, the reincarnation secret realm shook. The reincarnation plane, which was dozens of times bigger than the fire dragon seat, was shaken by the shockwave. One could imagine how strong the shockwave was. No, Shinta roared angrily. However, the position that Lord Devour had chosen to self-destruct was extremely ingenious. It was in front of Shinta left. When the surging energy exploded, the space vortex immediately rebounded, producing an incomparably strong suction force. In addition to the shockwave of the explosion, Shinta was pushed into the center of the space vortex, and he disappeared instantly. Not good. Outside of the spatial vortex, the flying wand was also sent flying countless rounds in the air by the powerful shockwave. Finally, Shinta hoarse roar was heard by everyone. The Wind Moon Monarch paled in fright. He immediately controlled the flying phoenix to run away. PFFF. On the Flame Dragon continent in the Dark Castle, a snow-white rabbit suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Its snow-white fur rapidly turned ashen. Its slightly opened eyes were dim, and its aura was faintly discernible. It seemed like it would die in the next second. Lord, are you okay? How's the situation over there? What do you need us to do? Knight Emperor Yi Tianlong and the others had been guarding this place. Seeing the situation, they were panic-stricken, surrounding Lord Devour, but they didn't know what to do. Lord Devour's mouth twitched. After a while, he spat out a feeble voice that was almost inaudible. Haha, I've forced Shinta into the space vortex. However, I'm not sure if he'll die or not. Perhaps he'll get out. Sigh. This is the best that Devour Diawu can do. Tell little Han that I won't be able to help him anymore. If Shinta doesn't die this time, I can only rely on him. My power is gone, and my soul is hurt. I need to rest for hundreds of years. You guys just need to send someone to protect me. Chapter 1235. Lord Devour curled up under the grape trellis, not making a sound. His ash-gray fur became even dimmer, which made people feel a pain in their hearts. They didn't know what Lord Devour had gone through, or how badly he was hurt. They couldn't help him. Looking at the little rabbit that was only the size of a palm, everyone felt extremely ashamed, especially Yi Tianlong and the others. They did not know what to feel. Lord Devour was the king of the Fiery Dragon continent. Without him, the Fiery Dragon continent would have been destroyed. Without him, Yi Qinghan couldn't have been created, and Yi Qinghan would have died many times in the divine world. Lord Devour's life was miserable and lonely. She always liked to sit quietly under the grape trellis and read books. She always arranged many things by herself. In fact, he was the same kind of person as Yi Qinghan. He liked to bear everything by himself, sheltering people from the wind and rain. He didn't know how much he had suffered and how much blood he had shed. Not good. Lord Devour is hurt. If the divine world sends dozens of venerables, who can stop them? Marshal Shui suddenly thought of a problem, his face solemn. Wind Lord Moon Queen and Yi Tianlong also put on a stern face. Since Lord Devour was wounded, not only did they worry about the reincarnation plane situation, but they also worried that the God world would send more people to the Fire Dragon continent. Without Lord Devour, if another group of venerables came, how could the Knight Emperor, a venerable, deal with them? Knight Emperor sighed, shaking his head. You guys go back. Moon Queen and I will stay here to protect Lord Devour. Go rebuild Song City according to the plan. As for the other problems, don't worry. Little Han has arranged everything. They were bewildered. then relieved. Looking at Lord Devour, who was curling up under the grape trellis, they flew back to Tsong City, ready to rebuild the city as planned. Moon Queen, protect me. I want to refine the pseudo-chaotic divine crystal immediately. The Night Emperor sat cross-legged on the rooftop, took out a 7-colored divine crystal, and immediately began to refine it. Yi Qinghan killed the first elder and the fire god patriarch with the fire god secret skill, and got 2 pseudo-chaotic divine gems. Before he left, he gave one to the Night Emperor. Originally, the Night Emperor was still considering whether to refine it. Once he refined it, he could only be a fake level 9 martial artist for the rest of his life. But now he had to refine it. The Moon Queen nodded her head and set up a formation to cover the entire dark castle. The huge dark castle quietly disappeared into the dark forest, as if it had completely disappeared. Xiao, outside the reincarnation secret skill, Jida's body emerged from the weak spot in the space. He took a deep breath with lingering fear in his heart. His divine senses began to investigate quietly. In the end, everything was quiet. Lord Devour was gone, and so was Shintu Xiong. There was nothing strange about the surrounding void, and the 2 spatial vortexes were the same as before. It was as if they hadn't experienced the terrifying explosion. Sir's clone is definitely finished. He just didn't know if Shintu Xiong had been sucked into the spatial vortex, or had he retreated. What should I do? Should I rush out now and fly in the direction of the Fire Dragon continent to find Little Han? Jida was in a dilemma. The impact was too strong, and he didn't dare to stay outside. At this moment, he couldn't figure out Shintu Xiong's movements. If Shintu Xiong was severely injured and had retreated, wouldn't he be walking right into the trap if he rushed out now? After considering for a long time, Jida decided to hide here. It was too dangerous to rush out now. Even if he couldn't meet Shintu Xiong, if he flew in the endless void and couldn't find Yi Qinghan's group, he and the people in the spatial divine tool would die for sure. I wonder where Little Han and the others are now. Sigh, if the situation really makes one feel incomparably sullen, if it was just me, I would have rushed out long ago and fought to my death. Jida angrily laid on the origin energy and didn't dare to move. He thought about the reincarnation secret realm underneath him. At this moment it was a mess, and he was even more anxious. However, he could only force himself to calm down and restrain his aura. He used his divine senses to investigate quietly. In fact, Jida and Lord Devour had guessed wrongly. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was only half a day away from the reincarnation secret realm. Yao Ji had stayed in the Poison Dragon Swamp for thousands of years, so her restriction level was much higher. She could control the Soul Emperor Pavilion more easily. Of course, if the Soul Emperor Pavilion was under the control of the Soul Emperor, it would be much faster. Inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan stood in the hall with a solemn face. His divine senses stretched out infinitely. At this moment, they were close to the reincarnation plane. He had to be careful. Otherwise, if he were ambushed by Shintu Xiong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fireworks and the others stood behind Yi Qinghan anxiously. Although they looked calm, the worry and anxiety in the depths of their eyes were obvious. The people closest to them were in the reincarnation secret realm. If something happened to them, they didn't know how to survive. Yao Ji, fly to the left quickly. There's a strange creature flying in front of us. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan shouted. Yao Ji's body shook. Her hands immediately flew up and shot out several beams of divine power. The Soul Emperor Pavilion shook, turned, and floated to the left. Everyone nervously searched to the right. Their divine senses weren't as strong as Yi Qinghan's, so they couldn't find anything. Only Yanran vaguely felt that a monster was flying towards them at high speed. Flying Phoenix? Yi Qinghan and Yanran looked at each other, and said at the same time. Yao Ji was the first to react. Her face turned solemn, and she flew to the left even faster. Yao Ji, listen to my orders. Send me out. If Shintu Xiong comes to kill me, you guys go around him. Use the Soul Emperor Pavilion to smash the Flying Phoenix. Without the Flying Phoenix, I want to see how Shintu Xiong can return to the divine world. Yi Qinghan ordered without hesitation. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. Yi Qingyu said with a trembling voice, Big brother, can you deal with Shintu Xiong? Yi Qinghan coldly smiled and said with certainty, I can't kill him, but in this endless void, with the fire god battle armor, he can forget about killing me. Get ready. Everyone didn't speak anymore. They all used their divine senses to search the flying phoenix. However, besides Yi Qinghan and Yan Ran, no one else could. After a moment, Yi Qinghan frowned and said, Something's wrong. They don't seem to have discovered us. Why are they flying in that direction? Yan Ran also vaguely felt that the flying phoenix flew in another direction. Moreover, it didn't stop at all, as if it didn't discover them. Slowly chase after them. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan pointed in a direction and said firmly to the enchantress. Yao Ji glanced at Yi Qinghan and hesitated for a moment. Then, the Soul Emperor Pavilion circled around and rapidly chased after the flying phoenix. Strange, this direction isn't the direction to the divine world. This flying phoenix seems to be flying randomly? Yi Qinghan frowned. He was a little confused. He turned to Yao Ji and said, Go a little closer and take a look. However, what caused Yi Qinghan and the others to be even more puzzled was that the Soul Emperor Pavilion moved closer. When Yi Qingyu and the others could vaguely sense the distance, the flying phoenix also clearly sensed the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The flying Wuan had clearly discovered the Soul Emperor Pavilion. With a flash of light, it began to accelerate at full speed. Is Shintu Xiong trying to lure me? Yi Qinghan's mind raced, but he immediately rejected this idea. With Shintu Xiong's strength, wouldn't he pounce at him like a wild beast? Moreover, what kind of trap could he lay in the endless void? Chase at full speed. Yi Qinghan waved his hand. At the same time, the fire god battle armor appeared around his body. Source strength revolved around him, and his killing intent soared. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed was several times faster than the flying phoenix. Under Yao Ji's full control, it immediately soared towards the flying phoenix. Chapter 1236. Whoosh. In just an hour, the distance between the flying phoenix and the Soul Emperor Pavilion was reduced to hundreds of thousands of miles. At this time, even Yi Qingyu and the others could see it with their eyes. Prepare to support me at any time. Fly around the vicinity and send me out. Yi Qinghan roared and Yao Ji immediately activated the restrictions. Yi Qinghan's figure appeared in front of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and turned into a meteor that chased after the flying phoenix. 10 God-Slayer spears suddenly appeared from the void and turned into 10 dragons that shot towards the flying phoenix. How fast were the God-Slayer spears? They were definitely dozens of times faster than the flying phoenix and caught up in an instant. Bang! A huge sound rang out as the flying wand trembled and flipped through the air. It was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away, but then it stabilized, and like a frightened rabbit, it began to flee. Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled. If Shintu Xiong was here, he would definitely come out to fight him. He immediately sent a message to Yao Ji to drag him into the Soul Emperor Pavilion and chase after the flying phoenix. Let's see how you escape this time. When the Soul Emperor Pavilion neared the flying phoenix, Yi Qinghan immediately flashed out. The 10 God-Slayer spears suddenly stabbed towards the flying phoenix. This time, Yi Qinghan did not hold back. The God-Slayer spears wildly spun, causing the source strength on the surface of the flying phoenix to spin as well. Then he easily stabbed in. Bang! Without the protection of the source strength, the flying phoenix was no different from a pile of scrap metal. With a series of explosions, the flying phoenix was torn apart, revealing countless terrified faces. Frigid Night Sovereign, spare us. We were forced to do this, we were forced by Shintu Xiong. Frigid Night Sovereign, spare us. Wind Moon Sovereign brought a group of supremacies and knelt down in the void. They looked at Yi Qinghan and the Soul Emperor Pavilion behind him in horror. Their eyes flashed with fear. It's you guys? Yi Qinghan was greatly surprised, but his gaze became even colder. The 10 God-Slayer's spears revolved around his body. Under the illumination of the fire god's battle armor, the red light, and the white light of the origin energy, he looked awe-inspiring, as if a god had descended. He stared at the Wind Moon Monarch and roared. Where is Shintu Xiong? Shintu Xiong? Wasn't he sucked into the spatial vortex? Why, Sovereign Han Yi, don't you know? Wind Moon Sovereign asked in confusion. He thought that Yi Qinghan had chased him out from the reincarnation plane. Originally, he was afraid that Yi Qinghan would hunt him down, so he didn't dare to fly in the direction of the heavenly realm. He didn't expect to meet him by chance. Yi Qinghan shuddered and hurriedly asked, "What's the specific situation? Tell me everything truthfully. If you hide anything, kill without mercy." Yes, yes. Although Wind Moon Sovereign was confused, he didn't dare to ask. The 10 silver spears by Yi Qinghan's side could actually break through the flying phoenix protected by the origin energy that could easily destroy them. He immediately told everything he knew, starting from the heavenly realm, how Shin Tu-xiong forced him to build the flying phoenix, how Shin Tu-xiong went to the planar battlefield to ask for the heavenly realm's map, and finally here. Oh! When Yi Qinghan heard that Shin Tu-xiong rushed into the reincarnation plane and was actually sent into the spatial vortex by a violent explosion, he was shocked. Shin Tu-xiong was a peak 9th grade supreme being. What kind of explosion could have such power? To be able to send Shin Tu-xiong into the spatial vortex? Lord Devour's restrictions definitely weren't this strong. Even Yao Ji couldn't do it. Unless it was a battle emperor. Could it be? Yi Qinghan became even more worried about the reincarnation plane situation. He didn't care about the others and immediately flew towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Wind Moon Monarch and the others behind him had a change of expression as they shouted, "Sovereign Han Yi, wait! I won't kill you. What else do you want?" Yi Qinghan turned his head and coldly swept his gaze over them. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at Yi Qinghan. The Wind Moon Monarch was as worried as a wronged wife and said shyly, "Lord, the flying phoenix was destroyed by you. If you abandon us, how can we return to the heavenly realm? You can't abandon us, we will all die." "I don't care if you die. Not killing you is already benevolent of me." Yi Qinghan coldly snorted and no longer cared about them as he turned and flew away. The Wind Moon Monarch's eyes saw the space fragments floating over, and his face turned ashen. He knelt down and begged loudly, "Lord, save us. You can't abandon us. We can become your soul slaves, save us. Sovereign Han Yi, save us. Yes, yes. Sovereign Han Yi. We can become your soul slaves. In this endless void, without the flying phoenix, we will die without a doubt." For a moment, countless people cried out in sorrow, begging for mercy and howling in grief. Without the flying phoenix, if Yi Qinghan did not bring them along, all of them would be mercilessly torn apart by the space fragments. Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at the group of old men, the high and mighty venerables of the immortal world, and the rulers of the Wind Moon Great Land were like helpless children, tears and snot flowing down their faces. He remembered that when he wanted to kill the Blood Knight Monarch, the Ice Mountain Queen transmitted a message to him. Leave a spark for the divine world. In the future planar wars, the divine world will have no experts to resist. His heart softened as he sighed and said, "All of you follow me." After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, "Don't move, or else don't blame me for being merciless." Everyone was overjoyed. Seeing that Yi Qinghan did not make them hand over their soul fires, they became even more grateful. They deeply bowed to Yi Qinghan, and carefully followed Yi Qinghan to fly forward. "Yao Ji, pull me in. Send these people to the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." Yi Qinghan transmitted to Yao Ji and then shouted to the Wind Moon Monarch and the others, "Do not resist." After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with anxiety. He said to Yao Ji, "Full speed to the Samsara mystic realm." Yao Ji was obedient to Yi Qinghan and did not ask anything. She pulled the Wind Moon Monarch and the others to the first floor, and then flew at full speed to the Samsara mystic realm. Fireworks and the others did not dare to ask anything. They nervously looked in the direction of the Samsara mystic realm. After flying for half a day, 4 familiar space vortexes appeared in front of everyone. There are no enemies. Go in slowly. Yi Qinghan's powerful divine sense had already scanned the area. He gave the order and the Soul Emperor Pavilion slowly flew towards the passage. Brother Jida. Yao Ji, fly over there. Yi Qinghan suddenly shouted. He was wild with joy. Jida was still alive. This meant that the Samsara mystic realm had not fallen. His wife and family were most likely still alive. Soul Emperor Pavilion. Jida also scanned the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He flew over with a face full of joy. Yaoji immediately pulled him in. Brother Jida. Little Han. Yi Qinghan and Jida gave each other a bear hug. Jida's eyes were filled with tears as he choked and said, Little Han, my lord sacrificed an avatar to protect us. Is there anyone else in the Samsara mystic realm? Yi Qinghan had actually guessed a little. Wind Moon Monarch's description, and Jida's words allowed him to understand the situation. However, this wasn't the time to reminisce, so he quickly said. Jida immediately said, There are still some elite disciples. My spatial divine item cannot hold that many people. Let's talk later. Yaoji, let's enter the Samsara mystic realm first. Yi Qinghan did not waste words. He turned to Yaoji and gave the order. Yaoji nodded. The Soul Emperor Pavilion spun madly and rushed into the Samsara mystic realm. The Samsara mystic realm was already a mess. After Jida brought everyone away, the plane shook after Lord Devour's avatar self-detonated. The warriors in the Samsara mystic realm felt as if doomsday had arrived. They were in a state of panic. When the Soul Emperor Pavilion broke through the power source and entered the Samsara mystic realm, many people were shocked. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept through the Samsara mystic realm. He was about to let the Soul Emperor Pavilion fly down to collect the remaining elite lands. When his divine sense swept through the Reincarnation Mountain, his face changed and he shouted, Yaoji, get out of the Samsara mystic realm. Shen Tuxiong is not dead. He is entering the Samsara mystic realm from the Yellow Spring River. Run. Chapter 1237. Shen Tuxiong can actually create a spatial whirlpool from the Yellow Springs River. He is so powerful. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The Soul Emperor Pavilion immediately turned around and spun madly towards the weakest point of the space, floating out of the endless void. Haha, I'm finally out. I'm finally out of that damned place. I'm finally out alive. Huh? Soul Emperor Pavilion? Where are you going? A cold and terrifying voice like that of a demon king resounded in the Reincarnation mystic realm. Then, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire mystic realm. The billions of citizens in the Reincarnation mystic realm felt as if the sky was collapsing. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Countless people even prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. Then, a shining golden figure shot out from the Yellow River at the foot of the Reincarnation Mountain that had been flattened. A huge golden sword cut through the air and slashed towards the sky. Heavens! What method is this? Beside the Reincarnation Mountain, the martial artists that Li Shishir had arranged to guard were all dumbfounded. Looking at the giant sword that could cut through the sky, their bodies went limp with fear. They trembled in disbelief. Boom! Yi Qinghan's divine sense was incomparably powerful. He discovered this quickly. By the time Shen Tuxiong attacked, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had already broken through the source power and disappeared from the plane. Boom! The giant golden sword smashed into the source power, causing a blinding light to erupt. The entire Reincarnation mystic realm actually trembled slightly. Woo! Shen Tuxiong roared in anger. Under the amplification of his powerful divine power, hundreds of God King martial artists nearby all bled from their orifices and were sent flying backwards. The surrounding space trembled slightly from Shen Tuxiong's roar. It was clear what level Shen Tuxiong's strength had reached. The Reincarnation mystic realm was in complete chaos. Countless people madly ran around, screaming and covering their heads like rats. It was as if the Reincarnation mystic realm would be destroyed in the next second. Shen Tuxiong had no time to care about these low-level martial artists. He madly flew towards the place where the Soul Emperor Pavilion disappeared. His speed was as fast as lightning. In a flash, he had left the endless void. Where do you think you're going? As Shen Tuxiong saw the Soul Emperor Pavilion flee between the two vortexes, he was overjoyed. His speed immediately rose to the limit. At the same time, a great golden sword tore through the void above his head. They locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion, ready to strike at any moment. This won't do. If this goes on, the Soul Emperor Pavilion will definitely be destroyed by Shen Tuxiong. Enchantress, send me out. Wait for me outside. Yi Qinghan was constantly inspecting Shen Tuxiong, and when he saw how fast he was, his expression changed greatly. His mind worked madly, and he immediately came up with a plan. Brother! Qing Han! Little Han! Everyone's expressions changed as they cried out in alarm. The enchantress didn't dare to disobey Yi Qinghan's words, but now she was hesitating and looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. Teleport. Yao Ji, if you see Shen Tuxiong chasing after you, immediately go to the Fire Dragon continent. Ji Deyan ran. Go to the Beast God secret realm, and take care of everyone. Yi Qinghan shouted coldly. His expression was extremely resolute, and he didn't allow any disobedience. The enchantress was stunned. She gritted her teeth and shot out several rays of divine power. The Soul Emperor Pavilion flashed, and Yi Qinghan's body was teleported out. Shen Tuxiong, your son died in my hands, and Qingshan also died in my hands. Today it's your turn. Let this young master play with you properly. Standing where Lord Devour was standing, Yi Qinghan's origin power revolved around him, and the Fire God battle armor shone with a red light. He held the Slaughter God saber in his hand, and the 10 Slaughter God spears revolved around him. His eyes shone with a strange light, and his voice was mixed with the heavenly devil voice. At the same time, he activated the soul exterminating technique, and used all his means to stop Shen Tuxiong's pursuit. Fire God battle armor? As expected, Shen Tuxiong's body froze, and his expression became uncertain. He originally thought that Lord Devour was tricking him. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan really had the Fire God battle armor. Didn't that mean that he really had the ability to kill Qingshan, Shen Tuwuxia and the others? This old man will tear you into 10,000 pieces as a sacrifice to my children. Shen Tuxiong let out a furious roar. In this moment of being stunned, he discovered that billions of golden soul threads were madly rushing towards his mind. After that, he saw Yi Qinghan's 10 God Slayers spears shooting towards him like flickering lights. In his rage, he didn't care about Yi Qinghan's attack. He controlled the golden sword and ruthlessly slashed at Yi Qinghan. Motherf asterisk Ker. Lunatic. Shen Tuxiong is a lunatic. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned bloodshot, and his face turned red from anxiety. At this moment he was in a tunnel, and there were whirlpools on both sides. Although he had the Fire God battle armor, and could teleport under Shen Tuxiong's attack. But at this moment, where could he teleport to? There were whirlpools on his left and right, and Shen Tuxiong was in front of him. If he teleported backward, he would still be caught by the golden sword. Furthermore, if he retreated and Shen Tuxiong caught up, everyone in the Soul Emperor Pavilion would be in danger. Motherf asterisk Ker, I'm going all out. There was no other way. Yi Qinghan could only fight to the death. If he teleported, there would be no one to control the Slaughter God spear, and it would explode and collapse. Then all his previous efforts would be wasted. At this moment, he could only risk being slashed by the golden sword, and see if he could heavily injure Shen Tuxiong. If he could heavily injure Shen Tuxiong, at least Demoness Fireworks and the others would be saved. Fire God battle armor, it's all up to you now. Slaughter God spear, turn for me. Kill, 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 kill. Yi Qinghan steeled his heart. He didn't dodge, and decided to fight to the death. Since the Fire God battle armor was rumored to be able to withstand a 9th grade supreme martial artist's attack without dying, then he could gamble on it. If he could kill Shen Tuxiong this time, it would be even more perfect. The God Slayer's spear stabbed towards Shen Tuxiong in a frenzy. At the same time, the golden sword above heavily slashed down towards Yi Qinghan with a destructive might. Die. Shen Tuxiong was furious. He didn't believe that Yi Qinghan could kill him. At this moment, Yi Qinghan didn't dodge. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Boom! Boom! Both of their attacks hit each other at almost the same time. Yi Qinghan attacked first, but Shen Tuxiong was able to attack at the same time. It could be seen that his attack speed was much faster than Yi Qinghan's. A dazzling light erupted from both of their bodies, and they flew out at the same time. Shen Tuxiong spat out blood, and a few holes appeared on his body. Yi Qinghan also spat out blood, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. However, behind Shen Tuxiong was the reincarnation plane, and beside Yi Qinghan were 2 huge vortexes. Shen Tuxiong's body smashed heavily into the origin energy outside the plane. His whole body was drenched in blood, and it was a tragic sight. As for Yi Qinghan, He was smashed into the spatial vortex, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Even the blood he spat out was sucked into the spatial vortex. Jinghan. Little Han. Big brother. Outside the vortex, everyone in the Soul Emperor Pavilion opened their eyes wide in horror, and screamed. Yi Qinghan's fiery red body was too eye-catching. At this moment, they had just flown out of the passage, so of course they could see it clearly. When Yi Qinghan's figure was completely swallowed by the spatial vortex, Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, and fireworks went limp, and their vision turned black as they slumped to the ground. Yanran and Yao Ji looked at each other, but their faces were pale, and they almost collapsed. However, Jida's face was dark, and he shouted angrily, Yao Ji, go! Immediately, Yao Ji gritted her teeth, and her tender and beautiful lower lip was bitten open and blood flowed out. She powerlessly closed her eyes, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Her hands shot out several beams of divine power, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion turned into a meteor, breaking through the sky. Chapter 1238. That was close. I was almost tricked by that kid. Luckily he focused on my divine crystal. Haha, that fool. Doesn't he know that the primal divine crystal is protected by the primal chaos chi? Isn't it almost indestructible from the attacks of a grade 9 supreme martial artist? Yi Qinghan, with your strength, you still didn't die after entering the spatial whirlpool? Outside the reincarnation plane, Shintaxiong sat cross-legged on his origin energy. The divine crystal was slowly healing his body. His face was filled with lingering fear. Among Yi Qinghan's attacks just now, 7 of them were aimed at his primal chaos divine crystal, while 3 were aimed at his head. All of them were aimed at killing him. Although Shintaxiong was attacked by Yi Qinghan's soul destruction attack, at the critical moment of life and death, he forcefully activated his soul force to disperse the golden soul threads. Then his origin energy frantically surged out of his head, protecting his soul sea with all his might. Those 3 God-Slayer spears almost pierced through. But in the end, Yi Qinghan was blasted away. Without anyone controlling it, the God-Slayer spears immediately broke into pieces. At this moment, although he managed to preserve his life, his entire body was blasted into pieces. The primal chaos chi outside the primal chaos divine crystal had also been blasted away. It could be seen how powerful Yi Qinghan's attacks were. How many years has this kid cultivated for? He actually almost killed me. Too sick, too sick. Luckily he fell into the spatial whirlpool. Otherwise, if he cultivated for a few 100,000 years, would I still be his opponent? No. He has already refined the primal chaos divine crystal. He can't improve his nomological laws anymore. His strength can't improve anymore. Who forget it? Forget it. He doesn't have the primal chaos divine crystal, so he doesn't have the protection of the primal chaos chi. It's impossible for him to come out of that damned place. Yi Qinghan, you will definitely die this time. Shintaxiong let out a long breath. Yi Qinghan's methods were too strange. Most importantly, his talent was too abnormal. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't feel at ease. Only now did he heave a sigh of relief. However, when he recalled that Shinta Wuxia had been killed by Yi Qinghan, Shintaxiong became enraged again. He grinned and roared. I will definitely destroy the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan, no matter where your relatives are hiding, I will find them one by one and tear them all to shreds. I swear. After half a day, Shintaxiong's body was completely healed. He immediately flew out of the passageway, but discovered that there was nothing in the void. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was gone, and the Flying Phoenix was also gone. His divine sense radiated to the limit as he searched the surroundings. Then it flew around several large whirlpools. After confirming that the Flying Phoenix and the Soul Emperor Pavilion were gone, it let out a furious roar and flew back to the reincarnation plane. Boom, boom, boom. Flying back to the reincarnation plane, Shintaxiong didn't say anything. He condensed a large palm and smashed it at the 3 continents below. Who knew how many cities were destroyed, how many people were killed? This time, the anger in his heart weakened a little. Without the Flying Phoenix, I can only directly fly back to the divine world. God damn it, this time I will have to use up primal chaos energy. Monarch Windmoon, you bastard, don't let me see you, or I will make you wish you were dead. Shin Tuxiong coldly snorted and sent out another palm strike, sinking the reincarnation island. Then he turned and flew out of the endless void. Looking deeply at the whirlpool that Yi Qinghan had fallen into, he gritted his teeth and flew back to the divine world. If he hadn't become a lord of the divine world, it would have been incomparably difficult to fly back to the divine world. He might even have died due to the exhaustion of his source energy. But now that his strength had reached the peak of 9th grade supreme, there was a lot of primal chaos energy in the primal chaos divine crystal. Flying back to the divine world wasn't a problem. It's not broken, it's not broken. Brother is still alive. What if he comes out of the space whirlpool and can't find us? Sister Temptress, hurry up and go back. Shin Tuxiong can come out of the space whirlpool. With brother's strength, he can also come out. Brother will definitely come out. Let's go get brother, okay? Once Yi Qingyu came to her senses, she immediately ran toward the hall, ignoring the people in the hall. When she saw that the soul jade slip on the table in front of the hall was not broken, she was elated and immediately said to the temptress. The temptress shook her head and didn't say anything. She looked at Jida. At this moment, there were many people in the hall. Paragon Li Quan, Lei Zhen, Yu Qingcheng, and all the other important people had been teleported out by Jida from the spatial divine tool. When Yi Qingyu spoke, countless people looked at Jida. At this moment, Jida's strength was the highest. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had named him as the leader. We can't go back. Unexpectedly, before Jida could say anything, Yu Qingcheng suddenly spoke. Yu Qingcheng was still wearing a peach-colored palace dress. Her temperament was out of this world. At this moment, her strength had reached 6th grade war god. Although this bit of strength was far from that of the temptress, Yanran and the others, among Yi Qinghan's women, Yu Qingcheng had always been the most mature. She was also respected by Yi Qinghan and the other women. Yi Qinggu had not been awake for long. Her beautiful face turned pale. She shook her head and asked, "Why? Sister Qingcheng? Are we going to leave little Han alone? What if he comes out and can't find us? Moreover, Shin Tuxiong is beside him. He is in even more danger. We have to go and save him." Nonsense. Yu Qingcheng's almond-shaped eyes glared and turned cold. Like a lioness, she shouted. Why did Qinghan fall into the space whirlpool? Isn't it to give me a chance to escape? Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion's speed is fast, can it be faster than Shin Tuxiong? Once we encounter them, we will be completely annihilated. Qinghan didn't hesitate to give up her life to fight for a chance for us. Do you want to waste it? Shin Tuxiong fell into the space whirlpool for several months. Qinghan's strength is lower than him. Even if Qinghan can come out, it will be several months later. What we need to do now is to find a place for everyone to stay and then think about it. As Yu Qingcheng was enraged, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu didn't dare to make a fuss. Although the others looked sad, they also felt that Yu Qingcheng's words were reasonable. On their side, Lord Devour had sacrificed a doppelganger. His strength was greatly reduced. Yi Qinghan fell into the space whirlpool. Although he wasn't dead yet, it was unknown whether he could come out or not. The strongest people were Jida and Yanran, who were at the lower 9th grade. They couldn't help but feel that their future was bleak. Especially Yu Qingcheng, Lan Yu, and the others in the reincarnation secret realm. They hadn't seen Yi Qinghan for several thousand years. When they came out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, they immediately heard that Yi Qinghan had been sucked into the space whirlpool. It was like a bolt from the blue. They fainted immediately. Mother, big uncle, and father will definitely be fine. They were fine when they fell into the space black hole. If Shin Tuxiong can come out of this space whirlpool, big uncle and father can come out too. The demon devourer's strength had reached the peak of God King realm. It wouldn't be long before he could break through to the God Emperor realm. Originally, he thought that he could see Xiaohe. He didn't expect that Xiaohe would stubbornly want to resist the enemy, with Yi Qinghan. At this moment, they also fell into the space whirlpool. Although the demon devourer blamed Xiaohe, he didn't dare to show it. He could only comfort Li Shui'er. After a final discussion, they decided to send everyone back to the Fire Dragon continent. If Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip hadn't been broken, Jida and Yanran wouldn't have gone to the Beast God's secret realm. They would have brought Yao Jida, Yi Qinghan's women, and Li Shui. or back to the reincarnation secret realm to look for or wait for Yi Qinghan to come out. Chapter 1239. Yi Qinghan was indeed not dead. However, at this moment, he felt more pain than death. What the hell is this place? After being sucked into the spatial whirlpool, I was actually teleported here? Woo, this damn attack is coming again. Yi Qinghan was currently in a very strange place. His surroundings were a vast expanse of whiteness. Even with his powerful strength and divine sense, he could only detect up to 100 miles away. Furthermore, the space here was very unstable, and he could not enter the War Emperor Palace. The most important thing was, there would occasionally be a gust of wind. When this gust of wind blew, it would be accompanied by a powerful soul attack. Yi Qinghan, who was a powerful soul fighter, still had a splitting headache. Every time, he felt as though his soul sea was about to collapse. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over. Even with Yi Qinghan's powerful soul spirit, he actually rolled around in the air in pain. The muscles on his face were contorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was as though he was possessed by a baleful aura in the past. This place is very strange. Even with Boss's powerful soul spirit, he was actually attacked like this, but I am completely fine. Sigh, I can't wait any longer. I have to scout around and find the exit. This doesn't make sense. If Shinta Xiong can go out, then Boss's powerful soul spirit can't even withstand it. At this moment, from the slaughter god saber on Yi Qinghan's back, a shadow floated out and condensed into Xiaohei's appearance. Xiaohei looked at Yi Qinghan's pained expression and anxiously scurried around Yi Qinghan. However, he did not know what to do. Finally, he abruptly fled in all directions. 1 hour later, Yi Qinghan stopped rolling around. He sprawled on the ground and panted heavily. After resting for a while, the pain in his soul spirit eased slightly. Yi Qinghan immediately sat cross-legged and looked at his soul spirit. Sigh, if this continues, even if my soul spirit ocean does not collapse, it will explode prematurely. Could this place be my burial ground? If I knew this would happen, I would not have agreed to let Xiaohei follow me out. I am the one who harmed him. Yi Qinghan wearily opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with regret and helplessness. Shin Tu-xiong was not killed, but he was in danger, and Xiaohei was also implicated. Most importantly, it was very likely that the soul sea would explode soon. Xiao. A gust of wind blew over. Yi Qinghan immediately looked over and saw Xiaohei's human form materializing. He looked dispirited as he sighed. Boss, there's nothing here other than corpses and white fog. It's so wide here. I didn't dare to walk too far, so I couldn't find the exit. Go. At this moment, the pain in Yi Qinghan's mind was completely alleviated. He didn't waste any time and shouted at Xiaohei. Xiaohei entered the slaughter god saber, while Yi Qinghan flew away at his fastest speed. If Shinta Xiong could swing his blade to return to the reincarnation plane from the Yellow Springs River, then as long as he found the Yellow Springs River, he could also go back along the Yellow Springs River. It didn't matter if he died, but he couldn't implicate Xiaohei. Even if he couldn't kill Shinta Xiong and couldn't obtain the possession technique, at least Xiaohei would be able to live on as a spirit body, right? After flying for an hour, he still couldn't see the end. At this moment, another gust of wind blew over, and Yi Qinghan had nowhere to hide. This gust of wind covered a large area, and its speed was very fast. Yi Qinghan's divine senses were obstructed, and by the time he discovered the gust of wind, it had already blown over. An indescribable and strange energy began to attack Yi Qinghan's soul sea, causing Yi Qinghan to tumble in midair once again. Xiaohei floated out again, and looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. He then turned into a shadow and floated out to scout the way. After a while, Yi Qinghan lay on the ground, exhausted, and started to heave in big mouthfuls. Xiaohei hadn't returned yet, so Yi Qinghan could only roll his eyes and lie on the ground. He looked around blankly, sighed and murmured, "Is this really the netherworld? Otherwise, how could a normal place be so big? Boss, my divine senses can't even reach 100 miles in this godforsaken place. It feels like it's boundless. This is troublesome. Can you still hold on?" Xiaohei floated over, and his face was full of frustration. Yi Qinghan nodded, gritted his teeth, and continued to fly in the original direction. Along the way, He often found countless corpses, and none of them had any injuries. Moreover, they weren't all humans. There were demonic beasts, monsters, and all kinds of strange creatures, but all of them were dead. In this godforsaken place, there wasn't a single living thing. Isn't this Inkue? Inkue is really dead. A few days later, Yi Qinghan was attacked dozens of times by the soul. He gritted his teeth and endured, but unexpectedly found Inkue's corpse. Inkue's face was full of pain, and his eyes were wide open, which were full of horror. What made Yi Qinghan feel strange was that Inkue's divine crystal had disappeared. Looks like Inkue was also killed by the soul attack. What is this place? I've never heard of it before, and from Shen Xiong's tone, it seems like I've never heard of it either. Sigh, let's continue to look for the exit. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment, and continued to turn into a meteor, shooting forward. Just after flying for a short while, another gust of wind blew, and the soul attack came again. This gust of wind just blew. Why did it come immediately? God damn it, can't there be a little more regularity? If it comes one after another, my soul will directly collapse. Yi Qinghan was a little crazy. This was not the way to go. Although Xiaohei was not affected, and although he could help him investigate, his speed was definitely not as fast as this gust of wind. When he discovered it and transmitted back, Yi Qinghan would still not be able to avoid it. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan was somewhat at a loss. After every soul attack, that kind of tearing pain came, causing Yi Qinghan to be incomparably at a loss. There were a few times when the thought of giving up surged out, and there was a feeling that if his soul collapsed, he would be completely free. I can't give up, I can't give up. Even if I die, I have to send Xiaohei out. Time and time again, Yi Qinghan tumbled in midair, and time again, his soul almost collapsed. Every time, Yi Qinghan told himself that he could not give up. For the sake of Xiaohei, he had to fight with all his might. Swish! Yi Qinghan flew rapidly in the vast expanse of white, and from time to time he was forced to stop and tumble in the sky. He flew for a full 2.5 months, but it seemed like he would never reach the end. Yi Qinghan himself could not remember how many soul attacks he had experienced, and he felt that his mind was in a mess. His entire body was a size thinner, and his face was pale. If it wasn't for Xiaohei, Yi Qinghan was afraid that he would have given up long ago, and his soul would have collapsed. Xiaohei, I can't hold on any longer. My soul might be collapsing soon. Boss has harmed you. Don't worry about Boss. Go find a yellow river yourself. That river can lead you out of the reincarnation plane. You stay in the reincarnation plane. Yao Ji and the others will definitely return to the reincarnation plane to take a look. Half a year later, Yi Qinghan's entire body seemed to have collapsed. He grabbed his hair with both hands and rolled on the ground. His muscles were convulsing, and his eyes were bloodshot. He had a ferocious expression as he roared at Xiaohei with all his might. In the soul space, that golden soul sea that was only the size of half a fist was currently trembling violently. In the soul space, an indescribable green energy was constantly invading the soul sea, as if the soul sea would explode in the next second. No. Boss, you can't leave me behind. You must survive. Without you, what joy does Xiaohei have in living? Boss, hold on, we will definitely get out. Xiaohei shouted anxiously at the side, and his face was distorted with jealousy. He wanted to grab Yi Qinghan with both hands, but he was a soul body, so he grabbed empty air time and time again. Xiaohei, I forgot to tell you, my soul sea has mutated again. Even if I don't die this time, it will definitely explode soon. I have no regrets in this life, only that I can't kill Shen Xiong, obtain the possession secret technique, and help you reconstruct your true body. I'm sorry, Xiaohei. Let's be brothers in the next life. After a moment of shock, Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped rolling and struggled to stand up. His eyes actually regained their clarity, and a smile and luster appeared on his face. He looked at Xiaohei lovingly, but this smile was incomparably desolate. Then, Yi Qinghan suddenly collapsed. His soul space had become a soul sea that was the size of a fist. Just now, it could no longer bear the heavy pressure, and with a boom, it exploded. Chapter 1240. Boss. 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 A sorrowful howl sounded. Xiaohei threw himself at Yi Qinghan. but he passed through Yi Qinghan's body again and again. He sensed that Yi Qinghan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and his soul aura was also gradually disappearing. Finally, when Yi Qinghan's aura completely disappeared, the fear in Xiaohei's eyes became more and more intense. In the end, he became incomparably empty and lifeless. He sat beside Yi Qinghan in a daze, looking at him in a daze. His entire body was indescribably bleak. A silly soul body, a corpse, white fog everywhere, cold and bleak, in this strange world, formed a bleak and desolate scenery. No, I won't die. Boss, you're lying to me again. You're scaring Xiaohei again. What you're doing is wrong, it's not fun, do you know? Xiaohei seemed to have lost his soul. His eyes became dazed as he muttered to himself like a fool. That's not right. Last time in Sealed God Valley, Boss's soul split into two and he didn't die. So what if his soul exploded this time? At most, it would split into a few hundred or tens of thousands of souls. Boss, you're the most monstrous genius in this world. This time, you definitely won't die. That's right. Divine Crystal, boss. Your divine crystal didn't float out, haha. I told you won't die. Boss, hang in there, hang in there. As Xiaohei muttered to himself, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up and he regained his spirit. He thought of the last time Yi Qinghan was in Sealed God Valley. He also seemed to have died like this. He also thought that Yi Qinghan was dead. But the Rain Empress also told him that Yi Qinghan was not dead because when a martial artist died, the divine crystal would automatically float out. But at this moment, Yi Qinghan's divine crystal was already in his body. Xiaohei became extremely nervous. He stared at Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen, not daring to breathe loudly. Of course, he couldn't breathe at the moment. He was afraid that in the next second, a rainbow-colored divine crystal would float out of Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen. Buzz. At this moment, a shadow suddenly emerged from Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen, scaring Xiaohei so much that his soul almost flew out of his body. Well, in fact, he was currently in his soul form and had already left his body. Xiaohei thought that it was Yi Qinghan's divine crystal floating out, but he didn't expect it to be a shadow, and this shadow actually condensed into a familiar figure. War Emperor. Xiaohei's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. At such a critical juncture, the Battle Emperor had actually appeared. How could he not be happy? He quickly shouted, "Senior Battle Emperor, what happened to my boss? Can you help him? I'm begging you. Save boss. I, Lord Xiaohei, will do anything you want. Your boss's problem is very serious." I sensed that his breath was very unstable, and he was about to die. That's why I was alarmed. The Battle Emperor's face was solemn. His shadow was extremely faint, as if it could disappear from the heaven and earth at any time. He carefully examined Yi Qinghan's situation and murmured doubtfully, "He actually refined the Chaos Divine Crystal. Where did he get it? Such a peerless talent actually refined the Chaos Divine Crystal now? Doesn't he know that after refining the Chaos Divine Crystal, it will be hard for him to improve his strength for the rest of his life? I'm old and muddle-headed. At this moment, I don't even know if he can pass this stage. Why would I care about strength?" The Battle Emperor murmured to himself. Xiaohei was so anxious that smoke was coming out of his mouth. He quickly said, "Senior Battle Emperor, don't worry about the Chaos Divine Crystal first. Let's see if boss can be saved first." His soul sea has completely exploded at this moment, and turned into countless fragments. The energy in his soul space is in a mess. The power source in his soul sea is also in a mess. The entire soul space is in a mess. The strange thing is that the soul sea has collapsed, but the soul space has not. I'm afraid this is the reason why he didn't die. The Battle Emperor stared at Yi Qinghan and said doubtfully. He then shook his head slightly and continued. The last time he was in the Holy Plane, he mutated once. But this time, it's even more serious. I'm not sure if he will die or not. Of course, I can't help him. No one can help him. Life and death are decreed by fate. It's all up to the heavens. The excitement on Xiaohei's face dimmed again. The last time the Battle Emperor helped Yi Qinghan open the teleportation array of the planar battlefield, he had almost used up all of his energy. He also said that he would only appear if Yi Qinghan removed the 3 layers of the seal. Now that he had suddenly appeared, Xiao He thought that the Battle Emperor had a way to help Yi Qinghan overcome this crisis. I came out to meet this kid one last time. I didn't expect that he would be unconscious. I won't be able to see him one last time. The Battle Emperor looked at Xiao He and sighed faintly. Hee, my energy has been used up. If Yi Qinghan doesn't die this time, tell Yi Qinghan that I have removed the seal on the black stone. The seal on the Battle Emperor Palace has also been removed. Inside the black stone is a Chaos Divine Crystal. This is a 9th grade Supreme Divine Crystal from ancient times. I was lucky enough to obtain it. Originally, I wanted to wait until he reached the 9th grade Dharma Law's realm before I let him refine it. I didn't expect that he would obtain one himself. He is even refining it now. Oh, Chaos Divine Crystal. Xiao He was slightly stunned. Xiao He knew about the black stone. Back then, Xiao He and Yi Qinghan's souls had not been separated. He knew many of Yi Qinghan's secrets. He didn't expect it to be a Chaos Divine Crystal. Then his expression changed again. He looked at the Battle Emperor in shock and said, "What? Battle Emperor, are you going to die?" "Oh. No, I mean your energy has been used up? That's not it. Sorry, Senior, I don't know what to say. It's okay. I should have died a long time ago. It's already very lucky that this remnant of my soul has been preserved for so long. It's just a pity that I won't be able to see Shen Xiong die in front of me." The Battle Emperor's silhouette became fainter and fainter. It swayed in the air, as if it would dissipate with the wind at any time. He raised his head and looked at the vast white scenery around him. He sighed and said, "Before I die, I can't even see the divine world one more time. Xiao He, if Yi Qinghan can survive this, please help me tell him a great secret. I promised to tell him." "A great secret? What is it?" Xiao He's face was filled with grief. Yi Qinghan's life was uncertain. At this moment, the Battle Emperor's soul was about to disappear. Xiao He's heart was filled with sorrow and sadness. He asked casually. At this moment, even if it was a great secret, he wouldn't be interested. "I suspect that the destruction of the divine world and the fall of the 10 ancient gods was done by the Supreme God Emperor. If Yi Qinghan is lucky enough to survive, and if he can kill Shen Xiong and become the Lord of the divine world, tell him to be careful of the Supreme God Emperor." After the Battle Emperor finished his last sentence, he looked as if he had been freed. He looked at Yi Qinghan and Xiao He again. Then his silhouette gradually faded, and finally disappeared from the world. Precursor Battle Emperor. Xiao He screamed one more time, feeling so lonely. Lord Devour's clone was destroyed, and he didn't know his current situation. Yi Qinghan was unconscious. His soul sea was chaotic, and he didn't know if his soul space would explode or if he would fall asleep forever. At this moment, the Battle Emperor was dead. Moreover, he didn't know what to do in this damn place. He had no family, and no one could help him. He felt as if he had been abandoned by this world. As if he was the only one left in this world, watching over it all by himself. Chapter 1241. Ah. Why is the soul jade slip getting dimmer and dimmer? Little Han. Is Big Brother in a dangerous situation? May the Divine Emperor bless us. Big Brother, you have to hold on. You have to hold on. Qinghan, hold on. We are all waiting for you to come back. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was filled with cries and tears. Countless people stared at the green soul jade slip on the table in the hall with solemn expressions. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive to the extreme. The soul jade slip is not exploding. Instead, it is slowly dimming. This is so strange. Jida and Monarch Yanran looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Lei Zhenyu also frowned. They had lived for millions of years, and this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. If a martial artist died, the soul jade slip would immediately explode. If the martial artist did not die, the soul jade slip would not change. However, Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip was so strange that it kept dimming. Everyone, don't panic. I think Qinghan is not in danger. There is a problem with his soul sea. Otherwise, once his soul disappears, the soul jade slip will definitely explode. There is no point in panicking. Pray sincerely. Yanran had some knowledge about souls. After observing for a while, she said this and closed her eyes to pray sincerely. Although they did not know if praying to the Divine Emperor would work, what else could they do at this moment? Yi Qingyu and the others did not dare to speak. They imitated Yanran and prayed. However, they did not dare to close their eyes. They clasped their hands together and stared at the soul jade slip as if they were afraid that it would explode in the next second. Big brother, hold on. Didn't you say that even if the heavens wanted you to die, you would fight it? Didn't you say that you would pierce through the heavens? I used the soul-devouring transformation and did not die. Even the heavens did not want my life. How can you die? If we brothers work together, we'll just have to pierce through this trifling heavens. Don't you think so? Xiao He mumbled to himself as he stared at Yi Qinghan, whose entire body was stiff and pale as if he was dead. Yi Qinghan's current situation was incomparably terrible. It was much worse than when his soul was split into two in the conferred God Valley, and when his soul collapsed in the Holy Plain, and a new soul space appeared. His entire body was ice-cold. All of his divine power was gathered within the divine crystal. The mysterious energy within the divine crystal of primal chaos had stopped seeping into the divine crystal. The blood night had stopped flowing. There was no heartbeat, no aura at all. To put it simply, he was no different from an ordinary corpse. The situation in the soul space was even worse. The soul ocean that was half the size of a fist exploded into billions of pieces. The soul space was filled with all kinds of energy. There was the power of light, darkness, lightning, and the strange energy that Monarch Yanran sent over, as well as the black energy of the ghastly wind in this gray space. It was incomparably noisy as demons danced chaotically. The strangest thing was that the origin energy outside the soul space was also in a mess. A small portion of the origin energy left the soul space and turned into white clouds that floated and flew in the soul space. The billions of pieces of the soul ocean that had exploded were also flying chaotically in the soul space. In addition to the whirlwinds formed by all kinds of energy, the entire soul space was like a pot of porridge. Boss, is this soul ocean still a soul ocean? He won't sleep like this forever and become a vegetable, right? Xiao He's consciousness kept checking on Yi Qinghan. His mind was in a mess. However, there was nothing he could do. Besides staying by Yi Qinghan's side and guarding him alone, what else could he do? 1 month. Yi Qinghan's situation didn't change at all. 1 year later, Yi Qinghan's soul sea became even more chaotic. Soul fragments and origin energy fragments, as well as all kinds of energy, formed a whirlwind, wreaking havoc everywhere in the soul space. It was like a sandstorm in the desert. It was so dark that there was no daylight. 3 years later, the situation had reached its worst state. 3 large whirlwinds formed in the soul space and continuously attacked the origin energy outside the soul space. Once they broke through, the entire soul space would collapse, and Yi Qinghan would most likely die. Xiao He's soul became slightly dimmer, but he continued to guard beside Yi Qinghan. It wasn't because he had stayed outside the slaughter god blade for a few years and had used up too much energy. It was because he had been paying attention to the progress of Yi Qinghan's soul space at all times. It had been more than 3 years, and his mental energy was severely depleted. He was extremely tired. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan was in a critical situation. Although Xiao He wanted to sleep inside the slaughter god blade, he had no choice but to keep an eye on Yi Qinghan. Even if Yi Qinghan really died, he wanted to accompany him and send him on his last journey. Boss, don't give up. Don't give up. Persevere. Hold on. Xiao He didn't know if Yi Qinghan could hear him. However, for the past 3 years, he had been stubbornly calling out to Yi Qinghan. He didn't know if he was telling Yi Qinghan to persevere, or if he was telling himself to persevere. Bang bang. Xiao He seemed to be able to hear the sound of the 3 whirlwinds continuously attacking Yi Qinghan's soul space. Xiao He had a strange feeling that if Yi Qinghan was able to withstand the ferocious attacks, he might be able to survive. If he couldn't, he would definitely die. As for the green jade slip in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, it had already reached its darkest moment. There was no longer any luster, and a crack had started to appear on it. This scared everyone half to death. However, after a crack appeared on the soul jade slip, it didn't spread any further. This made everyone's hearts hang in suspense. At this moment, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was floating outside the reincarnation mystic realm. After sending some people back to the Flame Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan's women, Li Shui, and Ji Delay all came out. Venerable Li Quan, Emperor Yu, and Mo Xiaoxiao, Yi Qinghan's children, Demon Devourer Yao, Soul Eater City's elders, and elite disciples had all stayed in the Flame Dragon continent. Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu had refined the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal. They were pseudo-grade 9 and didn't have any divine might, so they could enter the Flame Dragon plane. With their protection, the Flame Dragon continent was very safe. Jida entered the Reincarnation Mystic Realm to investigate, but he didn't find any news of Yi Qinghan. He didn't dare to stay in the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. Everyone could only wander outside the whirlpool, waiting. Success or failure depends on this. The second person will soar to the sky and stand above hundreds of millions of people. Or will he sink and his soul scatter? It all depends on how strong his will is. I hope you don't disappoint me. Above the gray space where Yi Qinghan was, there was an old man in sackcloth standing there. The old man still had white hair and eyebrows. He was barefooted, and there wasn't a hint of emotion on his face. His eyes were like lightning, and he could actually see through the gray fog and look straight at Yi Qinghan below. Xiao He was completely unaware that there was actually someone spying on them. A gust of wind blew in the surroundings, and from time to time, there would be a gust of wind that made Yi Qinghan roll on the ground. However, when the gust of wind blew near the old man in sackcloth, it would strangely separate automatically. It was clear that this old man's strength had reached an incomparably terrifying realm. The old man in sackcloth stood high in the sky and looked down at Yi Qinghan and Xiao He, who was like an ant on a hot pan. He didn't move at all, and he just watched quietly from high in the sky. It was as if he was waiting for Yi Qinghan's soul ocean to transform, or for Yi Qinghan to completely fall. Half a year later, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and a trace of emotion finally appeared on his face. His eyes were like lightning as he exclaimed, "The last 3 waves, the second person, hold on. Whether you are a dragon or a worm, it all depends on these 3 waves." Chapter 1242. Bang. Within Yi Qinghan's soul sea, 3 whirlwinds began to rapidly blow through the space comparable to the Flame Dragon continent. They constantly spun, their speed becoming faster and faster. Then, the 3 whirlwinds began to violently rush towards the source power outside of the soul space, as if they wanted to break through this source power cage and return to the world of freedom. The entire soul space trembled. Where it was struck, the source power was nearly shaken apart. A giant dent was formed in the space. If it weren't for the source power quickly rushing over, a hole would have been formed in the space. The 3 whirlwinds would have completely escaped, causing the entire soul space to collapse. Puff! Yi Qinghan's eyes opened after being struck by this attack. He sat up straight and spat out a mouthful of blood. The muscles in his body began to violently tremble, and the muscles on his face contorted. It was obvious that he was suffering from intense pain. Boss! Boss! Xiao He was startled and then ecstatic. However, before his ecstatic emotions could fully fill his heart, Yi Qinghan collapsed to the ground once more, no longer breathing. Besides a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, there was no difference from before. Boss, hold on. You must hold on. Xiao He used all the strength in his body to shout out. He knew that Yi Qinghan hadn't been affected at all by the 3 whirlwinds. But now, after experiencing such a violent impact, Yi Qinghan had actually spat out blood. This meant that this was the most critical moment. If Yi Qinghan couldn't hold on, he would definitely die. Big brother. Little cold. Little cold. At the same time, there was a cry of sorrow from within the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Just now, Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip had violently trembled. Then, a giant crack had appeared on it, scaring everyone half to death. Everyone, including Yanran, no longer closed their eyes. They didn't even dare to breathe. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the soul jade slip, waiting for the final outcome. In Yi Qinghan's soul space, the 3 whirlwinds began to condense again. They spun crazily in the space and began to accelerate, preparing for the next attack. Ha! Why is Boss's godly power rushing into his soul space? All of a sudden, Xiao He sensed that something was amiss and cried out in alarm. His divine sense abruptly swept towards Yi Qinghan's divine crystal. The divine power in Yi Qinghan's divine crystal was madly gushing out, flowing from his meridians to his brain, through the black hole, into the new soul space, and then attached to the original power. In the end, it actually fused with the power of origin. How much divine power does Yi Qinghan have? How powerful were they? His divine power had already reached the upper 9th grade. Now that he had refined the chaos divine crystal, the pure energy within it had increased his divine power to that of a 9th grade supreme martial artist. At this moment, so much divine power had all rushed into his soul sea. There was no more divine power left in the divine crystal. Moreover, the divine power began to fuse with the power of origin rapidly. In the end, the white power of origin became glittering gold and thicker. Boss, all the divine power has been sucked into the soul space. Isn't he a cripple now? Bah. He can't even keep his life now. Who cares if he's a cripple or not? Even if he doesn't have any divine power, he can still cultivate in the future. Waha, Boss's soul space is reinforced by such strong divine power. It won't be broken, right? Xiaohei's heart was in his throat. When the last bit of Yi Qinghan's divine power was sucked into the soul space, Xiaohei hurriedly focused his divine sense on Yi Qinghan's soul space, and began to examine it carefully. The attack is coming again. 3 whirlwinds formed by the fragments of the soul sea, the power of origin, and all sorts of other energies reached the limit again. They crazily smashed into the power of origin outside the soul space. Bang bang bang, as Blackie probed with his divine sense, which was so frightened that it almost broke his heart. The original power source, which had become golden because of the fusion of God power, shook again. Golden light erupted, and 3 dents appeared in 3 different directions. It looked like it was about to shatter. More than half of it had been broken, leaving only a few thin layers of the power of origin. Unfortunately, the momentum of the whirlwinds began to weaken. Then they were powerlessly pushed back, and the soul space slowly returned to its original state. Yay, it withstood it again. Boss, I knew you were the strongest. Xiaohei was so happy that he flew around, his expression excited. He couldn't contain his joy. But a moment later, he was frightened again. He exclaimed, Mother **Ker, 3 whirlwinds, why are they fusing? Mothers actually turned into one. This. Can Boss withstand it this time? The 3 whirlwinds in the soul space slowly began to condense, and finally became one. As soon as they condensed, the power of the 3 whirlwinds seemed to be at their strongest. It began to slowly accelerate, whistling through the space, preparing for the fiercest attack. The last wave. Number 2, hold it. The old man in the hemp robe, who was high up in the sky, suddenly shouted. His voice turned into layers of waves like ripples that spread downwards. Wherever the sound waves passed, the white fog and wind automatically retreated. Finally, when the sound waves reached Yi Qinghan's side, they quietly disappeared. Strangely, Xiaohei couldn't feel it at all. At this moment, another crack appeared on the green jade slip in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Everyone's faces were filled with despair because the Soul Jade slip could no longer withstand the 4th crack. Once the 4th crack appeared, the Soul Jade slip would definitely shatter. Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingcheng, Fireworks, and the others didn't even have tears in their eyes. Their eyes were empty. Without Yi Qinghan, their sky had collapsed, and there was no light or color. What meaning was there in such a life? We can't hold it anymore. We can't hold it anymore. Xiaohei muttered weakly, and his eyes were filled with fear. In Yi Qinghan's soul space, the 3 whirlwinds combined into a huge whirlwind. Its power grew stronger and stronger, and it was 10 times stronger than the previous 3 whirlwinds. He had almost broken through just now. Could he still hold it? We can't hold it anymore? Humph. Damned heavens, you want me to die, but I refuse to die. Fight against the heavens? What right does the heavens have to fight with me? My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, and Xiaohei's soul body almost exploded. Under the astonished and ecstatic gaze of Little Black, Yi Qinghan actually opened his eyes. With a loud roar, he abruptly stood up, straightened his spine, and raised his head to look at the sky. His black hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his gaze was firm and confident. He pointed to the sky with one hand and stood proudly. Xiaohei was dumbfounded. Yi Qinghan actually woke up at the critical moment, and it seemed like he understood his own situation very well. What made Xiaohei even more dumbfounded was that Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen suddenly lit up with a rainbow divine light. When this divine light lit up, a terrifying pressure spread out, and Xiaohei's soul body was shaken so much that he kept retreating. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating 100 meters. That rainbow divine light began to quickly spread up Yi Qinghan's body, chest, neck, and finally surrounded his entire brain. The rainbow divine light flashed and then disappeared. Then, another rainbow divine light lit up on Yi Qinghan's lower abdomen and continued to rush toward his brain. Xiaohei didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His divine sense had been quietly probing Yi Qinghan's body, and he was horrified to find that all the energy inside the chaos divine crystal on the surface of Yi Qinghan's divine crystal had surged into the energy source outside Yi Qinghan's soul space and was rapidly merging with it. But what he didn't understand was why there were two waves of energy. Could it be that Yi Qinghan had two chaos divine crystals? Before he could figure it out, the fiercest impact in Yi Qinghan's soul space had begun. Xiaohei's divine sense had just probed inside, but it was directly pushed out by a wave of turbulent energy. Then he saw. Yi Qinghan's eyes closed, and he fell straight down. Chapter 1243. It's not broken, it's not broken. It's lit up. Brother's soul jade slip is lit up. Supreme Divine Emperor, thank you. Peng. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip suddenly shone and then dimmed. Finally, it started to regain its luster. The strangest thing was that the three cracks were also slowly closing up. Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, and the others cried tears of joy and jumped in joy. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing and Yi Yarao, who had been silent all this time, collapsed to the ground and fainted. I knew it, I knew it. Little Han is a genius, the #1 genius in the immortal realm, the #1 genius. Who could take his life? Even the heavens can't, haha. Jida laughed loudly, but his eyes were full of tears. Lei Zhen, a big man, also had tears in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Lei Zhen laughed and said, Little Han, after surviving a calamity, there will be great fortune. Let's go. For little Han's new life, let's drink to our heart's content and not leave until we're drunk. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the oppressive atmosphere that had been suppressed for many years was swept away. Countless people cried tears of joy, hugging their heads and crying bitterly. They kept looking at the soul jade slip and smiled sweetly when they saw that it was getting brighter. How can a golden qilin be a creature of a pond? When the wind and clouds meet, it will transform into a dragon. In the gray space where Yi Qinghan was, the old man in sackcloth stood high in the sky. When Yi Qinghan fell down, his face suddenly glowed with radiance. His entire face suddenly glowed, as if he had become many years younger. Then he didn't stay and laughed loudly as he left. In a few blinks of an eye, his body appeared in the endless void. After a few more steps, he completely disappeared as if he had never been there. Boss is alive. Boss is breathing again. Thank the heavens, thank the Supreme Divine Emperor. I'm so happy, Lord Xiaohei, I'm so happy. Xiaohei flew around Yi Qinghan at high speed. He flew up into the sky and dove into the ground, almost somersaulting in the air. Although his body became even dimmer, his entire soul was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. Yi Qinghan's soul space had completely stabilized. Although the soul space was still in a mess, with fragments of the soul ocean and origin scattered everywhere. However, the whirlwind formed by those energies was no longer blowing violently. Knowing that it was impossible for him to escape, he decided to give up. He was like a girl who had been raped. After struggling with all her might, she realized that her resistance was futile, so she could only enjoy it. Yi Qinghan's body also recovered, his heart started beating again, and his face became ruddy. However, he looked incredibly weak. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan's meridians were completely empty inside of his god crystal. There wasn't a shred of god power in him at all. He looked like a cripple. However, Xiaohei did not care whether Yi Qinghan was a cripple or not. As long as Yi Qinghan could come back to life, he would be extremely happy. There was only hope if he was alive, right? Boss had come back to life, but why didn't the serene wind have any effect on Boss? Or is it because boss is currently unconscious that I can't attack his soul? Xiaohei guarded Yi Qinghan for a few more days. At this time, the serene wind would occasionally come out, but it did not harm Yi Qinghan at all. If Yi Qinghan had fainted before, it would have been easy to explain. However, now that he had come back to life, he still had no reaction. It was very strange. And boss should be fine now. I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep first. 1 month later, Yi Qinghan's aura became more and more stable. Moreover, the serene wind did not harm Yi Qinghan at all. Moreover, he had been in this space for more than 4 years, and he had not met any living person or monster. Xiaohei could not take it anymore. He curled up next to Yi Qinghan and fell into a deep sleep. Oh, 3 Moon Queen. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened. As his body moved, Xiaohei was immediately startled. He suddenly pounced towards Yi Qinghan, but passed through him. However, Xiaohei's face was still full of joy. He said excitedly, "Boss, you are finally alive. This is great. Xiaohei, you have suffered." Yi Qinghan's eyes did not have the slightest bit of confusion. He looked at Xiaohei with a face full of guilt. He smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, during this period of time, my consciousness has been clear. I know everything that has happened. I also know that the Battle Emperor's remnant soul has disappeared. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see him for the last time." Ah. Xiaohei was startled. He immediately remembered the scene when Yi Qinghan suddenly stood up, raised his head and roared. He was not surprised anymore. He quickly asked, Boss, how do you feel now? Is your body all right?" Hee. Yi Qinghan still shook his head bitterly and said, "For the time being, my life is not in danger. However, I don't know what kind of monster I have become." "Monster? What kind of monster?" Xiaohei asked doubtfully. Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a mocking smile. He sat on the ground powerlessly and said, "My soul sea has exploded. The chaotic energy has begun to attack my soul space. I guess you have also sensed the situation. I felt that I could not withstand the last 3 waves of attacks, so I began to transfer all my divine power to block the second wave. The last 3 tornadoes merged into one, and its power increased tenfold. Helplessly, I transferred all the energy in the primal chaos divine crystal over. I also transferred all the energy in the primal chaos divine crystal from the black stone inside the divine crystal. After blocking the last wave of attacks, my soul space has become very stable. However, I have become a cripple." "Yes, Battle Emperor left you a primal divine crystal." Xiaohei came to his senses. He remembered that Battle Emperor had said that there was a primal divine crystal in the black stone. Adding the one that Yi Qinghan had started to refine, wouldn't that make 2? Xiaohei then asked doubtfully, "Boss, how did you transfer all this energy? I saw that your heart had stopped beating. Also, why do you always say that you are a cripple? Even without divine power, even without the primal divine crystal, you can still cultivate divine power. At least you can maintain your original strength." "I don't know how I transferred it. At that time, I took a deep breath and relied on my willpower. I told myself that I could not die, that I would not surrender. I frantically tried to transfer energy to stabilize my soul space. In the end, I really did it." Yi Qinghan recalled the situation at that time and explained. Then his eyes dimmed and he sighed. "I can't return to my original strength. I don't have any divine power now. Most importantly, I feel that the primal divine crystal is broken. I woke up half a month ago. I have cultivated for a long time, but I cannot gather any divine power in the primal divine crystal. I can't sense the heaven and earth yuan qi in this world. Now the only thing I can use is my soul power. My soul strength is still at the peak of the 9th grade. But without divine power, I can't even fly. I can't even enter the War Emperor Palace and open the space ring, let alone use my willpower to condense the power of space, or use nomological laws to attack. Do you think I have become a monster, a cripple?" "Boss, don't be discouraged. In the past, didn't you say that one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster? You said something about a phoenix's nirvana rebirth. Maybe after a period of time, your strength will become even stronger." Xiaohei hurriedly comforted him and said with a smile, "Boss, even if your strength can't recover, it's fine. We will find the exit and go to the reincarnation secret realm. When Jida and the others find us, we will return to the Fire Dragon continent and live a comfortable life. Xiao He doesn't want to reconstruct his true body. I will just accompany boss like this and watch Shui Air and Yao Yao. Xiao He will be satisfied. Yi Qinghan once again smiled sadly, but suddenly thought of something. His spirit shook as he asked, "Little Black, at the moment when I was in the most dangerous situation, did you hear an old voice?" He said one sentence, "That's right." He said the last wave. Number 2, hold on. An old voice? Number 2, hold on? Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with suspicion. He shook his head and said, "Boss, I didn't hear anything. Where did this godforsaken place come from?" "That's strange, number 2? Who is number 2? What is number 2? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He couldn't understand, but he clearly remembered that explosive shout. After a while he slowly raised his head and looked at the white sky. He let out a long breath and murmured, "Nirvana rebirth. I hope it's really Nirvana rebirth." Chapter 1244. Xiao. Outside the mystic realm of reincarnation, a figure flew out from the passageway of the whirlpool. The Soul Emperor Pavilion, which was flying outside the whirlpool, immediately flew over and received the person. Then it immediately flew away. "Big brother Jida, is there still no news of Xiaohan and Xiao He?" Yi Qinggu asked as soon as he came in. Everyone in the hall knew that there was no news. Otherwise, Jida would not have such a black face. However, they still looked at Jida with hope. Jida sighed and said, "No, there is no news from the mystic realm of reincarnation. I have people watching the Yellow Springs water. Say it has been 100 years. Why haven't Xiaohan and Xiao He come out? Shen Tuxiong came out in a few months." Fireworks suddenly frowned and said, "Do you think Qinghan and Xiao He came out long ago? Are they in the divine world or the Fire Dragon continent?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Yinran shook her head and said, "It should not be possible. Don't you remember that 100 years ago, Qinghan's soul had a problem? At that time, we were already waiting outside. If he came out, we should have met him. Now that 100 years have passed, if Qinghan is still outside, he would have come looking for us. I have a feeling that Qinghan and Xiao He are still in the space vortex. Maybe they have encountered a problem." Everyone nodded in agreement. However, they looked worried. Shen Tuxiong was a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Even if Yi Qinghan completely refined the primal chaos divine crystal, he would at most be an upper 9th grade supreme martial artist. If Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were trapped in there for the rest of their lives, it would be over. Those who can cultivate, go and cultivate. There is no point in waiting here. Yu Qingqing sighed and walked back to her room. Fireworks and the others looked at each other and took a deep look at the Soul Jade slip. Then they turned and walked back to their room. The Soul Emperor Pavilion continued to fly alone outside of the whirlpools, waiting for Yi Qinghan and Blackit to come out. Otherwise it would be forever drifting. Yi Qinghan had indeed encountered a problem. Yi Qinghan was walking on the ground in a grayish, unknown space. Xiao He was flying around him, sometimes disappearing into the white mist, then returning after a while. Yi Qinghan's speed was very fast. It could be said that he was flying. Of course, this was compared to ordinary mortals. In reality, Yi Qinghan's current speed couldn't even compare to the speed of a Fire Dragon continent marshal or duke. Because, at this moment, he was only relying on his physical strength to stride forward. 100 years. Yi Qinghan had been walking all this time, but 100 years was not as far as the distance he could cover in half a year. There was something wrong with his body. The heaven-earth yuan qi that he absorbed could not be stored. It had been 100 years, and there was not a bit of divine energy in his divine crystal and meridians. If it weren't for the fact that he could still absorb divine energy to replenish the energy in his body, he would have died from lack of energy. Hoo-hoo. Xiao He, take a break. I'm so tired. After 2 hours, Yi Qinghan sat on the ground, panting. After running continuously for a year, Yi Qinghan felt that every muscle in his body was trembling and aching. Swish. Xiao He turned into a gust of wind and floated over. He condensed into his human form, and sat down with Yi Qinghan. He chuckled and said, "Boss, what's your name?" You're a phoenix that has lost its feathers. That's what they say, right? Hee. Yi Qinghan lay on the ground and laughed bitterly. He had nothing now. He couldn't use the Godslayer's spear, he couldn't teleport, he couldn't use any nomological laws or secret skills. The only thing he could rely on was his soul skills. What made Yi Qinghan rather gratified was that the gust of wind here, which used to make him roll on the ground in pain, was now useless against him. In this gray space, there were no monsters, demonic beasts, or enemies. It was still considered safe. However, at this speed, when would he reach the end? Furthermore, he wasn't sure where the end was. After resting for a while and recovering some energy, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged and began to meditate. He sensed the heaven-earth yuan qi and absorbed it into his body. Once the heaven-earth yuan qi entered his body, the fatigue and weakness in his body instantly disappeared. However, the heaven-earth yuan qi seemed to reject him and didn't stay in his meridians or divine crystal at all. It surged in like the tide and retreated like the tide. God damn it, what's the problem? Is there such a strange thing in this world? Even if I have a useless body, I can still retain a trace of heaven-earth yuan qi after cultivating for a while. It's fine if my soul is strange, but my body has also become a monster. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes in frustration. After 100 years, he still couldn't figure out what was wrong with his body. Why was the heaven-earth yuan qi so merciless to him? Even if she was a prostitute, after being in love for so long, she couldn't just turn her back on him. Yi Qinghan had never heard of such a strange thing. His body was no different from before. Why did the heaven-earth yuan qi suddenly become incompatible with him? If I knew this, I wouldn't have taken away all the energy in the 2 chaos divine crystals. Even if there was a trace left, it would be enough for me to use for 1,000,000 years. It wouldn't be like now, where a hero is stumped by half a trace of divine power. Yi Qinghan felt regretful again. How strong was the energy in the chaos divine crystals? 2 chaos divine crystals. So much powerful energy had all entered the new soul space and fused with the origin energy outside the space. He couldn't use it anymore. Just like a married daughter, she couldn't go back to her mother's house at all. Wasting 2 chaos divine crystals, Yi Qinghan didn't regret it. After all, if he died, the energy in these 2 chaos divine crystals would eventually dissipate and disappear from this world. Soul space. What the hell is this soul space? Thinking of the soul space, Yi Qinghan sighed deeply. He couldn't help but use his divine sense to explore the soul space. He shook his head helplessly. After the explosion, the soul sea experienced a violent impact. After confirming that it couldn't rush out, it became more obedient. However, it became even stranger. Countless fragments of the soul sea and the origin energy seemed to be very close, sticking together in pairs. The dark energy, the light energy, the thunder energy, and the gray energy from Monarch Yenran were clearly separated and flew in the space. As for the energy from the gray space outside, it suddenly disappeared. After 100 years, the soul space was still growing rapidly. At this moment, it was bigger than a large material plane. Moreover, it was still growing rapidly. This strange soul space was getting more and more confusing to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan used to think that after surviving a disaster, there would be good fortune. Maybe he was reborn. However, now that 100 years had passed, Yi Qinghan couldn't see any signs of nirvana. He couldn't even see any hope of rebirth. Without divine power, no matter how he reborn, he would still be a useless person. Sigh, I don't want to think about it anymore. Xiaohei, keep going. Find the yellow spring water and return to the fire dragon continent. If I'm still a useless person, I can only retire in the fire dragon continent. After a while, Yi Qinghan stood up helplessly. He called out to Xiaohei and strode away. In a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared into the white fog. Chapter 1245. The atmosphere in the divine world was a little weird. After Shen Tixiong returned to the divine world, he didn't say anything and entered seclusion in the Eternal Palace. Shen Tixiong brought the Wind Moon Monarch, the South Mountains Monarch, and 100 supremacies. They went out to search for the reincarnation plane to kill, but in the end, only Shen Tixiong returned. Although no one knew what happened, from Shen Tixiong's expression, it didn't seem too good. In addition, Yi Qinghan returned openly, killed Qing Shan, rescued monarch Yanran, and captured Shinta Wuxia. Shinta Xiong's reputation was greatly reduced, and people like Ice Queen Mo Shanghuang were prepared to draw a line with Shinta Xiong. Luckily, Shinta Xiong didn't have any intention of summoning them after he returned. He entered seclusion in the Eternal Palace alone. Countless families and experts in the divine world were panicking. They weren't sure what happened to Shinta Xiong, and they were worried that Yi Qinghan would come back again. A war in the divine world. Hence, countless formidable martial artists quietly left the Battle God Pavilion. There were even countless family clans that entered various mystic realms of varying sizes. They were prepared to wait for the divine realm to completely calm down before returning. Shinta Xiong wasn't actually hiding. He was recuperating. Actually, things weren't as everyone guessed. At least, Shinta Xiong thought that Lord Devour was crippled by him, and Yi Qinghan would definitely die. Although Ing Kuei was dead, and the Wind Moon Monarch disappeared, the result was still acceptable, and it was considered a victory. In the battle with Yi Qinghan, Shinta Xiong wanted to kill Yi Qinghan, and he wanted to kill Yi Qinghan even if both of them were injured. In the end, Yi Qinghan was smashed into a spatial whirlpool, and he was heavily injured. His injuries were a small matter, and he could recover with divine crystals. On the way back to the divine world, he realized that because of Yi Qinghan's golden soul threat attack, his soul was injured, and he could barely fly back to the divine world. He could only enter seclusion immediately. Swish. 3,000 years later, the space outside the Supreme Island suddenly rippled, and a few figures appeared in the sky. The one in the lead was the breathtakingly beautiful Ice Queen. Beside her were the Blood Knight Monarch, Mo Shanghuang, the Hidden Monarch, and 3 lower 9th grade monarchs from the small secret realm. All the sovereigns that could be summoned from the divine world had appeared on Supreme Island. As for the mystical realm of the Water God and the Fire God, they had long been cut off from the immortal realm. Naturally, they would not come out now. The 6 sovereigns' faces were filled with bewilderment. After Shinta Xiong returned to the divine world, he actually went into seclusion for 3,000 years. Today he finally came out and summoned everyone here. However, no one knew what Shinta Xiong was up to. Buzz. 6 sovereigns. Lord Father is very kind. The door to the Eternal Palace suddenly opened, and Shinta Wuya appeared on the door. He cupped his hands towards everyone and made an inviting gesture. Ice Queen frowned and flew towards the Eternal Hall. Although most of the people here intended to separate themselves from Shinta Xiong, they were powerless to refuse Shinta Xiong's summons. Shinta Xiong sat in the main hall. His face was dark and his brows were furrowed. His eyelids were drooping, and no one knew what he was thinking about. The 6 of them flew in and bowed respectfully. They shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lord." Shinta Xiong didn't raise his eyelids. He waved his hand for everyone to sit down. A moment later, he threw out a shocking piece of news. 3,000 years ago, I crippled Shi Diawu and killed Yi Qinghan. You don't have to worry about them coming back to take revenge. Wu. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. Even the Blood Knight Monarch didn't believe it. Yi Qinghan's strange armor, they had already guessed a little about it. It was the legendary #1 supreme spiritual treasure in the divine world. He could teleport at any time, so how could Shinta Xiong kill Yi Qinghan? Scoff. What's with your expressions? Everyone's doubtful expressions angered Shinta Xiong. Instantly, the air in the Eternal Hall froze. Everyone felt like a mountain was pressing down on them, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Yi Qinghan was smashed into a spatial whirlpool by me. Inside the spatial whirlpool is an extremely strange space. There is no primal chaos energy, so he will definitely be attacked by that strange soul attack, and his soul will collapse. Yi Qinghan will definitely die this time. Shinta Xiong said unhappily. He looked at the Ice Mountain Queen, and the killing intent in his eyes was obvious. The War God Pavilion's powerful intelligence network had investigated everything about Yi Qinghan coming back to kill Qingshan and capture Shinta Wuxia. At that time, the Ice Queen didn't have any intention to stop him or attack. Everyone heard Shinta Xiong's words and was confused. Did Yi Qinghan really get smashed into the space whirlpool by Shinta Xiong? Space whirlpool. Could he still come out alive after entering that place? Sir, what instructions do you have for us? Ice Mountain Queen felt Shin Taxiong's hostility and sighed in her heart, cupping her fists. Shin Taxiong's eyes were filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, I want to kill all of Yi Qinghan's women and family, as well as devour Dia Wu, to console my son's soul in heaven. They definitely don't dare to hide in the reincarnation secret realm anymore. They should be in the Fire Dragon dimension. I called you all here to discuss how to enter the Fire Dragon dimension and kill all of them. Fire Dragon dimension. Everyone frowned. Who could confirm that Yi Qinghan was dead? They helped Shin Taxiong to deal with Yi Qinghan's family and friends. If Yi Qinghan didn't die and came back to take revenge, could they be a match for Yi Qinghan? Let's say that the Fire Dragon dimension was a material plane. Level 9 experts couldn't enter. Venerables and pseudo-level 9 experts would die with Lord Devour's real body there. Everyone became silent. Until Shin Taxiong snorted discontentedly. Blood Knight Monarch said with a crying face, Sir, the Fire Dragon dimension is a material plane. Yi Qinghan must have made arrangements when you captured some people last time. Even if you crippled Devour, Yi Qinghan has the pseudo-primal chaos divine crystal. As long as he has a pseudo-level 9 expert, no matter how many venerables go, they will die. Trash, you think I don't know what you're saying? Shin Taxiong glared angrily and scolded. I have no other way, so I called you all here to discuss. Otherwise, I would have destroyed the Fire Dragon continent myself. The six were speechless. Shin Taxiong was even more furious when he saw them. He stood up and shouted angrily, all of you stay here and think. If you can't think of a way, all of you can just stay here. Everyone's faces turned green and white. But Shin Taxiong had already left. They could only sit on the spot with grief and indignation. Their eyes flickered as they pondered. Wuya. Walking to another side hall, Shin Taxiong shouted. Shin Wuya appeared immediately. Shin Taxiong said with a black face, send a message to the War God Pavilion's Grand Elder. Gather all the venerables of the continent, and the patriarchs of the major clans. Come to the Eternal Palace. I don't believe that we can't think of a way to destroy the Fire Dragon continent with so many brains in the divine world. After a while, the War God Pavilion sent out the summons of the Chief Pavilion Master. The divine world was alarmed. Countless patriarchs and venerables of the major clans started to gather at the Supreme Island. To become a patriarch of a major clan, one had to be either extremely powerful or extremely intelligent. 3 days later, 700 to 800 people gathered in the Eternal Palace. All the elites of the divine world were gathered in the Eternal Palace. Or rather, they were imprisoned by Shin Taxiong. They only had one goal, to think of a way to destroy the Fire Dragon continent. Chapter 1246. It's been 3,000 years. Time flew by so quickly. They haven't sent any messages, which means that Qinghan and Xiaohe haven't come out yet. Han, how are you doing in there? Do you know that Qingqing misses you? Inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yu Qingqing was wearing a pink palace dress. There were no bright peach blossoms on her head. She was sitting cross-legged on a jade bed, looking extremely beautiful. Her thin eyebrows were slightly curled, which made one's heart ache. She played Break the Formation over and over again in the room. This was the song Yi Qinghan sang on the Quiet Lake Island. Even now, she still remembered how Yi Qinghan had used a large sword to dance the wind and clouds. It had been 3,000 years. Yu Qingqing's strength had improved, reaching the peak of 6th grade war god. With the divine sound law, she could probably kill a group of 7th grade war gods. However, after cultivating for a while, Yu Qingqing would feel an inexplicable sense of anxiety. She would stop cultivating, rest and daydream, thinking about Yi Qinghan. Without Yi Qinghan, she felt that cultivating was meaningless. So what if she had the chance to reach 9th grade? Lord Jida, aren't you going to see the Wind Moon Sovereign? It's not good to keep them locked up all the time. In another side hall, Lei Jin looked at Jida in confusion. The two of them were leisurely playing chess, drinking tea, and chatting. No. Jida waved his hand and said unhappily, if it weren't for this old man who created the flying Yuan, how could Lord Devour's doppelganger be destroyed? How could little Han be smashed into the spatial whirlpool? I can't wait to throw this old man out of the boundless void. I'm already giving him face by keeping him locked up. Lei Jin smiled helplessly. Jida looked scholarly, but his heart was no different from when he was the leader of the god bandits. He was overbearing and unreasonable. The Wind Moon Sovereign was also forced. Yi Qinghan had forgiven them, but Jida didn't let them go. That's right, Leijun. Did your strength improve after the last seclusion? Jida threw down a black chess piece, sipped his tea, and asked casually. Leijun's eyes flashed as he said in a low voice, "Some. I estimate that the next time I go into seclusion, it's very likely that I'll have fused the ultimate profound mystery. The reason I came out of seclusion this time is to have a good rest and break through the bottleneck in one go. Once I've gained a basic understanding of the ultimate profound mysteries, the rest will be easy." Jida's hand trembled. The chess piece shook and fell to the ground. His face was full of shock. He knew that Leijun was a very cautious person and would not lie. He quickly patted Leijun's shoulder and laughed. Good, good. He was indeed a peerless genius of the Thunder God clan. How many years has it been since he became a venerable? Less than 10,000 years, right? If this talent were to spread to the God realm, it would scare a large number of people to death. Work hard and relax. Alright. Do you want me to give you 2 girls to make you happy and relax? Hee with me here, the rain won't be able to find out. This, Leijun frowned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thank you, Brother Jida. But that won't be necessary. I don't like that. Talent? My talent is far from little Han's. It's been 3,000 years. I don't know if that freak little Han has made a breakthrough again. He could kill Qing Shan in the past. Maybe this time, he can reach 9th grade supreme martial artist. He definitely can. This brat's growth speed can probably scare divine emperors to death. Don't worry about him. I have confidence in him. This brat will definitely come out. Next time I go to the reincarnation realm, I'll bring back a few beauties to play with. Life is as lonely as snow. Haha, I digress. Let's continue playing chess. Jida laughed. The two stopped talking. They looked at each other and smiled. Then they continued playing chess. It's been 3,000 years, and I still don't have any divine power in half a year. It seems that I'm really crippled. Xiaohei, how far have we gone? When will this F***king end? In the gray space, Yi Qinghan ran weakly. Xiaohei followed beside him. He also looked listless. The two had been running in this strange space for more than 3,000 years. But the surrounding scenery was still the same. The ground was always flat, and the distance was still white. If it weren't for the fact that they could see different corpses often, and that Shen Tuxiong had successfully come out, Yi Qinghan might have given up. Boss, I have a feeling that we're almost at the end. Trust me, let's keep running. Xiaohei comforted him. But even he didn't believe what he said. The two ran for a few days. Yi Qinghan was so tired that he sat on the ground and rested. Because he wasn't injured, the soul ring couldn't automatically protect its owner. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't stupid enough to stab himself a few times. In any case, he just needed to cultivate for a while, and let the heaven and earth origin energy circulate around his body to recover. Why harm himself? Physical exhaustion was one thing. After running for several thousand years, the mental exhaustion was the most painful. Yi Qinghan didn't want to look at the surrounding scenery. It was forever unchanged. His eyes were numb from looking at it. After lying on the ground for half a day, Yi Qinghan sat up and cultivated for an hour. He let his tired and weak body recover. Then he once again looked into his soul space. The barrier outside his soul space looked even more solid. The source strength, Yi Qinghan's massive amount of divine power, the two chaos divine crystals, and the golden chaos energy within them made this barrier incomparably solid. In truth, Yi Qinghan didn't know that it was the chaos energy within the chaos divine crystals that made this barrier so solid. It was also because of this primal chaos chi that the soul attack of Yufeng was unable to penetrate this gray space. The soul space was now so big that it was frightening. It was much bigger than the reincarnation secret domain. It was still growing. In a few thousand years, it would be as big as the Beast God Fire secret domain. The countless fragments of the soul sea and the source strength in the soul space were completely obedient. They stuck together and floated in the soul space as if they were fixed. With a single glance, it felt as if there were billions of twinkling stars in the sky. The power of light, dark lightning, and the unknown energy from Yenran Monarch turned into 4 gusts of wind, blowing around the countless fragments as if they would never be tired. Oh, something's wrong. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's soul was shaken. He finally found something different in the soul space. In the center of the soul space, there was an unknown energy. It was like a mixture of gas and liquid. It felt like paste. It was sticky and was only as big as a fist. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's careful investigation, he wouldn't have found it in the vast soul space of the reincarnation secret domain. What is this thing? Yi Qinghan's soul consciousness constantly swept over the paste. He had never seen this thing before. He didn't know what it was used for. He didn't know why it suddenly appeared in his soul space. Oh, I can control this thing? Yi Qinghan used his soul consciousness to control this white paste. He was surprised that he could move it slightly. After pondering for a while, he tried to control the paste energy of the Venerable to float out of the soul space. The result scared Yi Qinghan out of his wits. The paste easily passed through the iron barrel-like barrier of the soul space. It went through the black hole and appeared in Yi Qinghan's body. It wasn't strange. As soon as this thing appeared in Yi Qinghan's body, it turned into several streams of energy and dispersed into his veins. After several cycles, it entered the divine crystal. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He jumped up and shot out like a cannonball. In front of Xiao Hei's astonished eyes, he teleported back in the next second. He said in fright, "Motherf asterisk Ker. This thing is so powerful. It's 100 times more powerful than the God power. I feel like my body is full of energy. I can break the void with one punch. What kind of energy is this? Oh no. The energy is being consumed too fast. I used more than half of it." Chapter 1247. This. Big brother Yu. Xiao Hei looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze. Wasn't he a cripple? How could he suddenly fly? He could even teleport? Let's talk later. Yi Qinghan was very excited. He waved his hand and sat down cross-legged. His divine sense immediately locked onto the glue-like energy flow in the divine crystal. He checked and found that 2/3 of it had disappeared. Moreover, when he checked carefully, he found that the energy was actually decreasing. He was so scared that his body shivered. He hurriedly circulated the remaining energy through his meridians and into the black hole in his head. When the energy entered his soul space through the 7-colored space barrier, Yi Qinghan anxiously checked again. After confirming that it hadn't decreased, he let out a long breath. What was the most precious thing in the world? Something that was lost and regained was the most precious. When a rich man was rich, he didn't think that money was very important. However, when he was penniless and living on the streets, he would definitely think that money was the most precious thing. When a healthy man suddenly fell sick and couldn't get out of bed, he would think that being able to jump and walk was the most extravagant wish. Similarly, Yi Qinghan used to have overbearing power. He could tear the sky with a wave of his hand, flatten mountains, and stand above billions of people. However, he couldn't even fly now. In the past thousands of years, Yi Qinghan didn't show it on the surface. He even planned to leave this damn place and return to the Fire Dragon continent to retire. However, he still felt very empty and unwilling. Now that he had regained his lost power, and it was even more overbearing, how could Yi Qinghan not be excited? His soul wouldn't tremble? Opening his eyes, Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands like a beggar who had picked up some money. His eyes shone brightly as he laughed foolishly and shouted to Xiao Hei. "Hi Hei, I found a new power. It's so strong, so big, so awesome. You see, I can fly, and I can even teleport. *CK your grandpa. I finally have hope. Waha, this feels great. Baby." "It's true, boss. That's great." Xiao Hei was so happy that he flew around in circles in the sky. He was even happier than Yi Qinghan. His entire soul body was immersed in the joyous atmosphere. After a long time, he flew back and asked excitedly, "Boss, where did your new energy come from? How powerful were they? By the way, what did you mean when you said the energy consumption was too fast?" Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and shook his head. "I don't know how it came to be. It just suddenly appeared in the new soul space. As for how strong it is, I don't know yet. The energy is too little. Once it appears in the body, it will automatically decrease. I used up more than half of it just to teleport. I don't dare to use it now. I'm afraid that without the fire seed, this energy won't increase in the future. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let me check it out first. After saying that, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged once again. This time he began to carefully investigate. His divine sense swept through the soul space that was bigger than the reincarnation plane. He didn't miss a single spot. Other than the trace of energy in the middle of the space, he didn't find any trace of this white paste of energy. The fragments of the soul sea and the origin energy were still stuck together, forming billions of stars. The power of light, darkness, and thunder formed countless breezes. The billions of stars were still blowing, and the soul space was still growing. Yi Qinghan focused all of his attention on the white, glue-like energy. After the energy returned to the soul space, it automatically floated back to the center of the space. 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Waha, this energy is indeed increasing slowly. God damn it, I finally have hope. After observing for 3 months, Yi Qinghan finally confirmed one thing. This white paste of energy was slowly growing. Originally, it was only the size of a fist. When he brought it out of his body, he used up more than half of it. At this moment, the 3 moon queens had finally increased in size and became the size of a fist. Yi Qinghan really wanted to circulate this trace of energy and test its power and use. However, he thought of how little energy there was. If he used it carelessly and used it all up, it would be damn it. Forcefully suppressing the excitement and trembling in his heart, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and looked at Xiaohei. He laughed and said, Go Xiaohei. Find the exit. I want to go back, go home. Xiaohei felt Yi Qinghan's joy and immediately transformed into a gust of wind. He accompanied Yi Qinghan as he drifted forward. A man and a soul body moved forward alone in the vast white world, looking for the way home. Trash, trash. All of you are trash. In the immortal world, Shinta Xiong's roar resounded in the eternal palace. Nearly 1,000 people were sitting in the great hall. There were 6 sovereigns and more than 200 venerables. The rest were 7th-grade war gods and chiefs of large families. However, they did not dare to make a sound as Shinta Xiong pointed at their noses and scolded them. 500 years. So many people, and no one has come up with a solution in 500 years? If you aren't trash, then what are you? Shinta Xiong's face was frosty. His hooked nose trembled slightly, making him look even more terrifying. Especially the aura that he unintentionally released. It made the chiefs of large families break out in a cold sweat. He was at the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist. Apart from the divine emperor who managed the plate realm, his strength was at the top. He had reached the pinnacle of cultivation for a warrior. After he brought this group of people into the eternal palace, he went into seclusion for another 500 years. He had completely healed the injuries in his soul sea and his strength had reached its peak. Now that he had come out, this group of people could not come up with a solution. After questioning him, they did not even dare to let out a fart. Clearly, it was not that they did not have a solution, but that they did not dare to speak. After all, without proof of Yi Qinghan's death, who would dare to speak carelessly? There were many people here. If word got out, who would suggest that Shinta Xiong go to Yi Qinghan's clan? What do you think will happen to Yi Qinghan if he hears this? Yi Qinghan's title as a human-shaped demon was forged with the blood of more than 1 billion warriors. My lord, I have an idea. Suddenly, Shinta Xiong raised his eyebrows. He received a sound transmission. He glanced at it and knew that it was from a chief of a large family in the heavenly awakening continent. He hurriedly said, Speak. That 7th-grade war god looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he hurriedly lowered his head and said, My lord, you can send a sovereign to the flame dragon continent. F***ck off. A sovereign is a 9th-grade war god, and can enter a material plane with divine might? Is there something wrong with your brain? Shinta Xiong was enraged and cursed. He thought that it was a good idea, but it turned out to be a moron. That person became anxious and hurriedly said, It's not like that. My lord, you have misunderstood me. Think about it this way. Why can't a 9th-grade expert go in? Isn't it because he has divine might? The space in a material plane is unstable. If a ninth-grade expert goes in by force, the divine might will cause the space to collapse and the material plane to collapse. My lord, you know what I mean, right? Shin Taxiong's eyes suddenly lit up. If a ninth-grade expert went in by force, the material plane would collapse and the space would distort intensely. It would grind all the creatures inside to pieces. Vicious. This was a vicious plan. Shin Taxiong glanced at the patriarch with appreciation, but then his eyes flickered. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he grabbed the patriarch's neck and shouted angrily, "You bastard, you want to kill me?" Destroying a material plane is breaking the normal operation of the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth will immediately destroy this ninth-grade expert. Even a divine emperor will not let me off. You want me to die with a group of mortals? Chapter 1248. Sir, I didn't know. I thought that I would only kill this grade 9. You didn't attack, so you should be fine. The chief was terrified by the killing intent in Shin Taxiong's eyes and tried to explain. Shin Taxiong scoffed coldly and tossed him to the ground. He stood up tremblingly and saw Ice Queen and the other sovereigns locking onto him. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. The moment the chief saw this, his face became uglier than if his father had died. From Shin Taxiong's words just now, everyone had already guessed what had happened. To let a grade 9 forcefully enter the fire dragon dimension. Shin Taxiong only had 6 grade 9 experts under him. Wasn't that asking Ice Queen and the others to die? How could the 6 of them not want to kill him? The God Emperor is really strong. No matter how well I hide it, he will find out. No, this won't work. If I destroy the laws of heaven and earth, he will definitely rip me apart. Shin Taxiong didn't bother about him. He paced around the hall and muttered to himself. Moments later, his eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. Haha, I have an idea. I am the smart one. All of you are fools, haha. Shin Taxiong's maniacal laughter confused everyone. They felt a chill down their spines. He took in a deep breath and said, Ice Queen, Apocalypse Monarch, Hidden King, all the sovereigns stay. The rest scram. The moment Shin Taxiong gave the order, it was as if they had been pardoned. They cupped their fists and left. Ice Queen and the other 2 and the hundreds of sovereigns frowned. They were even more bitter than their wives. Especially the Apocalypse Monarch Mo Shanghuang, and the Hidden Monarch. They used to be close to Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan. At this moment, they were afraid that Shin Taxiong would force them to enter the Flame Dragon plane. That would be great. Ice Queen wasn't afraid that Shin Taxiong would deal with her. However, if Yi Qinghan misunderstood that she was close to Shin Taxiong, it would be problematic if Yi Qinghan came back to kill them. Shin Taxiong didn't bother about them. He teleported away in excitement. After teleporting to a side hall, he saw Shin Wuya hugging a few naked beautiful maids and biting them. He was using a lot of strength, and after his teeth bit down, there was a trail of blood. He was also extremely stubborn and loved to bite breasts. The few maids' faces were filled with pain, but they didn't dare to say anything. They had to force a smile, making them look really pitiful. You are doing it in broad daylight. How can't you do it? How did I give birth to you? Shin Taxiong was infuriated as he cursed. He raised his leg and sent Shin Wuya flying with a kick. Of his 3 sons, Shin Wuji was the most sensible. He was resourceful, courageous, and had an unparalleled temperament. Unfortunately, he was killed by Yi Qinghan. Although Shin Wuxia was a bit lecherous, her brain was still pretty good. However, this was a blockhead. Were women meant to be chewed on? Shin Wuya hurriedly crawled up and messily tidied up his clothes. He looked at Shin Taxiong with dissatisfaction and said in a muffled voice, Father, if I'm a dog, if I'm a beast, then what are you? Thump. Shin Taxiong's leg turned into a blur and sent Shin Wuya flying. Even the walls trembled. Shin Taxiong was so angry that his body trembled. He tasted sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. He wanted to scold a few more times, but when he saw Shin Wuya's bloody body, he felt his heart ache. He sighed. He knew that this blockhead would be the same no matter how he scolded him, so he stopped talking. Shin Wuya knew that his father was really angry this time and struggled to stand up. Since young, he and Shin Wuxia had been beaten the most, so they were used to it. He looked at Shin Taxiong timidly, but didn't dare to speak. He used his divine power to heal himself. Shin Tu-xiong's anger dissipated after 2 kicks. He said coldly, "Tomorrow, arrange for 3 5th-grade war gods to teleport from the Misty Continent to the Flame Dragon dimension. Pass my words to devour Diawu." Shin Tu-wuya blinked his eyes and said in confusion, 3 5th-grade war gods? To the Flame Dragon continent? To throw away their lives? Why don't we send a few hundred venerables? Idiot. Shin Tu-xiong's anger, which had just subsided, flared up again. He glared at Shin Tu-wuya and said hatefully, "Send a message and get a senior elder of the God of War Pavilion to come here. If we let an idiot like you handle this matter, you will probably mess it up. You should just continue chewing on your woman." Shin Tu-wuya became happy when he heard this. He didn't want to leave the Eternal Palace. If he was targeted by Yi Qinghan, it wouldn't be fun. He had a strong fear of Yi Qinghan, and didn't believe that Shin Tu-xiong would really kill Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he was more than happy to not leave. He quickly sent a message to a senior elder of the God of War Pavilion, then continued to grab the beautiful maid beside him and nibble on her like a carrot. 5 days later, a pillar of light shot into the sky from the Misty City. The 3 5th-grade war gods disappeared from the teleportation array with uneasy feelings. Buzz. The space of the Flame Dragon continent fluctuated slightly, and the expressions of countless people in the newly built Song City changed. Then 2 figures immediately teleported and appeared in the sky. They condensed the power of space, and were ready to tear the incoming people apart. "Lord, don't do anything. We are just messengers." "That's right, Lord. When 2 armies fight, we don't kill the envoys. We were forced to do this." The 3 5th-grade war gods immediately shouted and raised their hands high in surrender. Their faces were full of pitiful expressions. "Emph." Honorable Li Quan snorted. Emperor Yu's legs turned into a few afterimages and swept the 3 away. "Li Quan, little Yu, bring them over." At this moment, a voice rang in their ears. Honorable Li Quan and Emperor Yu looked at each other, then grabbed the 3 half-dead envoys and dashed toward the dark forest. On the rooftop of the dark castle, Lord Devour was sitting on a rack of grapes. He had a calm expression and was quietly reading a book. Beside him, Lord Jiu stood obediently. Lord Jiu had been serving Lord Devour since she was brought back from the secret realm of reincarnation. On the other side, Mo Xiaoxiao was alone on the rooftop, looking at the sky. It was unknown whether she was cultivating or thinking about something. "Lord, Big Sister." Honorable Li Quan and Emperor Yu teleported with the other 3. After greeting Lord Devour, they shouted at the 3, "Kneel." The 3 looked at Lord Devour and knew that he was the legendary dancing butterfly monarch, their target this time. They hurried to kneel in fear. "Lord, we were forced to come here to deliver a message. We have always admired you and Frigid Night Monarch. Speak." Lord Devour didn't mind. His expression didn't change. He picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. "What message did Shin Tu-xiong ask you to deliver?" Lord, we told you. Don't be angry. Shin Tu-xiong asked us to deliver. This. The 3 were still terrified. The leader of the group said while shivering, "If you talk nonsense, you won't have a chance to speak." Cold light flashed in Lord Devour's eyes. Apparently he was impatient. The 3 of them were frightened. They remembered that Lord Devour was famous in the god world because of his slaughtering. They didn't dare to talk more. "Shin Tu-xiong asked you, Honorable Li Quan, Honorable Emperor Yu, and all the pseudo-level 9 experts and venerables to leave the Fire Dragon continent. Otherwise, he will ask the venerables to take the Apocalyptic Sovereign and the Hidden Sovereign to enter the Fire Dragon plane. He said that he has sealed the Apocalyptic Sovereign and the Hidden Sovereign in their divine crystals. If you don't leave, he will send someone to open the divine crystals after 3 years. What? Listening to him, Lord Devour, Honorable Li Quan, and Emperor Yu discolored. Lord Jiu didn't understand. Mo Xiaoxiao seemed to hear their conversation. She turned her head, her beautiful face discolored as she screamed, "Shin Tu-xiong, you're so evil." Chapter 1249. 500 years. I've finally accumulated a lot of new energy. I can use part of the energy to test its power. In the dusky space, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes suddenly opened, and they were filled with brilliance and radiance. Xiaohei, who was beside him, heard Yi Qinghan's words. His spirit was shaken, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. After 500 years, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei still hadn't found the exit. However, what made Yi Qinghan extremely excited was that the pure white glue-like energy in his soul space had already reached a radius of 10 feet. It should be enough for him to squander for a while. Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto that massive energy. He used his divine sense on a corner of the energy, which was about the size of a head. Then he slowly controlled this small portion of energy to seep out of the space barrier, through the black hole, into his body, and finally into the divine crystal. Swish. In the next second, Yi Qinghan shot up like a cannonball. The white glue-like airflow slowly circulated around his fist. Yi Qinghan roared and suddenly smashed into the air. Buzz. Under Xiaohei's horrified gaze, the surrounding spatial energy seemed to be pulled by this fist and surged forward like a tidal wave. The space that the fist smashed into actually tore a half-meter crack, revealing a patch of darkness. Half of Yi Qinghan's hand actually smashed into the dark space. Between heaven and earth, an incomparably powerful aura spread out. Xiaohei's body, which had just flown forward, actually flew backward and was finally pressed on the ground, unable to move. Hiss. What kind of energy is this? Why is it so domineering? If this were to hit a human body, wouldn't it smash them into pieces? Even the origin energy would be smashed into pieces, right? Xiaohei stared at Yi Qinghan's hand, dumbfounded. He felt an unprecedented crisis and fear. Even when facing Shen Tuxiong's attack, he didn't feel so afraid. This meant that if this energy were to hit him, it would destroy his soul. Yi Qinghan also felt that it was inconceivable. Although he knew that this energy was very strong, he did not expect that it would be several times stronger than his previous Godslayer spear's most powerful attack. Aha! Xiaohei, fly forward as fast as you can. I'll give you the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Let me see how fast I can teleport with this amount of energy. Yi Qinghan threw his head back and laughed loudly in the sky. He withdrew his energy and the pressure in the air was removed. He shouted at Xiaohei below. All right, boss. I'll wait for you in front. Xiaohei quickly turned into a gust of wind and flew forward at full speed. Yi Qinghan stood motionless on the spot. He waited for Xiaohei to leave for half an incense stick's worth of time before his body suddenly moved, and he took a step forward. And then an inconceivable scene appeared. With just one teleport, Yi Qinghan appeared tens of thousands of miles in front of Xiaohei. One had to know that Xiaohei's speed was extremely terrifying. It was definitely comparable to a 9th-grade powerhouse. Moreover, he had flown for half an incense stick's worth of time. Xiaohei's body stopped abruptly and solidified. He said in horror, "Oh my god, boss, how did you do that? I've probably flown 70 to 80 million miles in half an incense stick's worth of time. How did you catch up to me so easily?" Ugh, Yi Qinghan was shocked too. He looked around in a daze. His lips trembled as he said, "Actually, Xiaohei, I only teleported once." What? Xiaohei's body trembled. His mouth opened wider than a hippopotamus. He said in a trembling voice, "B-boss, are you sure you only teleported once?" Yi Qinghan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded his head. Then, the two of them became confused and shocked. One teleport of 80 million miles. The distance between the ethereal mainland in the east and the Nanling mainland in the west in the immortal world was only about 20 million miles. An ordinary 9th-grade powerhouse would need more than 10 teleportations to reach the same distance. Even Shen Tuxiong, a 9th-grade supreme martial artist, would need 2 or 3 teleportations to cross the distance. But Yi Qinghan's teleportation right now had gone back and forth 4 times? Bang! Just as the two of them were in a state of disbelief, Yi Qinghan suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. He stood up with his face covered in dirt. He grinned bitterly and said, "This teleportation of mine has used up at least 10 years of energy that I've stored. Boss, your energy is too strong. If you can't use up your energy, who in this world can be your match? Even if Shen Tuxiong wanted to kill you, would he be able to catch up to you? Besides, I reckon that even Shen Tuxiong wouldn't be able to block that punch of yours." Xiaohei did not bother to tease Yi Qinghan. He flew down and exclaimed with lingering fear, "Hee hee. When I get out, I'll accumulate energy for a few thousand years. I'll bring you back to the immortal world. We'll pluck Shen Xiong's head off and use it as a toilet. Yi Qinghan wiped his face and grinned. Let's go, let's go. Xiaohei. I don't have much energy now. I'll figure out how to use it in the future. My heart aches if I use even a little now. Xiaohei did not move. He suddenly asked Yi Qinghan, Boss, with this energy, can you condense the power of space? Oh, I forgot. I wanted to test my speed just now. I didn't expect to condense the power of space. Yi Qinghan slapped his forehead and said shamefully, Wait, I'll get a little more energy and try. Yi Qinghan hurriedly controlled his divine sense and separated half a fist-sized paste of energy. He then immediately tried to condense the power of space. Buzz. Under Xiaohei's ecstatic gaze, the 10 God-Slayers' spears slowly floated out from the void. They looked like women who had not seen each other for a long time, as they shyly walked out from a corner. Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei's faces glowed as tears streamed down their cheeks. Chi. However, before the God-Slayers' spears were completely condensed, they started to explode. It was obvious that their energy had been exhausted. Yi Qinghan grinned bitterly. Although I can condense these God-Slayers' spears, it consumes more energy than teleportation. If I want to attack, I might as well use this energy to smash. Its power is definitely stronger than the God-Slayers' spears. Hehehe. Don't be afraid, boss. Although your energy is precious, it can be slowly increased. After 100,000 years, when the energy can't be used up, no one in this world will be your opponent. Waha, boss, you are too awesome. Xiaohei happily somersaulted a few times in the air. After playing around for a while, he smiled at Yi Qinghan and said, Boss, in this world, only you have this energy. You have created a new miracle. Oh right, boss, give this energy a name. A name? Yi Qinghan was stunned. He chuckled and said, Let's call it the power of cold. Although I didn't create it, it still appeared in my soul space, right? Power of cold, hehe. Boss, you run slowly. I will go and scout ahead. We will definitely be able to return. Xiaohei happily spun a few rounds in the air before shooting into the distance. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly as he strode forward. Although he could use the power of cold and teleport tens of millions of miles away, the amount of energy was so little that he didn't dare to waste it. However, this energy was so little that he didn't dare to waste it. He could only bitterly run forward with his head covered. Half a day later, a gust of wind suddenly blew in front of him. Xiaohei was still tens of thousands of miles away when he shouted in a trembling voice, Boss, I found a yellow spring. Chapter 1250. Yellow spring water? Xiaohei, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled as he stared at Xiaohei with a fiery gaze. It had been more than 3,000 years. It would have been fine if he had been in seclusion, as it would have passed in the blink of an eye. However, he had been walking step by step. After walking for more than 3,000 years, it was easy to imagine how difficult these days had been. That's right, boss. Hurry up, follow me. Xiaohei nodded his head before turning around and flying forward excitedly. Yi Qinghan hurriedly ran as fast as he could while extending his consciousness forward. Half an hour later, when Yi Qinghan's consciousness locked onto a trickling yellow river, his entire body trembled and his eyes became moist. Yellow Spring River. That's right, it's the Yellow Spring River. Yi Qinghan was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins as he ran frantically. It didn't take long before a yellow river appeared before his eyes. One end of the river had emerged from the ground, while the other end was flowing into the distance. It was unknown where it was flowing to, as it was obscured by the white mist. Yi Qinghan stood weakly by the river, his back bent as he breathed heavily. His eyes were frighteningly bright, as though he was looking at his most beloved goddess. God damn it, I've been looking for you for 3,500 years. I've finally found you. If the yellow spring hadn't been poisonous, Yi Qinghan would have already jumped into it. Xiaohei grinned as he watched the trickling yellow river. It was as though he was looking at the sweetest spring in the world. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan meditated for a while to recover his strength. However, he started to worry. The yellow spring water was poisonous. He didn't have any divine power, so he couldn't draw out his origin source to protect himself. How was he going to get out? Although the cold power in his spiritual space was incomparably overbearing, Yi Qinghan didn't dare waste it. It was meant to be used against strong enemies. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Qinghan wouldn't use it. That's right, I have the Fire God battle armor. Although it's hidden in my body, it should be able to protect me automatically. Yi Qinghan remembered the number 1 supreme spiritual treasure in the divine world. This Fire God battle armor didn't need any divine power, and could automatically absorb the heaven and earth essence energy. With a thought, the Fire God battle armor appeared on his body. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and dipped it into the yellow spring water. As expected, as soon as his hand touched it, the arm guard on his hand immediately emitted a fiery red light, enveloping his entire hand. The netherworld spring water was unable to touch his skin at all. Little Black, enter the slaughter god saber. We are going home. Yi Qinghan didn't know whether the spring water would lead him. Heavens, he Su. Then Yi Qinghan he. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if the yellow springs would ultimately lead to the reincarnation plane, it didn't matter where it led to, as long as he could leave this godforsaken space. After swimming for a while, Yi Qinghan realized that the yellow spring water had entered the ground, and the light had dimmed. Once the Fire God battle armor was activated, it could last for 3 months. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid and continued to swim forward quickly. Plop! After swimming for a while, Yi Qinghan realized that the soil above his head was moving. After that, countless corpses fell down. These corpses were obviously from above, but he didn't know how they had fallen down. Could this really be the 9 Nether Realm? Are those ghostly winds all spirits? Could these corpses have died because they fell into the spatial whirlpool and were teleported here? Yi Qinghan thought suspiciously. When he thought of the ghostly winds everywhere and the terrifying soul attacks, his hair stood on end. Other than the 9 Nether Realm, Yi Qinghan couldn't think of any other place that was so strange and so huge. However, this place was covered in white fog. There might be some kind of restriction here. After walking for more than 3,000 years, he might have been walking in circles in a few places. From the looks of it, other than the god emperors and supreme martial artists, no one else knew where this place was. Yi Qinghan simply stopped thinking about it and focused on moving forward. However, the yellow springs had been circling in circles for 3 months and still hadn't come out. Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only forcefully use a trace of cold energy to break out of the ground. Once again, he returned to the gray space. 100 million? The ground is actually restoring itself. No wonder those corpses could fall down on their own. After breaking out of the ground, Yi Qinghan looked at the hole beside him strangely. It was actually healing slowly. He sat down cross-legged to recover his strength, waiting for the Fire God battle armor to automatically absorb the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi and recover the energy inside. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan activated the Fire God battle armor again and broke out of the ground. He swam down into the yellow springs. This time, he didn't have any distracting thoughts and swam at full speed. The yellow springs flowed on the ground in a crooked manner. Occasionally, it would come out, but only for a short distance before burrowing back into the ground. God damn it, how long do I need to go out? If I don't use the yellow springs, I will be finished if the entire space revolves once. How many years will that take? Yi Qinghan had already broken out of the ground twice in a row. He had been stealthily moving for 6 months, but he was still moving in circles underground. However, he thought about how Shintu could come out, and it only took him a few months. Yi Qinghan didn't believe that his luck would be so bad that he would be trapped here forever. The 8th month. Finally, Yi Qinghan felt that the yellow springs was a little strange. The yellow springs suddenly circled in one place and flowed downwards. The river water also became extremely fast. He was shocked. It seemed that he was about to get out of this damned place. However, the yellow springs kept flowing underground. It had been a whole month, but Yi Qinghan still hadn't seen the end. At this moment, the Fire God battle armor was about to run out of energy and hide in his body. Yi Qinghan was very anxious. He didn't know how far he was from the surface. Even if he used the cold energy to break out of the ground, he didn't know how many days it would take and how much energy he would need. In this damned place, he didn't dare to teleport recklessly. In desperation, Yi Qinghan could only grit his teeth and hide the fire god battle armor, letting the Yellow Springs water soak him. Chi. As soon as the Yellow Springs water touched Yi Qinghan's skin, it began to corrode instantly. He felt as if his whole body was being bitten by billions of ants. It was as if his whole body was soaked in sulfuric acid, and it was extremely painful. Fortunately, because Yi Qinghan was injured, the soul ring began to automatically protect its owner. The milky white airflow flowed through his meridians, and wherever it passed, his body would immediately recover. The airflow in the soul ring was extremely comfortable, and he felt extremely comfortable from head to toe. However, the Yellow Springs water outside immediately began to corrode his skin. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if he was in a sauna in his previous life, and a beautiful woman was serving him with ice cubes and red wine. The 9 heavens of ice and fire. Yi Qinghan's speed reached its limit, and he darted around like a rain of arrows. Finally, after 3 days, the fire god battle armor recovered, and Yi Qinghan finally got rid of those painful yet happy days. There's light in front. Tui, it's coming out. It's the exit. The dark days of the Two-Moon Queen and Yi Qinghan finally came to an end. When he saw that the light in front of him was getting brighter, he saw the Yellow Springs water flowing out of a spatial whirlpool, and he saw the familiar reincarnation plane in the distance. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with tears. Happiness came so suddenly. Chapter 1251. There's a strange energy in the Yellow Spring water that can escape the suction of the whirlpool. If it's not the Yellow Spring water, how could I escape the whirlpool? When Yi Qinghan entered the reincarnation dimension through the Yellow Spring water, Yi Qinghan looked back at the whirlpool that was like the mouth of a giant beast and swallowed his saliva with lingering fear. It's great that I'm out. The range of my divine sense has recovered. I don't want to stay in that damned place for a second longer. Yi Qinghan was like a bird that escaped from a cage. He swam happily in the Yellow Spring water, but his divine sense began to explore the reincarnation dimension. He wasn't sure if Shinto-Xiong would wait for him in the reincarnation mystic realm. Although he had a feeling that he could fight Shinto-Xiong with the power of cold was too little. If he attacked with all his strength, he would only have enough energy for 10 attacks. Therefore, when facing Shinto-Xiong, Yi Qinghan was a little scared. There's someone at the entrance? Yi Qinghan's face turned cold. He discovered that there were people guarding the reincarnation mountain in the reincarnation dimension. He immediately stopped moving and carefully examined the area. Haha, it's Jida's people. After a while, Yi Qinghan learned from the conversation of a few martial artists that Jida had arranged for them to guard here. He was overjoyed. Then his divine sense circled the reincarnation mystic realm a few times. After confirming that Shinto-Xiong wasn't there, he immediately shot out. Oh, there's someone. At the mouth of the Yellow Spring water, a group of godly king martial artists saw a fiery red figure emerging. Their faces tightened as they activated their divine power and prepared to attack. Humph! Yi Qinghan didn't use the power of cold. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he released his soul skill, Soul Illusion. This group of God King realm martial artists' souls were pitifully weak. In an instant, they all fell into the illusion and retreated together in fear. Yi Qinghan looked at the familiar scene and smelled the fragrant air. He felt refreshed from head to toe. I'm back, it feels great to be back. Another narrow escape from death. Yi Qinghan felt like he had been reborn. Xiaohe were finally back. Yi Qinghan immediately sent a telepathic message to Xiaohe. Xiaohe transformed into a shadow and appeared instantly. Seeing that it was the reincarnation plane, he immediately turned into a netherworld and flew over. He flew a few rounds in the reincarnation plane before flying back. He shouted from afar, "Haha, boss, we are finally back." Yi Qinghan steadied his emotions. Then he removed the soul illusion and shouted at the warriors, "All of you come here." When the warriors saw that the white fog in front of them had disappeared, they hurriedly knelt down in front of Yi Qinghan in fear and said, "Greetings, my lord. Just now, we mistakenly thought that it was a monster from the Yellow Springs and offended my lord. Please forgive us." "Where is big brother Jida?" Yi Qinghan asked urgently. Then he realized that they would definitely not know. So he quickly changed his words and said, "He is the level 9 expert who arranged for you to guard here." "Oh, you are asking about that lord." The warriors suddenly realized and said, "That lord will come here to check every year." "My lord, it's not a coincidence. That lord came here half a year ago. I estimate that he will only come back after another half a year." Ha! Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. Jida and the others were really outside the reincarnation plane. He gritted his teeth and released a trace of cold power. Then he shot up into the sky and shouted at Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, let's go to the endless void. The enchantress Shui'er must be outside. Let's go." When Xiaohei heard Li Shui'er's name, he immediately turned into a gust of wind and floated up into the sky. Cold power, the incomparably strong and overbearing energy, made Yi Qinghan's speed more than 3 times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the side of the origin energy. When Xiaohei came up, the human and the soul immediately drilled out of the plane. After flashing through the passage between the vortexes, Yi Qinghan's divine sense immediately radiated in all directions. However, there was nothing in the endless void. There was no 9-story pagoda standing quietly outside, waiting for the two of them to return, as Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei had imagined. He came here half a year ago. He couldn't have left immediately. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. Since Jida could come here once a year, it meant that Shinta had already returned to the divine realm. Nothing could have happened to Jida and the others. The power of cold was being consumed too quickly. It was impossible for Yi Qinghan to search in the endless void. He could only bitterly bring Xiaohei back to the reincarnation plane. In the end, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei didn't even enter for half a day before the Soul Emperor Pavilion slowly flew over. Then, it started to circle around the 4 vortexes outside the reincarnation plane. Half a year later, under the hopeful gazes of a group of people, Jida flashed out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion again, and flew towards the reincarnation plane. However, no one had any hope in their hearts. After all, Jida had entered thousands of times. Jida also didn't have much hope. In his heart, he was thinking of finding a few more beauties to fool around with. His private life was a little messy. In the past, when he was a god bandit leader, he had a lot of wives and concubines. After becoming the Misty Sovereign, he had even more beauties. He couldn't live without a woman every night. So life is really as lonely as snow. I don't have any pursuits. I can only feel the meaning of life when I'm on a fresh and beautiful woman's body. Jida shook his head and muttered to himself. He entered the reincarnation plane. Before he spread out his divine senses, he felt a divine sense locking onto him. The domineering divine sense was filled with a piercingly cold intent, giving Jida a fright. "Big brother Jida." Then there was a deafening roar. Jida's body trembled, and he almost fell from the sky. His face was filled with joy as he cried out involuntarily, "Little Han." When his divine sense locked onto the main city of the Luan continent, the Luan Sword City's square, there was a fiery red figure waving at him. Jida's tears were boiling as he flew downwards rapidly. Before he got close, he punched Yi Qinghan with force. He was crying and laughing at the same time as he roared. "Little Han, I knew it. I knew you would come out alive. Ha! Little Han, what are you playing at?" Boom. Because Jida was too excited, he casually punched. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan's body would suddenly fly out and smash a hole in the mayor's mansion of the Swordwheel City. "Jida, you idiot. Boss's body is in a bit of a condition now. If you hurt Boss, Lord Xiaohei will pull your pants." A shadowy figure suddenly appeared and shouted at Gid. However, there was a smile on its face. Jida recalled that Yi Qinghan didn't fly up but waited here. He then saw Yi Qinghan stumbling out of the mayor's mansion. His expression changed as he said in horror, "Ah, how did this happen? I didn't use any strength in that punch. Little Han, he. Sigh. It's hard to say anything. Big brother Jida, bring me back to the Soul Emperor Pavilion first." Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly as he walked out. There were too many people around, so he didn't explain too much. Jida quickly took Yi Qinghan and flew up into the sky. Xiaohei immediately followed. Yi Qinghan didn't want to waste the power of cold, so he didn't fly up to meet Jida. Jida punched him and didn't defend himself. However, once he was out of the endless void, Yi Qinghan's divine sense immediately locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion outside. His body suddenly trembled, and he couldn't care less. He circulated the power of cold, and with a xiao sound he disappeared from Jida's side. In the next second, he appeared next to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Jida blinked and discovered that Yi Qinghan had actually disappeared. In the next second he appeared next to the Soul Emperor Pavilion hundreds of thousands of miles away. He was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a moment before he turned to Xiaohei and said with dissatisfaction, F***CK. Young Master Xiaohei, did you and Little Han work together to play a trick on me? This speed. How is there a problem with his body? His strength has definitely increased by several times. He has reached the 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist? Wow. Shen Tuxiong, let's see how you survive this time.